Chapter 15 of The Man from Glengarry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Man from Glengarry, A Tale of the Ottawa, by Ralph Connor. Chapter 15. The Revival. Those last days of Maimie's visit sped by on winged feet. To Ranald they were brimming with happiness, every one of them. It was the slack time of the year between seeding and harvest, and there was nothing much to keep him at home. And so, with Harry, his devoted companion, Ranald roamed the woods, hitching up Lisette in Yankee's buckboard, put her through her paces, and would now and then get up such bursts of speed as took Harry's breath away. And, more than all, there was the chance of a word with Maimie. He had lost much of his awkwardness. He went about with an air of mastery, and why not? He had entered upon his kingdom. The minister noticed and wondered. His wife noticed and smiled sometimes, but oftener sighed, wisely keeping silence, for she knew that in times like this the best words were those unspoken. The happiest day of all for Ranald was the last, when, after a long tramp with Harry through the woods, he drove him back to the manse, coming up from the gate to the door like a whirlwind. As Lisette stood pawing and tossing her beautiful head, Mrs. Murray, who stood with Maimie watching them drive up, cried out admiringly, "What a beauty she is!" "Isn't she?" cried Harry enthusiastically. "And such a flyer! Get in, auntie, and see." "Do," said Ranald. "I would be very glad. Just to the church hill and back." "Go, auntie," pleaded Harry. "She is wonderful." "You go, Maimie," said her aunt, to whom every offered pleasure simply furnished an opportunity of thought for others. "Nonsense!" cried Harry impatiently. "You might gratify yourself a little for once in your life. Besides," he added, with true brotherly blindness, "it's you Ranald wants. At least, he talks enough about you." "Yes, auntie, do go. It will be lovely," chimed in Maimie, with suspicious heartiness. So, with many protestations, Mrs. Murray took her place beside Ranald, and was whirled off like the wind. She returned in a very few minutes, her hair blown loose till the little curls hung about her glowing face and her eyes shining with excitement. "Oh, she is perfectly splendid," she exclaimed, "and so gentle. You must go, Maimie, if only to the gate." And Maimie went, but not to turn at even the church hill. For a mile down the concession road Ranald let Lisette jog at an easy pace, while he told Maimie some of his aims and hopes. He did not mean to be a farmer nor a lumberman. He was going to the city and there make his fortune. He did not say it in words, but his tone, his manner, everything about him, proclaimed his confidence that some day he would be a great man. And Maimie believed him, not because it seemed reasonable, or because there seemed to be any ground for his confidence, but just because Ranald said it, his superb self-confidence wrought in her assurance. "And then," he said proudly, "I am going to see you." "Oh, I hope you will not wait till then," she answered. "I do not know," he said. "I cannot tell, but it does not matter much. I will be always seeing you." "But I will want to see you," said Maimie. "Yes," said Ranald, "I know you will," as if that were a thing to be expected. "But you will be coming back to your aunt here?" But of this Maimie could not be sure. "Oh, yes, you will come," he said confidently. "I am sure you will come. Harry is coming, and you will come too." And having settled this point, he turned Lisette, and from that out gave his attention to his driving. The colt seemed to realize the necessity of making a display of her best speed, and without any urging she went along the concession road, increasing her speed at every stride till she wheeled in at the gate. Then Ranald shook the lines over her back and called to her. Magnificently Lisette responded, and swept up to the door with such splendid dash that the whole household greeted her with waving applause. As the colt came to a stand, Maimie stepped out from the buckboard and, turning toward Ranald, said in a low, hurried voice, "Oh, Ranald, that was splendid, and I am so happy, and you will be sure to come?" "I will come," said Ranald, looking down into the blue eyes with a look so long and steady, and so full of passionate feeling, that Maimie knew he would keep his word. Then farewells were said, and Ranald turned away, Harry and Mrs. Murray watching him from the door till he disappeared over the church hill. "Well, that's the finest chap I ever saw," said Harry with emphasis. "And what a body he has! He would make a great half-back." "Poor Ranald! I hope he will make a great and good man," said his aunt, with a ring of sadness in her voice. "Why poor, auntie?" "I'm sure I do not know," she said, with a very uncertain smile playing about her mouth. Then she went upstairs and found Maimie sitting at the window overlooking the church hill, and once more she knew how golden is silence. So she set to work to pack Maimie's trunk for her. "It will be a very early start, Maimie," she said, "and so we will get everything ready tonight." "Yes, auntie," said Maimie, going to her and putting her arms about her. "How happy I have been, and how good you have been to me." "And how glad I have been to have you," said her aunt. "Oh, I will never forget you. You have taught me so much that I never knew before. I see everything so differently. It seems easy to be good here. And, oh, I wish you were not so far away from me, auntie. I am afraid, afraid." The tears could no longer be denied. She put her head in her aunt's lap and sobbed out her heart's overflow. For an hour they sat by the open trunk, forgetting all about the packing, while her aunt talked to Maimie as no one had ever talked to her before. And often, through the long years of suffering that followed, the words of that evening came to Maimie to lighten and to comfort an hour of fear and sorrow. Mrs. Murray was of those to whom it is given to speak words that will not die with time, but will live, for that they fall from lips touched with the fire of God. Before they had finished their talk, Harry came in, and then Mrs. Murray told them about their mother, of her beauty, and her brightness, and her goodness, but mostly of her goodness. "She was a dear, dear girl," said their aunt, "and her goodness was of the kind that makes one think of a fresh spring morning, so bright, so sweet and pure. And she was beautiful, too. You will be like her, Maimie." And after a pause, she added softly, "And most of all, she loved her Saviour, and that was the secret of both her beauty and her goodness." "Auntie," said Harry, suddenly, "don't you think you could come to us for a visit? It would do father, I mean, it would be such a great thing for father, and for me, too, for us all." Mrs. Murray thought of her home and all its ties, and then said, smiling, "I am afraid, Harry, that could hardly be. Besides, my dear boy, there is one who can always be with you, and no one can take his place." "All the same, I wish you could come," said Harry. "When I am here, I feel like doing something with my life, but at home I only think of having fun." "But, Harry," said his aunt, "life is a very sacred and very precious thing, and at all costs you must make it worthy of Him who gave it to you." Next morning, when Harry was saying farewell to his aunt, she put her arms round him and said, "Your mother would have wished you to be a noble man, and you must not disappoint her." "I will try, auntie," he said, and could say no more. For the next few weeks the minister and his wife were both busy and anxious. For more than 8 years they had labored with their people without much sign of result. Week after week the minister poured into his sermons the strength of his heart and mind, and then gave them to his people with all the fervor of his nature. Week after week his wife, in her women's meetings and in her Bible class, lavished freely upon them the splendid riches of her intellectual and spiritual powers, and together in the homes of the people they wrought and taught. At times it seemed to the minister that they were spending their strength for naught, and at such times he bitterly grudged, not his own toils, but those of his wife. None knew better than he how well fitted she was, both by the native endowments of her mind and by the graces of her character, to fill the highest sphere, and he sometimes grew impatient that she should spend herself without stint and reap no adequate reward. These were his thoughts as he lay on his couch on the evening of the last Sabbath in the old church, after a day's work more than usually exhausting. The new church was to be opened the following week. For months it had been the burden of their prayers that at the dedication of their church, which had been built and paid for at the cost of much thought and toil, there should be some signal mark of the divine acceptance. No wonder the minister was more than usually depressed tonight. "There is not much sign of movement among the dry bones," he said to his wife. "They are as dry and as dead as ever." His wife was silent for some time, for she too had her moments of doubt and fear, but she said, "I think there is some sign. The people were certainly much impressed this morning, and the Bible class was very large, and they were very attentive." "So they are every day," said the minister, rather bitterly. "But what does it amount to? There is not a sign of one of these young people coming forward. Just think, only one young man a member of the church, and he hasn't got much spunk in him, and many of the older men remain as hard as the nether millstone." "I really think," said his wife, "that a number of the young people would come forward if some one would make a beginning. They are all very shy." "So you always say," said her husband with a touch of impatience, "but there is no shyness in other things, in their frolics and their fightings. I am sure this last outrageous business is enough to break one's heart." "What do you mean?" said his wife. "Oh, I suppose you will hear soon enough, so I need not try to keep it from you. It was Long John Cameron told me. It is strange that Hughie has not heard. Indeed, perhaps he has, but since his beloved Ranald is involved, he's keeping it quiet." "What is it?" said his wife, anxiously. "Oh, nothing less than a regular pitched battle between the McGregors and the McCraes of the 16th, and all on Ranald's account, too, I believe." Mrs. Murray sat in silent and bitter disappointment. She had expected much from Ranald. Her husband went on with his tale. "It seems there was an old quarrel between young Aleck McCrae and Ranald over what I cannot find out, and young Angus McGregor, who will do anything for a Macdonald, must needs take Ranald's part, with the result that that hot-headed young fire-eater Aleck McCrae must challenge the whole clan McGregor. So it was arranged, on Sunday morning too, mind you, 2 weeks ago after the service, that 6 of the best of each side should meet and settle the business. Of course Ranald was bound to be into it, and begged and pleaded with the McGregors that he should be one of the 6, and I hear it was by Yankee's advice that his request was granted. That godless fellow, it seems, has been giving Ranald daily lessons with the boxing gloves, and to some purpose, too, as the fight proved. It seems that young Aleck McCrae, who is a terrible fighter, and must be 40 pounds heavier than Ranald, was, by Ranald's especial desire and by Yankee's arrangement, pitted against the boy, and by the time the fight was over, Ranald, although beaten and bruised to a bloody pulp, as Long John said, had Aleck thoroughly whipped. And nobody knows what would have happened, so fierce was the young villain, had not Peter McGregor and Macdonald Bhain appeared on the scene. It appears Aleck had been saying something about Maimie. Long John did not know what it was, but Ranald was determined to finish Aleck up there and then. It must have been a disgusting and terrible sight. But Macdonald Bhain apparently settled them in a hurry, and what is more, made them all shake hands and promise to drop the quarrel thenceforth. I fancy Ranald's handling of young Aleck McCrae did more to bring about the settlement than anything else. What a lot of savages they are, continued the minister. It really does not seem much use to preach to them. We must not say that, my dear, said his wife, but her tone was none too hopeful. I must confess I am disappointed in Ranald. Well, she continued, we can only wait and trust. From Hughie, who had had the story from Don, and who had been pledged to say nothing of it, she learned more about the fight. "It was Aleck's fault, mother," he said, anxious to screen his hero. "He said something about Maimie that Don wouldn't tell me, at the blacksmith shop in the 16th, and Ranald struck him and knocked him flat, and he could not get up for a long time. Yankee has been showing him how. I am going to learn, mother," interjected Hughie. "And then Angus McGregor took Ranald's part, and it was all arranged after church, and Ranald was bound to be in it, and said he would stop the whole thing if not allowed. Don said he was just terrible. It was an awful fight. Angus McGregor fought Peter McRae, Aleck's brother, you know, and—" "Never mind, Hughie," said his mother. "I don't want to hear of it. It is too disgusting. Was Ranald much hurt?" "Oh, he was hurt awful bad, and he was going to be licked, too. He wouldn't keep cool enough, and he wouldn't use his legs." "Use his legs?" said his mother. "What do you mean?" "That's what Don says, and Yankee made him. Yankee kept calling to him, 'Now get away from him. Use your legs. Get away from him.' And whenever Ranald began to do as he was told, then he got the better of Aleck, and he gave Aleck a terrible hammering, and Don said if Macdonald Bhain had not stopped them, Aleck McRae would not have been able to walk home. He said Ranald was awful. He said he never saw him like he was that day. Wasn't it fine, mother?" "Fine, Hughie," said his mother. "It is anything but fine. It is simply disgusting to see men act like beasts. It is very, very sad. I am very much disappointed in Ranald." "But, mother, Ranald couldn't help it. And anyway, I am glad he gave that Aleck McRae a good thrashing. Yankee said he would never be right until he got it." "You must not repeat what Yankee says," said his mother. "I am afraid his influence is not of the best for any of those boys." "Oh, mother, he didn't set them on," said Hughie, who wanted to be fair to Yankee. "It was when he could not help it that he told Ranald how to do. I'm glad he did, too." "I am very, very sorry about it," said his mother sadly. It was a greater disappointment to her than she cared to acknowledge, either to her husband or to herself. But the commotion caused in the community by the fight was soon swallowed up in the interest aroused by the opening of the new church, an event for which they had made long and elaborate preparation. The big bazaar, for which the women had been sewing for a year or more, was held on Wednesday, and turned out to be a great success, sufficient money being realized to pay for the church furnishing which they had undertaken to provide. The day following was the first of the communion season. In a Highland congregation the communion seasons are the great occasions of the year. For weeks before, the congregation is kept in mind of the approaching event, and on the Thursday of the communion week the season opens with a solemn fast day. The annual fast day, still a national institution in Scotland, although it has lost much of its solemnity and sacredness in some places, was originally associated with the Lord's Supper, and was observed with great strictness in the matter of eating and drinking. And in Indian lands, as in all congregations of that part of the country, the custom of celebrating the fast day was kept up. It was a day of great solemnity in the homes of the people of a godly sort. There was no cooking of meals till after the services, and indeed some of them tasted neither meat nor drink the whole day long. To the younger people of the congregation it was a day of gloom and terror, a kind of day of doom. Even to those advanced in godliness it brought searchings of heart, minute and diligent, with agonies of penitence and remorse. It was a day, in short, in which conscience was invited to take command of the memory and the imagination to the scourging of the soul for the soul's good. The sermon for the day was supposed to stimulate and to aid conscience in this work. For the communion service Mr. Murray always made it a point to have the assistance of the best preachers he could procure, and on this occasion, when the church opening was combined with the sacrament, by a special effort 2 preachers had been procured, a famous divine from Huron County, that stronghold of Calvinism, and a college professor who had been recently appointed, but who had already gained a reputation as a doctrinal preacher, and who was, as Peter McRae reported, grand on the attributes and terrible fine on the law. To him was assigned the honor of preaching the fast day sermon, and of declaring the church open. The new church was very different from the old. Instead of the high crow's nest with the wonderful sounding board over it, the pulpit was simply a raised platform, partly enclosed with the desk in front. There was no precentor's box, over the loss of which Straight Rory did not grieve unduly, inasmuch as the singing was to be led, in the English at least, by John Alec. Henceforth the elders would sit with their families. The elder's seat was gone. Peter McRae's wrath at this being somewhat appeased by his securing for himself one of the short side seats at the right of the pulpit, from which he could command a view of both the minister and the congregation, a position with obvious advantages. The minister's pew was at the very back of the church. It was a great assemblage that gathered in the new church to hear the professor discourse, as doubtless he would, it being the fast day, upon some theme of judgment. With a great swing of triumph in his voice, Mr. Murray rose and announced the 100th Psalm. An electric thrill went through the congregation as, with a wave of his hand, he said, "Let us rise and sing. Now, John, Old 100." Never did John Alec and the congregation of Indian Lands sing as they did that morning. It was the first time that the congregation as a whole had followed the lead of that great ringing voice, and they followed with a joyous, triumphant shout, as of men come to victory. "For why, the Lord our God is good," rolled out the majestic notes of Old 100. "What's the matter, mother?" whispered Hughie, who was standing up in the seat that he might look on his mother's book. "Nothing, darling," said his mother, her face radiant through her tears. After long months of toil and waiting, they were actually singing praise to God in the new church. When the professor arose, it was an eager, responsive congregation that waited for his word. The people were fully prepared for a sermon that would shake them to their souls' depths. The younger portion shivered and shrank from the ordeal. The older and more experienced shivered and waited with not unpleasing anticipations. It did them good, that remorseless examination of their heart's secret depravities. To some it was a kind of satisfaction offered to conscience, after which they could more easily come to peace. With others it was an honest, heroic effort to know themselves and to right themselves with their God. The text was disappointing. "Above all these things, put on charity, which is the bond of perfectness," read the professor from that exquisite and touching passage which begins at the 12th verse of the 15th chapter of Colossians. Love, the bond of perfectness, was his theme, and in simple, calm, lucid speech he dilated upon the beauty, the excellence, and the supremacy of this Christian grace. It was the most godlike of all the virtues, for God was love, and more than zeal, more than knowledge, more than faith, it was the mark of the new birth. Peter McRae was evidently keenly disappointed, and his whole bearing expressed stern disapproval. And as the professor proceeded, extolling and illustrating the supreme grace of love, Peter's hard face grew harder than ever, and his eyes began to emit blue sparks of fire. This was no day for the preaching of smooth things. The people were there to consider and to lament their original and actual sin, and they expected and required to hear of the judgments of the Lord, and to be summoned to flee from the wrath to come. Donald Ross sat with his kindly old face in a glow of delight, but with a look of perplexity on it, which his furtive glances in Peter's direction did not help to lessen. The sermon was delighting and touching him, but he was not quite sure whether this was a good sign in him or no. He set himself now and then to find fault with the sermon, But the preacher was so humble, so respectful, and above all so earnest, that Donald Ross could not bring himself to criticize. The application came under the third head. As a rule, the application to a fast day sermon was delivered in terrifying tones of thunder or in an awful whisper. But today the preacher, without raising his voice, began to force into his hearers' hearts the message of the day. "This is a day for self-examination," he said, and his clear, quiet tones fell into the ears of the people with penetrating power. And self-examination is a wise and profitable exercise. It is an exercise of the soul designed to yield a discovery of sin in the heart and life, and to induce penitence and contrition, and so secure pardon and peace. But too often, my friends, and here his voice became a shade softer, it results in a self-righteous and sinful self-complaisance. What is required is a simple honesty of mind and spiritual illumination, and the latter cannot be without the former. There are those who are ever searching for the marks of a genuinely godly state of heart, and they have the idea that these marks are obscure and difficult for plain people to discover. Make no mistake, my brethren, they are as easily seen as are the apples on a tree. The fruits of the Spirit are as discernible to any one honest enough and fearless enough to look. And the first and supreme of all is that which we have been considering this morning. The question for you and for me, my brethren, is simply this: are our lives full of the grace of love? Do not shrink from the question. Do not deceive yourselves with any substitutes. There are many offering zeal, the gift of prayer or of speech, yea, the gift of faith itself. None of these will atone for the lack of love. Let each ask himself, am I a loving man? With quiet persistence he pursued them into all their relations in life, husbands and wives, fathers and sons, neighbor and neighbor. He would not let them escape. Relentlessly he forced them to review their habits of speech and action, their attitude toward each other as church members, and their attitude toward those without. Behind all refuges and through all subterfuges, he made his message follow them, searching their deepest hearts. And then, with his face illumined as with divine fire, he made his final appeal, while he reminded them of the infinite love that had stooped to save, and that had wrought itself out in the agonies of the cross. And while he spoke his last words, all over the church the women were weeping, and strong men were sitting trembling and pale. After a short prayer, the professor sat down. Then the minister rose, and for some little time stood facing his people in silence, the gleam in his eyes showing that his fervent Highland nature was on fire. "My people," he began, and his magnificent voice pealed forth like a solemn bell, "this is the message of the Lord. Let none dare refuse to hear. It is a message to your minister. It is a message to you. You are anxious for the marks? Search you for this mark." He paused while the people sat looking at him in fixed and breathless silence. Then suddenly he broke forth into a loud cry. "Where are your children at this solemn time of privilege? Fathers, where are your sons? Why were they not with you at the table? Are you men of love? Are you men of love, or by lack of love are you shutting the door of the kingdom against your sons with their fightings and their quarrelings?" Then raising his hands high, he lifted his voice in a kind of wailing chant. "Woe unto you! Woe unto you! Your house is left unto you desolate, and the voice of love is crying over you. Ye would not! Ye would not! O Lamb of God, have mercy upon us! O Christ with the pierced hands, save us!" Again he paused, looking upward, while the people waited with uplifted white faces. "Behold," he cried in a soul-thrilling voice, "I see heaven open, and Jesus standing at the right hand of God, and I hear a voice, 'Turn ye, turn ye, why will ye die?' Lord Jesus, they will not turn." Again he paused. "Listen. 'Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire.' Depart ye. Nay, Lord Jesus, not so. Have mercy upon us." His voice broke in its passionate cry. The effect was overwhelming. The people swayed as trees before a mighty wind, and a voice cried aloud from the congregation, "God be merciful to me, a sinner." It was Macdonald Dubh. At that loud cry, women began to sob, and some of the people rose from their seats. "Be still," commanded the minister. "Rend your hearts and not your garments. Let us pray." And as he prayed, the cries and sobs subsided, and a great calm fell upon all. After prayer, the minister, instead of giving out a closing psalm, solemnly charged the people to go to their homes and to consider that the Lord had come very near them, and adjured them not to grieve the Holy Spirit of God. Then he dismissed them with the benediction. The people went out of the church subdued and astonished, speaking, if at all, in low tones of what they had seen and heard. Immediately after pronouncing the benediction, the minister came down to find Macdonald Dubh, but he was nowhere to be seen. Toward evening Mrs. Murray rode over to his house, but found that he had not returned from the morning service. "He will be at his brother's," said Kirsty, "and Ranald will drive over for him." Immediately Ranald hitched up Lisette and drove over to his uncle's, but as he was returning he sent in word to the manse, his face being not yet presentable, that his father was nowhere to be found. It was Macdonald Bhain that found him at last, in the woods, prone upon his face, and in an agony. "Hugh, man," he cried, "what ails you?" But there were only low groans for answer. "Rise up, man, rise up and come away." Then from the prostrate figure he caught the words, "Depart from me, depart from me, that is the word of the Lord." "That is not the word," said Macdonald Bhain, "for any living man, but for the dead. But come, rise, man, the neighbors will be here in a minute." At that Black Hugh rose. "Let me away," he said. "Let me not see them. I am a lost man." And so his brother brought him home, shaken in spirit and exhausted in body with his long fast and his overpowering emotion. All night through his brother watched with him alone, for Macdonald Dubh would have no one else to see him, till, from utter exhaustion, toward the dawning of the day, he fell asleep. In the early morning the minister and his wife drove over to see him, and leaving his wife with Kirsty, the minister passed at once into Macdonald Dubh's room. But in spite of all his reasoning, in spite of all his readings and his prayers, the gloom remained unbroken, except by occasional paroxysms of fear and remorse. "There is no forgiveness, there is no forgiveness," was the burden of his cry. In vain the minister proclaimed to him the mercy of God. At length he was forced to leave him to attend the question meeting which was to be held in the church that day, but he left his wife behind him. Without a word Mrs. Murray proceeded to make the poor man comfortable. She prepared a dainty breakfast and carried it in to him, and then she sat beside him while he fell into a deep sleep. It was afternoon when Macdonald Dubh awoke and greeted her with his wonted grave courtesy. "You are better, Mr. Macdonald," she said, brightly, "and now I will make you a fresh cup of tea." And though he protested, she hurried out, and in a few moments brought him some tea and toast. Then, while he lay in gloomy silence, she read to him, as she did once before from his Gaelic psalm book, without a word of comment. And then she began to tell him of all the hopes she had cherished in connection with the opening of the new church, and how that day she had felt at last the blessing had come. "And oh, Mr. Macdonald," she said, "I was glad to hear you cry, for then I knew that the Spirit of God was among us." "Glad," said Macdonald Dubh, faintly. "Yes, glad, for a cry like that never comes but when the Spirit of God moves in the heart of a man." "Indeed, I will be thinking that he has cast me off for ever," he said, wondering at this new phase of the subject. "Then you must thank him, Mr. Macdonald, that he has not so done. And the sure proof to you is that he has brought you to cry for mercy. That is a glad cry in the ears of the Saviour. It is the cry of the sheep in the wilderness, that discovers him to the shepherd." And then, without argument, she took him into her confidence, and poured out to him all her hopes and fears for the young people of the congregation, and especially for Ranald, till Macdonald Dubh partly forgot his own fears in hers. And then, just before it was time for Kirsty to arrive from the question meeting, she took her Gaelic Bible and opened at the Lord's Prayer, as she had done once before. "It is a terrible thing to be unforgiven, Mr. Macdonald," she said, "by man or by God. And God is unwilling that any of us should feel that pain, and that is why he is so free with his offer of pardon to all who come with sorrow to him. They come with sorrow to him now, but they will come to him some day with great joy." And then she spoke a little of the great company of the forgiven before the throne, and at the very last a few words about the gentle little woman that had passed out from Macdonald Dubh's sight so many years before. Then, falling on her knees, she began in the Gaelic, "Our Father, which art in heaven." Earnestly and brokenly Macdonald Dubh followed, whispering the petitions after her. When they came to "Forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors," Macdonald Dubh broke forth, "Oh, it is a little thing whatever, it is little I have to forgive." And then, in a clear, firm voice, he repeated the words after her to the close of the prayer. Then Mrs. Murray rose, and taking him by the hand to bid him good bye, she said slowly, "For if ye forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you your trespasses. You have forgiven, Mr. Macdonald." "Indeed, it is nothing," he said, earnestly. "Then," replied Mrs. Murray, "the Lord will not break his promise to you." And with that she went away. On Saturday morning the session met before the service for the day. In the midst of their deliberations the door opened, and Macdonald Bhain and his brother Macdonald Dubh walked in and stood silent before the elders. Mr. Murray rose, astonished, and coming forward, said to Macdonald Bhain, "What is it, Mr. Macdonald? You wish to see me?" "I am here," he said, "for my own sake and for my brother's. We wish to make confession of our sins, in that we have not been men of love, and to seek the forgiveness of God." The minister stood and gazed at him in amazed silence for some moments, and then, giving his hand to Macdonald Dubh, he said, in a voice husky with emotion, "Come away, my brother. The Lord has a welcome for you." And there were no questions that day asked in the session before Macdonald Dubh received his token. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Man from Glengarry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Man from Glengarry, A Tale of the Ottawa, by Ralph Connor. Chapter 16, And the Glory. The first communion in the new church was marked by very great solemnity. There were few new members, but among the older men who had hitherto kept back from the table, there was a manifest anxiety, and among the younger people a very great seriousness. The coming forward of Macdonald Dubh was an event so remarkable as to make a great impression, not only upon all the Macdonald men who had been associated with him so many years in the lumbering, but also upon the whole congregation, to whom his record and reputation were well known. His change of attitude to the church and all its interests, as well as his change of disposition and temperament, were so striking as to leave in no one's mind any doubt as to the genuineness of his change of heart, and every week made this more apparent. A solemn sense of responsibility and an intensity of earnestness seemed to possess him, while his humility and gentleness were touching to see. On the evening of Monday, the day of Thanksgiving in the Sacrament week, a great congregation assembled for the closing meeting of the communion season. During the progress of the meeting, Mr. Murray and the ministers assisting him became aware that they were in the presence of some remarkable and mysterious phenomenon. The people listened to the word with an intensity, response, and eagerness that gave token of a state of mind and heart wholly unusual. Here and there, while the psalms were being sung or prayers being offered, women and men would break down in audible weeping, and in the preaching the speaker was conscious of a power possessing him that he could not explain. At length the last psalm was given out, and the congregation, contrary to their usual custom, by the minister's direction, rose to sing. As John Alec led the people in that great volume of praise, the ministers held a hasty consultation in the pulpit. The professor had never seen anything so marvelous. Mr. Murray was reminded of the days of W.C. Burns. The question was, what was to be done? Should the meetings be continued, or should they close tonight? They had a great fear of religious excitement. They had seen something of the dreadful reaction following a state of exalted religious feeling. It was the beginning of harvest, too. Would it be advisable to call the people from their hard work in the fields to nightly meetings? At length, as the congregation were nearing the close of the psalm, the professor spoke. "Brethren," he said, "this is not our work. Let us leave it to the Lord to decide. Put the question to the people, and abide by their decision." After the psalm was sung, the minister motioned the congregation to their seats, and without comment or suggestion, put before them the question that had been discussed in the pulpit. Was it their desire that the meetings should be continued or not? A deep, solemn silence lay upon the crowded church, and for some time no one moved. Then the congregation were startled to see Macdonald Dubh rise slowly from his place in the middle of the church. "Mr. Murray," he said, in a voice that vibrated strangely, "you will pardon me for letting my voice be heard in this place. It is the voice of a great sinner." "Speak, Mr. Macdonald," said the minister, "and I thank God for the sound of your voice in his house." "It is not for me to make any speeches here. I will only make bold to give my word that the meetings be continued. It may be that the Lord, who has done such great things for me, will do great things for others also." And with that he sat down. "I will take that for a motion," said the minister. "Will anyone second it?" Kenny Crubach at once rose and said, "We are always slow at following the Lord. Let us go forward." The minister waited for some moments after Kenny had spoken, and then said, in a voice grave and with a feeling of responsibility in it, "You have heard these brethren, my people. I wait for the expression of your desire." Like one man, the great congregation rose to their feet. It was a scene profoundly impressive, and with these serious-minded, sober people, one that indicated overwhelming emotion. And thus the great revival began. For 18 months, night after night, every night in the week except Saturday, the people gathered in such numbers as to fill the new church to the door. Throughout all the busy harvest season, in spite of the autumn rains that filled the swamps and made the roads almost impassable, in the face of the driving snows of winter, through the melting ice of the spring, and again through the following summer and autumn, the great revival held on. No fictitious means were employed to stir the emotions of the people or to kindle excitement among them. There were neither special sermons nor revival hymns. The old doctrines were proclaimed, but proclaimed with a fullness and power unknown at other times. The old psalms were sung, but sung perhaps as they had never been before. For when John Aleck's mighty voice rolled forth in its full power, and when his band of trained singers followed, lifting onward with them the great congregation, for every man, woman, and child sang with full heart and open throat, the effect was something altogether wonderful and worth hearing. Each night there was a sermon by the minister, who, for 6 months, till his health broke down, had sole charge of the work. Then the sermon was followed by short addresses or prayers by the elders, and after that the minister would take the men and his wife the women for closer and more personal dealing. As the revival deepened, it became the custom for others than the elders to take part, by reading a psalm or other scripture without comment, or by prayer. There was a shrinking from anything like a violent display of emotion, and from any unveiling of the sacred secrets of the heart. But scripture reading or quoting was supposed to express the thoughts, the hopes, the fears, the gratitude, the devotion that made the religious experience of the speaker. This was as far as they considered it safe or seemly to go. One of the first, outside the ranks of the elders, to take part in this way was Macdonald Dubh. Then Long John Cameron followed, then Peter McGregor and others of the men of maturer years. A distinct stage in the revival was reached when young Alec McRae rose to read his scripture. He was quickly followed by Don, young Findlayson, and others of that age. And from that time onward, the old line that had so clearly distinguished age from youth in respect to religious duty and privilege was obliterated forever. It had been a strange, if not very doubtful, phenomenon to see a young man coming forward, or in any way giving indication of religious feeling, but this would never be again. It was no small anxiety and grief to Mrs. Murray that Ranald, though he regularly attended the meetings, seemed to remain unmoved by the tide of religious feeling that was everywhere surging through the hearts of the people. The minister advised letting him alone, but Mrs. Murray was anxiously waiting for the time when Ranald would come to her. That time came, but not until long months of weary waiting on her part and of painful struggle on his had passed. From the very first of the great movement, his father threw himself into it with all the earnest intensity of his nature, but at the same time with a humility that gave token that the memory of the wild days of his youth and early manhood were never far away from him. He was eager to serve in the work, and was a constant source of wonder to all who had known him in his youth and early manhood. At all the different meetings he was present. Nothing could keep him away. "Night cometh," he said to his brother, who was remonstrating with him. His day's work was drawing to its close. But Ranald would not let himself see the failing of his father's health, and when, in the harvest, the slightest work in the fields would send his father panting to the shade, Ranald would say, "It is the hot weather, father. When the cool days come, you will be better. And why should you be bothering yourself with the work anyway? Surely Yankee and I can look after that." And indeed they seemed to be quite fit to take off the harvest. Day by day Ranald swung his cradle after Yankee with all a man's steadiness till all the grain was cut, and by the time the harvest was over, Ranald had developed a strength of muscle and a skill in the harvest work that made him equal of almost any man in the country. He was all the more eager to have the harvest work done in time, that his father might not fret over his own inability to help. For Ranald could not bear to see the look of disappointment that sometimes showed itself in his father's face when weakness drove him from the field, and it was this that made him throw himself into the work as he did. He was careful also to consult with his father in regard to all the details of the management of the farm, and to tell him all that he was planning to do as well as all that was done. His father had always been a kind of hero to Ranald, who admired him for his prowess with the gun and the axe, as well as for his great strength and courage. But ever since calamity had befallen him, the boy's heart had gone out to his father in a new tenderness, and the last months had drawn the two very close together. It was a dark day for Ranald when he was forced to face the fact that his father was growing daily weaker. It was his uncle, Macdonald Bhain, who finally made him see it. "Your father is failing, Ranald," he said one day toward the close of harvest. "It is the hot weather," said Ranald. "He will be better in the fall." "Ranald, my boy," said his uncle gravely, "your father will fade with the leaf, and the first snow will lie upon him." And then Ranald fairly faced the fact that before long he would be alone in the world. Without any exchange of words, he and his father came to understand each other, and they both knew that they were spending their last days on earth together. On the son's side they were days of deepening sorrow, but with the father every day seemed to bring him a greater peace of mind and a clearer shining of the light that never fades. To his son, Macdonald Dubh never spoke of the death that he felt to be drawing nearer, but he often spoke to him of the life he would like his son to live. His only other confidant in these matters was the minister's wife. To her Macdonald Dubh opened up his heart, and to her more than to anyone else he owed his growing peace and light, and it was touching to see the devotion and the tenderness that he showed to her as often as she came to see him. With his brother, Macdonald Bhain, he made all the arrangements necessary for the disposal of the farm and the payment of the mortgage. Ranald had no desire to be a farmer, and indeed, when the mortgage was paid, there would not be much left. "He will be my son," said Macdonald Bhain to his brother, "and my home will be his while I live." So in every way there was quiet preparation for Macdonald Dubh's going, and when at last the day came, there was no haste or fear. It was in the afternoon of a bright September day, as the sun was nearing the tops of the pine trees in the west. His brother was supporting him in his strong arms, while Ranald knelt by the bedside. Near him sat the minister's wife, and at a little distance Kirsty. "Lift me up, Tonal," said the dying man. "I will be wanting to see the sun again, and then I will be going. I will be going to the land where they will not need the light of the sun. Tonal, Vadeich, it is the good brother you have been to me, and many's the good day we have had together." "Och, Hugh, man, are you going from me?" said Macdonald Bhain with great sorrow in his voice. "Aye, Tonal, for a little." Then he looked for a few moments at Kirsty, who was standing at the foot of the bed. "Come near me, Kirsty," he said, and Kirsty came to the bedside. "You have always been kind to me and mine, and you were kind to her as well, and the reward will come to you." Then he turned to Mrs. Murray and said with a great light of joy in his eyes, "It is you that came to me as the angel of God with a word of salvation, and forevermore I will be blessing you." And then he added, in a voice full of tenderness, "I will be telling her about you." He took Mrs. Murray's hand and tremblingly lifted it to his lips. "It has been a great joy to me," said Mrs. Murray, with difficulty steadying her voice, "to see you come to your Saviour, Mr. Macdonald." "Aye, I know it well," he said, and then he added, in a voice that sank almost to a whisper, "Now you will be reading the prayer." And Mrs. Murray, opening her Gaelic Bible, repeated in her clear, soft voice the words of the Lord's Prayer. Through all the petitions he followed her, until he came to the words, "Forgive us our debts." There he paused. "Ranald, my man," he said, raising his hand with difficulty and laying it upon the boy's head, "you will listen to me now. Some day you will find the man that brought me to this, and you will say to him that your father forgave him freely and wished him all the blessing of God. You will promise me this, Ranald?" said Macdonald Dubh. "Yes, father," said Ranald, lifting his head and looking into his father's face. "And Ranald, you too will be forgiving him?" But to this there was no reply. Ranald's head was buried in the bed. "Ah," said Macdonald Dubh, with difficulty, "you are your father's son, but you will not be laying this bitterness upon me now. You will be forgiving him, Ranald." "Oh, father," cried Ranald, with a breaking voice, "how can I forgive him? How can I forgive the man who has taken you away from me?" "It is no man," replied his father, "but the Lord himself, the Lord who has forgiven your father much. I am waiting to hear you, Ranald." Then with a great sob Ranald broke forth, "Oh, father, I will forgive him," and immediately became quiet, and so continued to the end. After some moments of silence, Macdonald Dubh looked once more toward the minister's wife, and a radiant smile spread over his face. "You will be finishing," he said. Her face was wet with tears, and for a few moments she could not speak. But it was no time to fail in duty, so, commanding her tears, with a clear, unwavering voice, she went on to the end of the prayer. "For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen." "Glory," said Macdonald Dubh after her. "Aye, the glory. Ranald, my boy, where are you? You will be following me, lad, to the glory. She will be asking me about you. You will be following me, lad?" The anxious note in his voice struck Ranald to the heart. "Oh, father, it is what I want," he replied, brokenly. "I will try." "Aye," said Macdonald Dubh, "and you will come. I will be telling her. Now, lay me down, Tonal. I will be going." Macdonald Bhain laid him quietly back on his pillow, and for a moment he lay with his eyes closed. Once more he opened his eyes, and with a troubled look upon his face, and in a voice of doubt and fear, he cried, "It is a sinful man, O Lord, a sinful man." His eyes wandered till they fell on Mrs. Murray's face, and then the trouble and fear passed out of them, and in a gentler voice he said, "Forgive us our debts." Then, feeling with his hand till it rested on his son's head, Macdonald Dubh passed away, at peace with men and with God. There was little sadness and no bitter grief at Macdonald Dubh's funeral. The tone all through was one of triumph, for they all knew his life and how sore the fight had been, and how he had won his victory. His humility and his gentleness during the last few weeks of his life had removed all the distance that had separated him from the people, and had drawn their hearts toward him, and now in his final triumph they could not find it in their hearts to mourn. But to Ranald the sadness was more than the triumph. Through the wild, ungoverned years of his boyhood, his father had been more than a father to him. He had been a friend, sharing a common lot, and without much show of tenderness, understanding and sympathizing with him. And now that his father had gone from him, a great loneliness fell upon the lad. The farm and its belongings were sold. Kirsty brought with her the big box of blankets and linen that had belonged to Ranald's mother. Ranald took his mother's Gaelic Bible, his father's gun and axe, and, with the great deer-hound Bugle and his colt Lisette, left the home of his childhood behind him, and with his Aunt Kirsty went to live with his uncle. Throughout the autumn months he was busy, helping his uncle with the plowing, the potatoes, and the fall work. Soon the air began to nip, and the night's frost to last throughout the shortening day. And then Macdonald Bhain began to prepare wood for the winter, and to make all things snug about the house and barn, and when the first fall of snow fell softly, he took down his broad axe, and then Ranald knew that the gang would soon be off again for the shanties. That night his uncle talked long with him about his future. "I have no son, Ranald," he said, as they sat talking, "and for your father's sake and for your own, it is my desire that you should become a son to me, and there is no one but yourself to whom the farm would go. And glad will I be if you will stay with me. But, stay or not, all that I have will be yours, if it please the Lord to spare you." "I would want nothing better," said Ranald, "than to stay with you and work with you, but I do not draw toward the farm." "And what else would you do, Ranald?" "Indeed, I know not," said Ranald, "but something else than farming. But meantime I should like to go to the shanties with you this winter." And so, when the Macdonald gang went to the woods that winter, Ranald, taking his father's axe, went with them. And so clever did the boy prove himself, that by the time they brought down their raft in the spring, there was not a man in all the gang that Macdonald Bhain would sooner have at his back in a tight place than his nephew Ranald. And indeed those months in the woods made a man out of the long, lanky boy, so that on the first Sabbath after the shantymen came home, not many in the church that day would have recognized the dark-faced, stalwart youth, had it not been that he sat in the pew beside Macdonald Bhain. It was with no small difficulty that the minister's wife could keep her little boy quiet in the back seat, so full of pride and joy was he at the appearance of his hero. But after the service was over, Hughie could be no longer restrained. Pushing his way eagerly through the crowd, he seized upon Ranald and dragged him to his mother. "Here he is, mother!" he exclaimed, to Ranald's great confusion, and to the amusement of all about him. "Isn't he splendid?" And as Ranald greeted Mrs. Murray with quiet, grave courtesy, she felt that his winter in the woods and on the river had forever put behind him his boyhood, and that henceforth he would take his place among the men. And looking at his strong, composed, grave face, she felt that that place ought not to be an unworthy one. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Man from Glengarry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Man from Glengarry, A Tale of the Ottawa, by Ralph Connor. Chapter 17. LeNoir's New Master. The shantymen came back home to find the revival still going on. Not a home but had felt its mighty power, and not a man, woman, or even child but had come more or less under its influence. Indeed, so universal was that power that Yankee was heard to say, "The boys wouldn't go in swimmin' without their New Testaments." Not but that Yankee was in very fullest sympathy with the movement. He was regular in his attendance upon the meetings all through spring and summer, but his whole previous history made it difficult for him to fully appreciate the intensity and depth of the religious feeling that was everywhere throbbing through the community. "Don't see what the excitement's for," he said to Macdonald Bhain one night after meeting. "Seems to me the Almighty just wants a feller to do the right thing by his neighbor and not be too independent, but go 'long kinda humble like and keep clean. Somethin' wrong with me, perhaps, but I don't seem to be able to work up no excitement about it. I'd like to, but somehow it ain't in me." When Macdonald Bhain reported this difficulty of Yankee's to Mrs. Murray, she only said, "What doth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God?" And with this Macdonald Bhain was content, and when he told Yankee, the latter came as near to excitement as he ever allowed himself. He chewed vigorously for a few moments, then, slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, "By jings, that's great! She's all right, ain't she? We ain't all built the same way, but I'm blamed if I don't like her model." But the shantymen noticed that the revival had swept into the church during the winter months a great company of the young people of the congregation, and of these a band of some 10 or 12 young men, with Don among them, were attending daily a special class carried on in the vestry of the church for those who desired to enter training for the ministry. Mrs. Murray urged Ranald to join this class, for even though he had no intention of becoming a minister, still the study would be good for him, and would help him in his after career. She remembered how Ranald had told her that he had no intention of being a farmer or lumberman. And Ranald gladly listened to her, and threw himself into his study, using his spare hours to such good purpose throughout the summer that he easily kept pace with the class in English, and distanced them in his favorite subject, mathematics. But all these months Mrs. Murray felt that Ranald was carrying with him a load of unrest, and she waited for the time when he would come to her. His uncle, Macdonald Bhain, too, shared her anxiety in regard to Ranald. "He is the fine, steady lad," he said one night, walking home with her from the church, "and a good winter's work has he put behind him. He is that queek there is not a man like him on the drive, but he is not the same boy that he was. He will not be telling me anything, but when the boys will be sporting, he is not with them. He will be reading his book, or he will be sitting by himself alone. He is like his father in the courage of him. There's no kind of water he will not face, and no man on the river would put fear on him. And the strength of him! His arms are like steel. But," returning to his anxiety, "there is something wrong with him. He is not at peace with himself, and I wish you could get speech with him." "I would like it too," replied Mrs. Murray. "Perhaps he will come to me. At any rate, I must wait for that." At last, when the summer was over and the harvest all gathered in, the days were once more shortening for the fall, Ranald drove Lisette one day to the manse and went straight to the minister's wife and opened up his mind to her. "I cannot keep my promise to my father, Mrs. Murray," he said, going at once to the heart of his trouble. "I cannot keep the anger out of my heart. I cannot forgive the man that killed my father. I will be waking at night with the very joy of feeling my fingers on his throat, and I feel myself longing for the day when I will meet him face to face and nothing between us. But," he added, "I promised my father, and I must keep my word, and that is what I cannot do, for the feeling of forgiveness is not here," smiting his breast. "I can keep my hands off him, but the feeling I cannot help." For a long time Mrs. Murray let him go on without seeking to check the hot flow of his words, and without a word of reproof. Then, when he had talked himself to silence, She took her Bible and read to him of the servant who, though forgiven, took his fellow servant by the throat, refusing to forgive. And then she turned over the leaves and read once more, God commendeth his love toward us, in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. She closed the book and sat silent, waiting for Ranald to speak. I know, he said, deliberately. I have read that often enough through the winter, but it does not help the feeling I have. I think it only makes it worse. There is some one holding my arm, and I want to strike. And do you forget, said Mrs. Murray, and her voice was almost stern, and do you forget how for you God gave his Son to die? Ranald shook his head. I am far from forgetting that. And are you forgetting the great mercy of God to your father? No, no, said Ranald. I often think of that. But when I think of that man, something stirs within me, and I cannot see for the days before my eyes, and I know that some day I will be at him. I cannot help my feeling. Ranald, said Mrs. Murray, have you ever thought how he will need God's mercy like yourself? And have you never thought that perhaps he has never had the way of God's mercy put before him? To you the Lord hath given much, to him little. It is a terrible thing to be ungrateful for the mercy of God, and it is a shameful thing. It is unworthy of any true man. How can anyone take the fullness of God's mercy and his patience every day and hold an ungrateful heart? She did not spare him, and as Ranald sat and listened, his life and character began to appear to him small and mean and unworthy. The Lord means you to be a noble man, Ranald, a man with the heart and purpose to do some good in the world, to be a blessing to his fellows. And it is a poor thing to be so filled up with selfishness as to have no thought of the honor of God or the good of men. Louis Lenoir has done you a great wrong. But what is that wrong compared with the wrong you have done to him who loved you to his own death? Then she gave him her last word. When you see Louis Lenoir, think of God's mercy, and remember you are to do him good and not evil. And with that word in his heart, Ranald went away, ashamed and humbled, but not forgiving. The time for that had not yet come. But before he left for the shanties, he saw Mrs. Murray again to say good-bye. He met her with a shamed face, fearing that she must feel nothing but contempt for him. "You will think ill of me," he said, and in spite of his self-control, his voice shook. "I could not bear that." "No, I could never think ill of you, Ranald, but I would be grieved to think that you should fail of becoming a noble man, strong and brave, strong enough to forgive, and brave enough to serve." Once more Ranald went to the woods with earnest thoughts in his mind, hoping he should not meet LeNoir, and fighting out his battle to victory. And by the time the drive had reached the big water next spring, that battle was almost over. The days in the silent woods, and the nights spent with his uncle in the camp, and afterward in his cabin on the raft, did their work with Ranald. The timber cut that year was the largest that had ever been known on the upper Ottawa. There was great crowding of rafts on the drive, and for weeks the chutes were full, and when the rafts were all brought together at Quebec, not only were the shores lined and Timber Cove packed, but the broad river was full from Quebec to Lévis, except for the steamboat way which must be kept open. For the firm of Raymond and Sinclair this meant enormous increase of business, and it was no small annoyance that at this crisis they should have detected their Quebec agent in fraud and should have been forced to dismiss him. The situation was so critical that Mr. Sinclair himself, with Harry as his clerk, found it necessary to spend a month in Quebec. He took with him Maimie and her great friend Kate Raymond, the daughter of his partner, and established himself in the Hotel Cheval Blanc. On the whole, Maimie was not sorry to visit the ancient capital of Canada, though she would have chosen another time. It was rather disappointing to leave her own city in the West just at the beginning of the spring gaieties. It was her first season, and the winter had been distinguished by a series of social triumphs. She was the toast of all the clubs and the belle of all the balls. She had developed a rare and fascinating beauty, and had acquired an air so distingué that even her aunt, Miss Sinclair, was completely satisfied. It was a little hard for her to leave the scene of her triumphs and to abandon the approaching gaieties. But Quebec had its compensations, and then there were the De Lacys, one of the oldest English families of Quebec. The Sinclairs had known them for many years. Their blood was unquestionably blue, they were wealthy, and besides, the only son and representative of the family was now lieutenant, attached to the garrison at the citadel. Lieutenant De Lacy suggested possibilities to Maimie. Quebec might be endurable for a month. "What a lovely view, and how picturesque!" Maimie was standing at the window, looking down upon the river with its fleet of rafts. Beside her stood Kate, and at another window Harry. "What a lot of timber," said Harry, "and the town is just full of lumbermen. A fellow said there must be 6,000 of them, so there will be lots of fun." "Fun?" exclaimed Kate. "Fun, rather. These fellows have been up in the woods for some 5 or 6 months, and when they get to town, where there is whiskey and that sort of thing, they just get wild. They say it is awful." "Just horrible," said Maimie in a disgusted tone. "But splendid," said Kate. "That is, if they don't hurt anyone." "Hurt anybody!" exclaimed Harry. "Oh, not at all. They are always extremely careful not to hurt anyone. They are as gentle as lambs. I say, let us go down to the river and look at the rafts." De Lacy was coming up, but it is too late now for him. Besides, we might run across Maimie's man from Glengarry. "Maimie's man from Glengarry!" exclaimed Kate. "Has she a man there, too?" "Nonsense, Kate," said Maimie, blushing. "He is talking about Ranald, you know. One of Aunt Murray's young men up in Glengarry. You have heard me speak of him often." "Oh, the boy that pulled you out of the fire," said Kate. "Yes," cried Harry, striking an attitude, "and the boy that for love of her entered the lists, and in a fistic tournament upheld her fair name, and—" "Oh, Harry, do have some sense," said Maimie, impatiently. "Hush, here comes some one. Lieutenant De Lacy, I suppose." It was the lieutenant, handsome, tall, well-made, with a high-bred, if somewhat dissipated face, an air of blasé indifference a little overdone, and an accent which he had brought back with him from Oxford, and which he was anxious not to lose. Indeed, the bare thought of the possibility of his dropping into the flat semi-nasal of his native land filled the lieutenant with unspeakable horror. "We were just going down to the river," said Maimie, after the introductions were over, "but I suppose it is all old to you, and you would not care to go?" "Ah, charmed, I'm sure." The lieutenant pronounced it "shua." "But it is rather, don't you know, not exactly clean." "He is thinking of his boots," said Harry, scornfully, looking down at the lieutenant's shining patent leathers. "Really," said the lieutenant, mildly, "awfully dirty street, though." "But we want to see the shantymen," said Kate, frankly. "Oh, the men. Very proper, but not so very discriminating, you know." "I love the shantymen," exclaimed Kate, enthusiastically. "Maimie told me all about them." "By Jove, I'll join to-morrow," exclaimed the lieutenant, with gentle excitement. "They would not have you," answered Kate. "Besides, you would have to eat pork and onions and things." The lieutenant shuddered, gazing reproachfully at Kate. "Onions!" he gasped. "And you love them?" "Let us go along, then," said Harry. "We will have a look at them, anyway." "From the windward side, I hope," said the lieutenant, gently. "I am going right on the raft," declared Kate, stoutly, "if we can only find Ranald." "Meaning who, exactly?" questioned De Lacy. "A lumberman whom Maimie adores." "How happy," said De Lacy. "Nonsense, Lieutenant De Lacy," said Maimie, impatiently and a little haughtily. "He is a friend of my aunt's up in the county of Glengarry." "No nonsense about it," said Harry, indignant that his sister should seem indifferent to Ranald. "He is a great friend of us all, and you will see she will fly into his arms." "Heaven forbid!" ejaculated the lieutenant, much shocked. "Harry, how can you be so?" said Maimie, much annoyed. "What will the lieutenant think of me?" "Ah, if I only might tell," said the lieutenant, looking at her with languishing eyes. But already Kate was downstairs and on her way to the street. As they neared the lower town, the narrow streets became more and more crowded with men in the shantymen's picturesque dress, and they had some difficulty in making their way through the jolly, jostling crowds. As they were nearing the river, they saw coming along the narrow sidewalk a burly French Canadian, dressed in the gayest holiday garb of the shantymen, red shirt and sash, corduroys tucked into red top boots, a little round soft hat set upon the back of his black curls, a gorgeous silk handkerchief around his neck, and a big gold watch chain with seals at his belt. He had a bold, handsome face, and swaggered along the sidewalk, claiming it all with an assurance fortified by whiskey enough to make him utterly regardless of any but his own rights. "Hello!" he shouted as he swaggered along. "Make way! I'm de boss bully on de River Hottawa." It was his day of glory, and it evidently pleased him much that the people stood aside to let him pass. Then he broke into song. En roulant ma boule roulant, en roulant ma boule. "This, I suppose, is one of your beloved shantymen," said the lieutenant, turning to Kate, who was walking with Harry behind. "Isn't he lovely?" exclaimed Kate. "Oh!" cried Maimie in terror. "Let us get into a shop." "Quite unnecessary, I assure you," said the lieutenant, indifferently. "I have not the least idea that he will molest you." The lumberman by this time had swaggered up to the party, expecting them to make way, but instead, De Lacy stiffened his shoulder, caught the Frenchman in the chest, and rolled him off into the street. Surprised and enraged, the Frenchman turned to demolish the man who had dared to insult the boss bully on the River Hottawa. "Vous n'avez pas remarqué la demoiselle," said the lieutenant in a tone of politeness. The lumberman, who had swaggered up ready to strike, glanced at Maimie, took off his hat, and made a ceremonious bow. "Eh bien, non, pardon, mam'selle." "Bonjour," said Lieutenant De Lacy with a military salute, and moved on, leaving the lumberman staring after them as if he had seen a vision. "Beauty and the Beast," murmured the lieutenant. "Thought I was in for it, sure. Really wonderful, don't you know." "Do you think we had better go on?" said Maimie, turning to Kate and Harry. "Why not? Why, certainly!" they exclaimed. "These horrid men!" replied Maimie. "Dear creatures," said the lieutenant, glancing at Kate with a mildly pathetic look. "Sweet, but not always fragrant." "Oh, they won't hurt us. Let us go on." "Certainly, go on," echoed Harry, impatiently. "Safe enough, Miss St. Clair, but," pulling out his perfumed handkerchief, "rather trying." "Oh, get on, De Lacy," cried Harry, and so they moved on. The office of Raymond and St. Clair stood near the wharves. Harry paused at the door, not quite sure whether to go in or not. It was easy to discover work in that office. "You might ask if Ranald has come," said Kate. "Maimie is too shy." Harry returned in a few moments, quite excited. "The Macdonald gang are in, and the big Macdonald was here not half an hour ago, and Ranald is down at the raft beyond the last wharf. I know the place." "Oh, do let us go on," cried Kate, to whom Harry had been extolling Ranald on the way down. "You really ought to inspect your timber, Harry, shouldn't you?" "Most certainly, and right away. No saying what might happen." "Awful slush," said the lieutenant, glancing at Maimie's face. "Do you think the timber wouldn't keep for a week?" "Oh, rubbish! A week!" cried Harry. "He is thinking of his boots again." To be quite fair to the lieutenant, it was Maimie's doubtful face rather than his shiny boots that made him hesitate. She was evidently nervous and embarrassed. The gay, easy manner which was her habit was gone. "I think perhaps we had better go, since we are here," she said, doubtfully. "Exactly. It is what I most desired," said the lieutenant, gallantly. Scores of rafts lay moored along the wharves and shore, and hundreds of lumbermen were to be seen everywhere, not only on the timber and wharves, but crowding the streets and the doors of the little saloons. For half an hour they walked along, watching the men at work with the timber on the river. Some were loading the vessels lying at anchor, some were shifting the loose timber about. When they reached the end of the last wharf, they saw a strapping young lumberman, in a shanty costume that showed signs of the woods, running some loose sticks of timber round the end of the raft. With great skill he was handling his pike, walking the big sticks and running lightly over the timber too small to carry him, balancing himself on a single stick while he moved the timber to the bit of open water behind the raft, and all with a grace and dexterity that excited Kate's admiration to the highest degree. "Rather clever, that," said the lieutenant, lazily. "Hello! Close call, that! Ha! Bravo!" It was not often the lieutenant allowed himself the luxury of excitement, but the lumberman running his timber slipped his pike pole and found himself balancing on the edge of open water. With a mighty spring he cleared the open space, touched a piece of small timber that sank under him, and at the next spring landed safe on the raft. Maimie's scream sounded with the lieutenant's bravo. At the cry the young fellow looked up. It was Ranald. "Hello, there!" cried Harry, and with an answering shout Ranald, using his pike as a jumping pole, cleared the open space, ran lightly over the floating sticks, and with another spring reached the shore. Without a moment's hesitation he dropped his pole and came almost running toward them, his face radiant with delight. "Maimie!" he exclaimed, holding out his hand, wet and none too clean. "How do you do?" said Maimie. She had noticed the look of surprise and mild disgust on the lieutenant's face, and she was embarrassed. Ranald was certainly not lovely to look at. His shirt was open at the neck, torn and dirty. His trousers and boots were much the worse of their struggle with the bush. "This is Mr. Macdonald, Lieutenant De Lacy," Maimie hurried to say. The lieutenant offered a limp hand. "Charmed, I'm sure," he murmured. "What?" said Ranald. "Lovely weather," murmured the lieutenant again, looking at his fingers that Ranald had just let go. "Well, old chap," said Harry, grasping Ranald's hand and throwing his arm about his shoulder, "I am awfully glad to find you. We have been hunting you for half an hour. But hold up, here you are. Let me introduce you to Miss Kate Raymond, the best girl anywhere." Kate came forward with a frank smile. "I am very glad to meet you," she said. "I have heard so much about you, and I am going to call you Ranald, as they all do." "How lovely," sighed De Lacy. Her greeting warmed Ranald's heart, that somehow had been chilled in the meeting. Something was wrong. Was it this fop of a soldier, or had Maimie changed? Ranald glanced at her face. No, she was the same, only more beautiful than he had dreamed. But while she was shaking hands with him, there flashed across his mind the memory of the first time he had seen her, and the look of amusement upon her face then, that had given him such deadly offense. There was no amusement now, but there was embarrassment and something else. Ranald could not define it, but it chilled his heart. and at once he began to feel how badly dressed he was. The torn shirt, the ragged trousers, and the old unshapely boots that he had never given a thought to before, now seemed to burn into his flesh. Unconsciously he backed away and turned to go. "Where are you off to?" cried Harry. "Do you think we're going to let you go now? We had hard enough work finding you. Come up to the office and see the governor. He wants to see you badly." Ranald glanced at the lieutenant, immaculate except where the slush had speckled his shiny boots, and then at his own ragged attire. "I think I will not go up now," he said. "Well, come up soon," said Maimie, evidently relieved. "No," said Kate, impetuously. "Come right along now." As she spoke she ranged herself beside him. For a moment or two Ranald hesitated, shot a searching glance at Maimie's face, and then, with a reckless laugh, said, "I will go now," and set off forthwith, Kate proudly marching at one side and Harry on the other, leaving Maimie and the lieutenant to follow after. And a good thing it was for Ranald that he did go that day with Harry to his governor's office. They found the office in a swither, as Harry said, over the revelations of fraud that were coming to light every day, bookkeeper, clerk, and timber checker having all been in conspiracy to defraud the company. "Where have you been, Harry?" said his father in an annoyed tone as his son entered the office. "You don't seem to realize how much there is to do just now." "Looking up Ranald, father," said Harry cheerfully. "Ah, the young man from Glengarry?" said Mr. St. Clair, rising. "I am glad to know you, and to thank you in person for your prompt courage in saving my daughter." "Lucky dog," groaned the lieutenant in an undertone to Maimie. Mr. St. Clair spoke to Ranald of his father and his uncle in words of highest appreciation, and as Ranald listened, the reckless and hard look which had been gathering ever since his meeting with Maimie passed away, and his face became earnest and touched with a tender pride. "I hear about you frequently from my sister, Mr. Macdonald, or shall I say Ranald?" said Mr. St. Clair, kindly. "She apparently thinks something of you." "I am proud to think so," replied Ranald, his face lighting up as he spoke. "But everyone loves her. She is a wonderful woman, and good." "Yes," said Mr. St. Clair, "that's it, wonderful and good." Then Maimie drew nearer. "How is auntie?" she said. "What a shame not to have asked before." "She was very well last fall," said Ranald, looking keenly into Maimie's face, "but she is working too hard at the meetings." "Meetings!" exclaimed Harry. "Aye, for a year and more she has been at them every night till late." "At meetings for a year! What meetings?" cried Harry, astonished. "Oh, Harry, you know about the great revival going on quite well," said Maimie. "Oh, yes, I forgot. What a shame! What is the use of her killing herself that way?" "There is much use," said Ranald, gravely. "They are making bad men good, and the whole countryside is new, and she is the heart of it all." "I have no doubt about that," said Mr. St. Clair. "She will be the head and heart and hands and feet." "You're just right, governor," said Harry, warmly. "There is no woman living like Aunt Murray." There was silence for a few moments. Then Mr. Murray said suddenly, "We are in an awful fix here. Not a man to be found that we can depend upon for bookkeeper, clerk, or checker." Harry coughed slightly. "Oh, of course, Harry is an excellent bookkeeper." Harry bowed low. "While he is at it," added Mr. St. Clair. "Very neat one," murmured the lieutenant. "Now, father, do not spoil a fine compliment in that way," cried Harry. "But now the checker is gone," said Mr. St. Clair, "and that is extremely awkward." "I say," cried Harry, "what will you give me for a checker right now?" Mr. St. Clair looked at him and then at the lieutenant. "Pardon me, Mr. St. Clair," said that gentleman, holding up his hand. "I used to check a little at Rugby, but—" "Not you, by a long hand," interrupted Harry, disdainfully. "This awfully charming brother of yours, so very frank, don't you know," said the lieutenant softly to Maimie, while they all laughed. "But here is your man, governor," said Harry, laying his hand on Ranald. "Ranald!" exclaimed Mr. St. Clair. "Why, the very man. You understand timber, and you are honest." "I will answer for both with my head," said Harry. "What do you say, Ranald?" said Mr. St. Clair. "Will you take a day to think it over?" "No," said Ranald. "I will be your checker." And so Ranald became part of the firm of Raymond and St. Clair. "Come along, Ranald," said Harry. "We will take the girls home and then come back to the office." "Yes, do come," said Kate heartily. Maimie said nothing. "No," said Ranald, "I will go back to the raft first, and then come to the office. Shall I begin tonight?" he said to Mr. St. Clair. "Tomorrow morning will do, Ranald," said Mr. St. Clair. "Come up to the hotel and see us tonight." But Ranald said nothing. Then Maimie went up to him. "Good by just now," she said, smiling into his face. "You will come and see us tonight, perhaps?" Ranald looked at her, while the blood mounted slowly into his dark cheek, and said, "Yes, I will come." "What's the matter with you, Maimie?" said Harry indignantly when they had got outside. "You would think Ranald was a stranger, the way you treat him." "And he is just splendid. I wish he had pulled me out of the fire," cried Kate. "You might try the river," said the lieutenant. "I fancy he would go in. Looks that sort." "Go in!" cried Harry. "He would go anywhere." The lieutenant made no reply. He evidently considered that it was hardly worth the effort to interest himself in the young lumberman. But before he was many hours older, he found reason to change his mind. After taking the young ladies to their hotel, there was still an hour till the lieutenant's dinner. So, having resolved to cultivate the St. Clair family, he proposed accompanying Harry back to the office. As they approached the lower portion of the town, they heard wild shouts, and sauntering down a side street, they came upon their French Canadian friend of the afternoon. He was standing with his back against a wall, trying to beat off 3 or 4 men who were savagely striking and kicking at him, and crying the while, "Gatineau! Gatineau!" It was the Gatineau against the Ottawa. "Our friend seems to have found the object of his search," said the lieutenant, as he stood across the street looking at the melee. "I say, he's a good one, isn't he?" cried Harry, admiring the Ottawa's dauntless courage and his fighting skill. "His eagerness for war will probably be gratified in a few minutes, by the look of things," replied the lieutenant. The Gatineaus were crowding around, and had evidently made up their minds to bring the Ottawa champion to the dust. That they were numbers to 1 mattered not at all. There was little chivalry in a shantymen's fight. "Ha! Rather a good one, that!" exclaimed the lieutenant, mildly interested. "He put that chap out somewhat neatly." He lit a cigar and stood coolly watching the fight. "Where are the Ottawas, the fellow's friends?" said Harry, much excited. "I rather think they camp on another street further down." The Ottawa champion was being sorely pressed, and it looked as if in a moment or two more he would be down. "What a shame!" cried Harry. "Well," said the lieutenant languidly, "it's beastly dirty, but the chap's done rather well, so here goes." Smoking his cigar and followed by Harry, he pushed across the street to the crowd and got right up to the fighters. "Here, you fellows," he called out in a high, clear voice, "what the deuce do you mean, kicking up such a row? Come now, stop and get out of here." The astonished crowd stopped fighting and fell back a little. The calm, clear voice of command and Her Majesty's uniform awed them. "Mon camarade," said the lieutenant, removing his cigar and saluting. "Rather warm, eh?" "You bet, very warm tam," was the reply. "Better get away, mon ami. The odds are rather against you," said the lieutenant. "Your friends are some distance down the next street. You better go along." So saying, he stepped out toward the crowd of Gatineaus who were consulting and yelling. "Excuse me, gentlemen," he said politely, waving his little cane. Those immediately in front gave back, allowed the lieutenant, followed by the Ottawa man and Harry, to pass, and immediately closed in behind. They might have escaped had it not been that the Ottawa man found it impossible to refrain from hurling taunts at them and inviting them to battle. They had not gone more than 2 blocks when there was a rush from behind, and before they could defend themselves they were each in the midst of a crowd, fighting for their lives. The principal attack was, of course, made upon the Ottawa man, but the crowd was quite determined to prevent the lieutenant and Harry from getting near him. In vain they struggled to break through the yelling mass of Gatineaus, who now had become numerous enough to fill the street from wall to wall, and among whom could be seen some few of the Ottawa men trying to force their way toward their champion. By degrees both Harry and De Lacy fought their way to the wall and toward each other. "Looks as if our man has met his Waterloo," said the lieutenant, waiting for his particular man to come again. "What a lot of beasts they are," said Harry disgustedly, beating off his enemy. "Hello, here they come again. We shall have to try another shot, I suppose," said the lieutenant, as the crowd, which had for a few moments surged down the street, now came crushing back, with the Ottawa leader and some half dozen of his followers in the center. "Well, here goes," said De Lacy, leaving the wall and plunging into the crowd, followed by Harry. As they reached the center, a voice called out, "À bas les Anglais!" And immediately the cry, a familiar enough one in those days, was taken up on all sides. The crowd stiffened, and the attack upon the center became more determined than ever. The little company formed a circle, and standing back to back, held their ground for a time. "Make for the wall! Keep together!" cried De Lacy, pushing out toward the side and followed by his company. But one by one the Ottawas were being dragged down and trampled beneath the corked boots of their foes, till only 2 of them, with their leader, beside Harry and De Lacy, were left. At length the wall was gained. There they faced about and for a time held their lives safe. But every moment fresh men rushed in upon them, yelling their cries, "Gatineau! Gatineau! À bas les Anglais!" The Ottawa leader was panting hard, and he could not much longer hold his own. His 2 companions were equally badly off. Harry was pale and bleeding, but still in good heart. The lieutenant was unmarked as yet, and coolly smoking his cigar, but he knew well that unless help arrived, their case was hopeless. "We can't run," he remarked calmly, "but a dignified and speedy retreat is in order if it can be executed. There is a shop a little distance down here. Let us make for it." But as soon as they moved, 2 more of the Ottawas were dragged down and trampled on. "It begins to look interesting," said the lieutenant to Harry. "Sorry you were into this, old chap. It was rather my fault. It is so beastly dirty, don't you know?" "Oh, fault be hanged!" cried Harry. "It's nobody's fault, but it looks rather serious. Get back, you brute!" So saying, he caught a burly Frenchman under the chin with a straight left-hander and hurled him back upon the crowd. "Ah, rather pretty," said the lieutenant mildly. "It is not often you can just catch them that way." They were still a few yards from the shop door, but every step of their advance had to be fought. "I very much fear we can't make it," said the lieutenant quietly to Harry. "We had better back up against the wall here and fight it out." But as he spoke, they heard a sound of shouting down the street a little way, which the Ottawa leader at once recognized, and raising his voice, he cried, "Hottawa! Hottawa! Hottawa à moi!" Swiftly, fiercely came the band of men, some 20 of them, cleaving their way through the crowd like a wedge. At their head, and taller than the others, fought 2 men whose arms worked with the systematic precision of piston rods, and before whom men fell on either hand as if struck with sledge-hammers. "Hottawa à moi! cried the Ottawa champion again, and the relieving party faced in his direction. "I say," said the lieutenant, "that first man is uncommonly like your Glengarry friend." "What, Ranald?" cried Harry. "Then we're all right. I swear it is," he said, after a few moments, and then, remembering the story of the great fight on the Nation, which he had heard from Hughie and Maimie, he raised the Macdonald war cry, "Glengarry! Glengarry!" Ranald paused and looked about him. "Here, Ranald!" yelled Harry, waving his white handkerchief. Then Ranald caught sight of him. "Glengarry!" he cried, and sprang far into the crowd in Harry's direction. "Glengarry! Glengarry forever!" echoed Yankee, for he it was, plunging after his leader. Swift and sharp like the thrust of a lance, the Glengarry men pierced the crowd, which gave back on either side, and soon reached the group at the wall. "How in the world did you get here?" cried Ranald to Harry, then looking about him, cried, "Where is LeNoir? I heard he was being killed by the Gatineaus, and I got a few of our men and came along." "LeNoir? That is our Canadian friend, I suppose," said the lieutenant. "He was here a while ago. By Jove, there he is." Surrounded by a crowd of the Gatineaus, LeNoir, for he was the leader of the Ottawas, was being battered about and like to be killed. "Glengarry!" cried Ranald, and like a lion he leaped upon them, followed by Yankee and the others. Right and left he hurled the crowd aside, and seizing LeNoir, brought him out to his own men. "Who are you?" gasped LeNoir. "Why, no, it is not possible. Yes, it is Yankee for sure, and the Macdonald gang, but," turning to Ranald, "who are you?" he said again. "Never mind," said Ranald, shortly. "Let us get away now, quick. Go on, Yankee." At once, with Yankee leading, the Glengarry men marched off the field of battle, bearing with them the rescued party. There was no time to lose. The enemy far outnumbered them, and would soon return to the attack. "But how did you know we were in trouble, Ranald?" said Harry as he marched along. "I didn't know anything about you," said Ranald. "Some one came and said that the bully of the Ottawa was being killed, so I came along." "And just in time, by Jove," said the lieutenant, aroused from his languor for once. "It was a deucedly lucky thing, and well done too, 'pon my soul." That night, as Ranald and his uncle were in their cabin on the raft, talking over the incidents of the day, and Ranald's plans for the summer, a man stood suddenly in the doorway. "I am Louis LeNoir," he said, "and I have some word to say to the young Macdonald. I am sore here," he said, striking his breast. "I cannot speak your language. I cannot tell." He stopped short, and the tears came streaming down his face. "I cannot tell," he repeated, his breast heaving with mighty sobs. "I would be glad to die, to mak over, to not mak. I cannot say de word what I do to your father. I would give my life," he said, throwing out both his hands. "I would give my life. I cannot say more." Ranald stood looking at him for a few moments in silence when he finished. Then he said slowly and distinctly, "My father told me to say that he forgave you everything, and that he prayed the mercy of God for you. And," added Ranald more slowly, "I forgive you too." The Frenchman listened in wonder, greatly moved, but he could only reiterate his words. "I cannot spik what I feel here." "Sit down, Mr. LeNoir," said Macdonald Bhain, gravely, pointing to a bench, "and I will be telling you something." LeNoir sat down and waited. "Do you see that young man there?" said Macdonald Bhain, pointing to Ranald. "He is the strongest man in my gang, and indeed I will not be putting him below myself." Here Ranald protested. "And he has learned to use his hands as I cannot. And of all the men I have ever seen since I went to the woods, there is not one I could put against him. He could kill you, Mr. LeNoir." The Frenchman nodded his head and said, "Das so, das pretty sure." "Yes, that is very sure. said Macdonald Bhain. "And he made a vow to kill you," went on Macdonald Bhain, "and tonight he saved your life. Do you know why?" "No, not me." "Then I will be telling you. It is the grace of God." LeNoir stared at him, and then Macdonald Bhain went on to tell him how his brother had suffered and struggled long, and how the minister's wife had come to him with the message of the forgiveness of the great God. And then he read from Ranald's English Bible the story of the unforgiving debtor, explaining it in grave and simple speech. That was why, he concluded. It was because he was forgiven, and on his dying bed he sent you the word of forgiveness. And that, too, is the very reason, I believe, why the lad here went to your help this day. I promised the minister's wife I would do you good and not ill when it came to me, said Ranald. But I was not feeling at all like forgiving you. I was afraid to meet you. Afraid? Said LeNoir, wondering that any of that gang should confess to fear. Yes, afraid of what I would do. But now, tonight, it is gone, said Ranald simply. I can't tell you how. Das most surprise, exclaimed LeNoir. Ne comprends pas. I never see like that, me. Yes, it is wonderful, said Macdonald Bhain. It is very wonderful. It is the grace of God, he said again. You maked a good friend wit me? Asked LeNoir, rising and putting his hand out to Macdonald Bhain. Macdonald Bhain rose from his place and stepped toward the Frenchman and took his hand. Yes, I will be friends with you, he said gravely, and I will seek God's mercy for you. Then LeNoir turned to Ranald and said, Will you be friend of me? Is it too moche? Yes, said Ranald slowly, I will be your friend too. It is a little thing, he added, unconsciously quoting his father's words. Then LeNoir turned around to Macdonald Bhain and, striking an attitude, exclaimed, See, you be my boss, I be your man, what you call, slave. I work for nothing, me, das sure. Macdonald Bhain shook his head. You could not belong to us, he said, and explained to him the terms upon which the Macdonald men were engaged. LeNoir had never heard of such terms. You not drink whiskey? Not too much, said Macdonald Bhain. How many glass? 1, 2, 3? I do not know, said Macdonald Bhain. It depends upon the man. He must not take more than is good for him. Bon, said LeNoir, das good. 1 glass, he mak me feel good. 2, das nice, he mak me feel ver funny. 3 glass, yes, das mak me de friend of everybody. 4, das mak me feel big. I walk de big walk. I am de best man in all de place. Das good place for stop, eh? No, said Macdonald Bhain gravely. You need to stop before that. Ver good, me stop him, me. You tak me on for your man? Macdonald Bhain hesitated. LeNoir came nearer him and, lowering his voice, said, I'm ver bad man, me. I like to know how you do dat. What you say? Forgive? You show me how. Come to me next spring, said Macdonald Bhain. Bon, said LeNoir. I be dere on de nation camp. And so he was. And when Mrs. Murray heard of it from Macdonald Bhain that summer, she knew that Ranald had kept his word and had done LeNoir good and not evil. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Man from Glengarry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Man from Glengarry, A Tale of the Ottawa, by Ralph Connor. Chapter 18. He is not of my kind. The story of the riot in which Ranald played so important a part filled the town and stirred society to its innermost circles, those circles, namely, in which the de Lacys lived and moved. The whole town began talking of the Glengarry men, and especially of their young leader who had, with such singular ability and pluck, rescued the Ottawas with Harry and Lieutenant De Lacy from their perilous position. The girls had the story from Harry's lips, and in his telling of it Ranald's courage and skill certainly lost nothing. But to Maimie, while it was pleasant enough for her to hear of Ranald's prowess, and while she enjoyed the reflected glory that came to her as his friend, the whole incident became altogether hateful and distressing. She found herself suddenly famous in her social world. Every one was talking of her, but to her horror was connecting Ranald's name with hers in a most significant way. It was too awful, and if her Aunt Frances should hear of it, the consequences would be quite too terrible for her to imagine. She must stop the talk at once. Of course, she meant to be kind to Ranald. He had done her great service, and he was her Aunt Murray's friend, and besides, she liked him. How much she hardly cared to say to herself. She had liked him in Glengarry, there was no doubt of that, but that was 2 years ago, and in Glengarry everything was different. There every one was just as good as another, and these people were all her Aunt Murray's friends. Here the relations were changed. She could not help feeling that however nice he might be, and however much she might like him, Ranald was not of her world. "Well, tell him so. Let him see that," said Kate, with whom Maimie was discussing her difficulty. "Yes, and then he would fly off, and we would never see him again," said Maimie. "He's as proud as any one." "Strange, too," said Kate, "when he has no money to speak of." "You know I don't mean that, and I don't think it's very nice of you. You have no sympathy with me." "In what way?" "Well, in this very unpleasant affair. Every one is talking about Ranald and me, as if we had some understanding." "And have you not? I thought—" Kate hesitated to remind Maimie of certain confidences she had received 2 years ago after her friend had returned from Glengarry. "Oh, absurd! Just a girl and boy affair," said Maimie, impatiently. "Then there's nothing at all," said Kate, with a suspicion of eagerness in her voice. "No, of course not. That is, nothing really serious." "Serious? You mean you don't care for him at all?" Kate looked straight at her friend. "Oh, you are so awfully direct. I don't know. I do care. He's nice in many ways, and I know he likes me, and I would hate to wound him. But then, you know, he's not just one of us. You know what I mean." "Not exactly," said Kate, quietly. "Do you mean he is not educated?" "Oh, no, I don't mean education altogether. How very tiresome you are. He has no culture and manners and that sort of thing." "I think he has very fine manners. He is a little quaint, but you can't call him rude." "Oh, no, he's never rude. Rather abrupt, but, oh dear, don't you know? What would Aunt Frank say to him?" Kate's lip curled a little. "I'm very sure I can't say, but I can imagine how she would look." "Well, that's it." "But," went on Kate, "I can imagine, too, how Ranald would look back at her if he caught her meaning." "Well, perhaps," said Maimie, with a little laugh. "And that's just it. Oh, I wish he were—" "A lieutenant?" suggested Kate. "Well, yes, I do," said Maimie, desperately. "And if he were, you would marry him," said Kate, a shade of contempt in her tone that Maimie failed to notice. "Yes, I would." Kate remained silent. "There now, you think I am horrid, I know," said Maimie. "I suppose you would marry him if he were a mere nobody." "If I loved him," said Kate, with slow deliberation and a slight tremor in her voice, "I'd marry him if he were a shantyman." "I believe you would," said Maimie, with a touch of regret in her voice. "But then, you've no Aunt Frank." "Thank Providence," replied Kate under her breath. "And I'm sure I don't want to offend her. Just listen to this." Maimie pulled out a letter, and turning over the pages, found the place and began to read. I am so glad to hear that you are enjoying your stay in Quebec. Fine old city. Gates and streets, old days. Noble citadel, glorious view. Finest in the world. No, that isn't it. Oh, yes, here it is. The De Lacys are a very highly connected English family, and very old friends of my friends, the Lord Archers, with whom I visited in England, you know. The mother is a dear old lady, so stately and so very particular, with old-fashioned ideas of breeding and manners, and of course very wealthy. Her house in Quebec is said to be the finest in the province, and there are some English estates, I believe, in their line. Lieutenant de Lacy is her only son, and from what you say, he seems to be a very charming young man. He will occupy a very high place some day. I suppose Kate will. Oh, yes. And if Mrs. de Lacy wishes you to visit her, you must accept. And tell Kate that I should be delighted if she could accompany me on a little jaunt through the Eastern States. I have asked permission of her father, but she wrote you herself about that, didn't she? And then listen to this. How very odd you should have come across the young man from Glengarry again. Mac Lennon, is it? Mac something or other. Your Aunt Murray seems to consider him a very steady and worthy young man. I hope he may not degenerate in his present circumstances and calling, as so many of his class do. I am glad your father was able to do something for him. These people ought to be encouraged. Now, you see?" Maimie's tone was quite triumphant. "Yes," said Kate, "I do see. These people should be encouraged to make our timber for us that we may live in ease and luxury, and even to save us from fire and from bloodthirsty mobs, as occasions may offer. But as for friendships and that sort of thing—" "Oh, Kate," burst in Maimie, almost in tears, "you are so very unkind. You know quite well what I mean." "Yes, I know quite well. You would not invite Ranald, for instance, to dine at your house, to meet your Aunt Frank and the Evanses and the Langfords and the Maitlands," said Kate, spacing her words with deliberate indignation. "Well, I would not, if you put it that way," said Maimie petulantly, "and you wouldn't either." "I would ask him to meet every Maitland of them if I could," said Kate, "and it wouldn't hurt them either." "Oh, you are so peculiar," said Maimie, with a sigh of pity. "Am I?" said Kate. "Ask Harry," she continued, as that young man came into the room. "No, you needn't mind," said Maimie. "I know well he will just side with you. He always does." "How very amiable of me," said Harry. "But what's the particular issue?" "Ranald," said Kate. "Then I agree at once. Besides, he is coming to supper next Sunday evening." "Oh, Harry!" exclaimed Maimie in dismay. "On Sunday evening?" "He can't get off any other night. Works all night, I believe, and would work all Sunday, too, if his principals didn't mercifully interfere. He will be boss of the concern before summer is over." "Oh, Harry!" said Maimie in distress. "And I asked Lieutenant de Lacy and his friend Mr. Sims for Sunday evening." "Sims!" cried Harry. "Little cad!" "I'm sure he's very nice," said Maimie. "And his family—" "Oh, hold up! Don't get on to your ancestor worship," cried Harry, impatiently. "Anyway, Ranald's coming up Sunday evening." "Well, it will be very awkward," said Maimie. "I don't see why," said Kate. "Oh," cried Harry, scornfully, "he will have on his red flannel shirt and a silk handkerchief, and his trousers will be in his boots. That's what Maimie is thinking of." "You are very rude, Harry," said Maimie. "You know quite well that Ranald will not enjoy himself with the others. He has nothing in common with them." "Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, Maimie," said Kate. "I will talk to Ranald." But Maimie was not quite sure how she should like that. "You are just your Aunt Frank over again," said Harry in a disgusted tone. "Clothes and people." Maimie was almost in tears. "I think you are both very unkind. You know Ranald won't enjoy it. He will be quite miserable, and they'll just laugh at him." "Well, they'd better laugh at him when he isn't observing," said Harry. "Do you think Ranald would really mind?" interposed Kate, addressing Harry. "Do you think he will feel shy and awkward?" Perhaps we'd better have him another evening." "No," said Harry, decidedly. "He is coming, and he's coming on Sunday evening. He can't get off any other night. And besides, I'd have to lie to him, and he has an unpleasant way of finding you out when you're doing it. And once he does find out why he is not asked for Sunday evening, then you may say good bye to him for good and all." "Oh, no fear of that," said Maimie, confidently. "Ranald has good sense, and I know he will come again." "Well," cried Harry, "if you are not going to treat him as you would treat De Lacy and that idiotic Sims, I won't bring him." And with that he flung out of the room. But Harry changed his mind, for next Sunday evening, as the young ladies with De Lacy and his friend were about to sit down to supper in their private parlor, Harry walked in with Ranald, and announced in triumph, "The man from Glengarry." Maimie looked at him in dismay, and indeed she well might, for Ranald was dressed in his most gorgeous shanty array, with red flannel shirt and silk handkerchief, and trousers tucked into his boots. Sims gazed at him as if he were an apparition. It was Kate who first broke the silence. "We are delighted to see you," she cried, going forward to Ranald with hands outstretched. "You are become quite a hero in this town." "Quite, I assure you," said the lieutenant in a languid voice, but shaking Ranald heartily by the hand. Then Maimie came forward and greeted him with ceremonious politeness, and introduced him to Mr. Sims, who continued to gaze at the shantyman's attire with amused astonishment. The supper was not a success. Ranald sat silent and solemn, eating little and smiling not at all, although Mr. Sims executed his very best jokes. Maimie was nervous and visibly distressed, and at the earliest possible moment broke up the supper party and engaged in conversation with the lieutenant and his witty friend, leaving Harry and Kate to entertain Ranald. But in spite of all they could do, a solemn silence would now and then overtake the company, till at length Maimie grew desperate, and turning to Ranald, said, "What are you thinking of? You are looking very serious?" "He is thinking of home and mother," quoted Mr. Sims in a thin, piping voice, following his quotation with a silly giggle. Kate flushed indignantly. "I am quite sure his thoughts will bear telling," she said. "I am sure they would," said Maimie, not knowing what to say. "What were they, Mr. Macdonald?" "I was thinking of you," said Ranald, gravely, looking straight at her. "How lovely," murmured the lieutenant. "And of your aunt, Mrs. Murray, and of what they would be doing this night." "And what would that be?" said Kate, coming to the relief of her friend. But Ranald was silent. "I know," cried Harry. "Let's see, it is 10 o'clock. They will all be sitting in the manse dining room before the big fire, or no, they will be in the parlor where the piano is, and John Aleck will be there, and they will be singing." And he went on to describe his last Sabbath evening 2 years before in the Glengarry manse. As he began to picture his aunt and her work, his enthusiasm carried him away and made him eloquent. "I tell you," he concluded, "she's a rare woman, and she has 100 men there ready to die for her, eh, Ranald?" "Yes," said Ranald, and his deep voice vibrated with intense feeling. "They would just die for her, and why not? She is a great woman and a good." His dark face was transformed, and his eyes glowed with an inner light. In the silence that followed, Kate went to the harmonium and began to play softly. Ranald stood up as to go, but suddenly changed his mind and went over and stood beside her. "You sing, don't you?" said Kate as she played softly. "You ought to just hear him," said Harry. "Oh, what does he sing?" "I only sing the psalm tunes in church," said Ranald, "and a few hymns." "Ye gods!" ejaculated the lieutenant to Maimie. "Psalms and hymns, and how the fellow knocked those Frenchmen about!" "Sing something, Kate, won't you?" said Maimie, and Kate, without a word, began the beautiful air from Mendelssohn's St. Paul. But the Lord is mindful of his own, singing it with a power of expression marvelous in so young a girl. Then, without further request, she glided into the lovely aria, "O Rest in the Lord." It was all new and wonderful to Ranald. He did not dream that such majesty and sweetness could be expressed in music. He sat silent, with eyes looking far away, and face alight with the joy that filled his soul. "Oh, thanks very much," murmured the lieutenant when Kate had finished. "Lovely thing, that aria, don't you know?" "Very nice," echoed Mr. Sims, "and so beautifully done, too." Ranald looked from one to the other in indignant surprise, and then turning away from them to Kate, said in a tone almost of command, "Sing it again." "I'll sing something else," she said. "Did you ever hear—" "No, I never heard anything at all like that," interrupted Ranald. "Sing some more like the last." The deep feeling showing in his face and in his tone touched Kate. "How would this do?" she replied. "It is a little high for me, but I'll try." She played a few introductory chords, and then began that sweetest bit of the greatest of all the oratorios, "He shall feed his flock," and from that passed into the soul-moving "He was despised," from the same noble work. The music suited the range and quality of her voice perfectly, and she sang with her heart thrilling in response to the passionate feeling in the dark eyes fixed upon her face. She had never sung to any one who listened as Ranald now listened to her. She forgot the others. She was singing for him, and he was compelling her to her best. She was conscious of a subtle sense of mastery overpowering her, and with a strange delight she yielded herself to that commanding influence. But as she sang she began to realize that he was thinking not of her, but of her song, and soon she too was thinking of it. She knew that his eyes were filled with the vision of the man of sorrows of whom she sang, and before she was aware, the pathos of that lonely and despised life, set forth in the noble words of the ancient prophet, was pouring forth in the great master's music. When the song was ended, no one spoke for a time, and even Mr. Sims was silent. Then the lieutenant came over to the harmonium, and leaning toward Kate, said in an earnest voice, unusual with him, "Thank you, Miss Raymond. That was truly great." "Great indeed," said Harry with enthusiasm. "I never heard you sing like that before, Kate." But Ranald sat silent, finding no words in which to express the thoughts and feelings her singing had aroused in him. There is that in noble music which forbids unreality, rebukes frivolity into silence, subdues ignoble passions, soothes the heart's sorrow, and summons to the soul high and holy thoughts. It was difficult to begin the conversation. The trivial themes of the earlier part of the evening seemed foreign to the mood that had fallen upon the company. At length Mr. Sims ventured to remark, with a giggle, "It's awfully fine, don't you know, but a trifle funereal. Makes one think of graves and that sort of thing. Very nice, of course," he added apologetically to Kate. Ranald turned and regarded the little man for some moments in silence, and then with unutterable scorn exclaimed, "Nice! Man, it's wonderful, wonderful to me, whatever. Makes me think of all the great things I ever saw." "What things?" Kate ventured to say. For a few moments Ranald paused, and then replied, "It makes me think of the big pine trees waving and wailing over me at night, and the big river rolling down with the moonlight on it, and other things." "What other things, Ranald?" persisted Kate. But Ranald shook his head and sat silent for some time. Then he rose abruptly. "I will be going now," he said. "You will come again soon, Ranald?" said Maimie, coming toward him with a look on her face that reminded him of the days in the Glengarry manse. She had forgotten all about his red shirt and silk handkerchief. As Ranald caught that look, a great joy leaped into his eyes for a moment, then faded into a gaze of perplexity. "Yes, do come," added Kate. "Will you sing again?" he asked, bluntly. "Yes, indeed," she replied, with a slight blush, "if you want me to." "I will come. When? To-morrow night?" "Yes, certainly, to-morrow night," said Kate, blushing deeply now, for she noticed the slight smile on Harry's face, and the glance that passed between Mr. Sims and the lieutenant. Then Ranald said good night. "I have never had such pleasure in my life," he said, holding her hand a moment, and looking into her eyes that sparkled with a happy light. "That is," he added with a swift glance at Maimie, "from music or things like that." Kate caught the glance, and the happy light faded from her eyes. "Good night," said Ranald, offering his hand to Maimie. "I am glad I came now. It makes me think of the last night at the manse, although I am always thinking of it," he added, simply, with a touch of sadness in his voice. Maimie's face grew hot with blushes. "Yes," she answered hurriedly. "Dear Aunt Murray." He stood a moment or two as if about to speak, while Maimie waited in an agony of fear, not knowing what to expect in this extraordinary young man. Then he turned abruptly away, and with a good night to De Lacy and a nod to Mr. Sims, strode from the room. "Great Caesar's ghost!" exclaimed the lieutenant. "Pardon me, but has anything happened? That young man now and then gives me a sense of tragedy. What has taken place?" he panted, weakly. "Nonsense," laughed Maimie. "Your nervous system is rather delicate." "Ah, thanks. No doubt that's it. Miss Kate, how do you feel?" "I," said Kate, waking suddenly, "thank you, quite happy." "Happy," sighed De Lacy. "Ah, fortunate young man." "Great chap that," cried Harry, coming back from seeing Ranald to the door. "Very," said De Lacy, so emphatically that every one laughed. "Some one really ought to dress him, though," suggested Mr. Sims, with a slight sneer. "Why?" said Kate, quietly, facing him. "Oh, well, you know, Miss Raymond," stammered Mr. Sims, "that sort of attire, you know, is hardly the thing for the drawing room, you know." "He is a shantyman," said Maimie, apologetically, "and they all dress like that. I don't suppose that he has any other clothes with him." "Oh, of course," assented Mr. Sims, retreating before this double attack. "Besides," continued Kate, "it is good taste to dress in the garb of your profession, isn't it, Lieutenant De Lacy?" "Oh, come now, Miss Kate, that's all right," said the lieutenant, "but you must draw the line somewhere, you know. Those colors, now, you must confess, are a little startling. You didn't mind the colors when he saved you the other day from that awful mob." "One for you, De Lacy," cried Harry. "Quite right," answered the lieutenant, "but don't mistake me. I distinguish between a fellow and his clothes." "For my part," said Kate, "I don't care how a man is dressed. If I like him, I like him should he appear in a blanket and feathers." "Don't speak of it," gasped the lieutenant. "Do let's talk of something else," said Maimie, impatiently. "Delighted, I'm sure," said De Lacy. "And that reminds me that madam was thinking of a picnic down the river this week. Just a small company, you know. The man would drive her down and take the hamper and things, and we would go down by boat. Awful pull back, though," he added, regretfully, "but if it should give any pleasure, delighted, you know," bowing gallantly to the ladies. "Delightful!" cried Maimie. "And Ranald pulls splendidly," said Kate. Maimie looked at her, wondering how she knew that. "I don't think Ranald can get away every day. I'm sure he can't, can he, Harry?" she said. "No," said Harry, "no more can I, worse luck. The governor is sticking awfully close to work just now." "And of course you can't be spared," said Kate, mockingly. "But couldn't you both come later? We could wait tea for you." "Might," said Harry. "I shall make my best endeavor for your sake," bowing toward Kate. "But I am doubtful about Ranald. Perhaps we'd better not." "Why, certainly, old chap," said the lieutenant. "What's the matter?" "Well, the fact is," blurted out Harry, desperately, "I don't want to drag in Ranald. I like him awfully, but you may feel as if he were not quite one of us. You know what I mean. Your mother doesn't know him." Harry felt extremely awkward, knowing that he came perilously near to suspecting the lieutenant of the most despicable snobbery. "Why, certainly," repeated the lieutenant. "That's all right. Bring your Glengarry man along if any one wants him." "I do," said Kate, decidedly. "Kismet," replied the lieutenant. "It is decreed. The young man must come, for I suspect he is very much one of us." But of this the lieutenant was not quite so certain by the time the day of the picnic had arrived. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Man from Glengarry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Man from Glengarry, A Tale of the Ottawa, by Ralph Connor. Chapter 19, One Game at a Time. The Glengarry men were on the Montreal boat, leaving for home. Macdonald Bhain's farewell to his nephew was full of sadness, for he knew that henceforth their ways would lie apart, and full of solemn warnings against the dangers of the city where Ranald was now to be. "It is a wicked place, and the pitfalls are many, and they are not in the places where the eyes will be looking for them. Ye are taking the way that will be leading you from us all, and I will not be keeping you back, nor will I be laying any vows upon you. You will be a true man, and you will keep the fear of God before your eyes, and you will remember that a Macdonald never fails the man that trusts him." And long after the great man was gone, his last words kept tugging at Ranald's heart. "Ranald, lad, remember us up yonder in the Indian lands," he said, holding his hand with a grip that squeezed the bones together. "We will be always thinking of you, and more than all, at the Bible class and the meetings she will be asking for you and wondering how you are doing, and by night and by day the door will be on the latch for your coming. For, laddie, laddie, you are a son to me, and more." The break in the big Macdonald's voice took away from Ranald all power of speech, and without a word of reply he had to let his uncle go. Yankee's goodbye was characteristic. "Well, guess I'll get along. Wish you were comin' back with us, but you've struck your gait, I guess, and you're goin' to make quite a dust. Keep your wind till the last quarter, that's where the money's lost. I ain't 'fraid of you, you're green, but they can't break you. Keep your left eye on the suckers. There ain't no danger from the feller that rips and rares and gits up on his hind legs, but the feller that sidles round and sorter chums it up to you and wants to pay for your drinks, by jings, kick him. And say," Yankee's voice here grew low and impressive, "git some clothes. These here are all right for the woods, but with them people clothes counts an awful lot. It's the man inside that wins, but the clothes is outside. Git 'em and git 'em good. None of your second-hand Jew outfits. It'll cost, of course, but," here Yankee closed up to Ranald, "but here's a wad. Ain't no particular use to me." Then Ranald smote him in the chest and knocked him back against a lumber pile. "I know you," he cried. "You would be giving me the coat off your back. If I would be taking money from any man, I'd take it from you. But let me tell you, I will have no money that I do not earn." Then, seeing Yankee's disappointed face, he added, "But indeed I owe you for your help to me and mine when help was needed sore, more than I can ever pay back." Then, as they shook hands, Ranald spoke again, and his voice was none too steady. "And I have been thinking that I would like you to have Lisette, for it may be a long time before I will be back again, and I know you will be good to her, and if ever I need your help in this way, I promise I will come to you." Yankee chewed his quid of tobacco hard and spat twice before he could reply. Then he answered slowly, "Now look ye here, I'll take that little mare and look after her, but the mare's yours, and if, which I don't think will happen, if you don't come back soon, why, I will send you her equivalent in cash. But I'd rather see you come back for it." It was with a very lonely heart that Ranald watched out of sight the steamboat that carried to their homes in the Indian lands the company of men who had been his comrades for the long months in the woods and on the river, and all the more that he was dimly realizing that this widening blue strip of flowing river was separating him forever from the life he so passionately loved. As his eyes followed them, he thought of the home-coming that he would have shared, their meetings at the church door, the grave hand-shakings from the older folk, the saucy hurrahs from the half-grown boys, the shy blushing glances from the maidens, and last and dearest of all, the glad, proud welcome in the sweet, serious face with the gray-brown eyes. It was with the memory of that face in his heart that he turned to meet what might be coming to him, with the resolve that he would play the man. "Hello, old chap, who's dead?" It was Harry's gay voice. "You look like a tomb." He put his arm through Ranald's and walked with him up the street. "Where are you going now?" he asked, as Ranald walked along in silence. "To get some clothes." "Thank the great powers!" ejaculated Harry to himself. "What? And where are you going to get them?" "I do not know. Some store, I suppose." Ranald had the vaguest notions not only of where he should go, but of the clothes in which he ought to array himself, but he was not going to acknowledge this to his friend. "You can't get any clothes fit to wear in this town," said Harry in high contempt. Ranald's heart sank. "But come along, we will find something." As they passed in front of the little French shops with windows filled inside and out with ready-made garments, Ranald paused to investigate. "Oh, pshaw!" cried Harry. "Don't know what you'll get here. We'll find something better than this cheap stuff." And Ranald, glad enough of guidance, though uncertain as to where it might lead him, followed meekly. "What sort of a suit do you want?" said Harry. "I don't know," said Ranald, doubtfully. It had never occurred to him that there could be any great difference in suits. There had never been any choosing of suits with him. "Like yours, I suppose," he continued, glancing at Harry's attire, but adding cautiously, "if they do not cost too much." "About $40," said Harry, lightly. Then, noticing the dismayed look on Ranald's face, he added quickly, "But you don't need to spend that much, you know. I say, you let me manage this thing." And fortunate it was for Ranald that he had his friend's assistance in this all-important business. But it took all Harry's judgment, skill, and delicacy of handling to pilot his friend through the devious ways of outfitters, for Ranald's ignorance of all that pertained to a gentleman's wardrobe was equaled only by the sensitive pride on the one hand that made him shrink from appearing poor and mean, and by his Scotch caution on the other that forbade undue extravagance. It was a hard hour and a half for them both, but when all was over, Ranald's gratitude more than repaid Harry for his pains. "Come up tonight," said Harry, as they stood at the door of the Hotel du Nord, where Ranald had taken up his quarters. "No," said Ranald, abruptly, unconsciously glancing down at his rough dress. "Then I'll come down here," said Harry, noting the glance. "I will be very glad," replied Ranald, his face lighting up, for he was more afraid than he cared to show of the lonely hours of that night. It would be the first night in his life away from his own kin and friends. But he was not so glad when, after tea, as he stood at the door of the hotel, he saw sauntering toward him not only Harry, but also Lieutenant De Lacy and his friend Mr. Sims. "These fellows would come along," explained Harry. "I told them you didn't want them." "Showed how little he knew," said the lieutenant. "I told him you would be delighted." "Will you come in?" said Ranald, rather grudgingly, though there is nothing much inside. "What a bear," said Mr. Sims to Harry, disgustedly, in a low voice. "Nothing much," said the lieutenant. "A good deal, I should say, from what one can hear." "Oh, that is nothing," replied Ranald. "The boys are having some games." The bar room was filled with men in shanty dress. some sitting with chairs tipped back against the wall, smoking the black French twist tobacco, others drinking at the bar, and others still at the tables that stood in one corner of the room, playing cards with loud exclamations and oaths of delight or disgust, according to their fortune. The lieutenant pushed his way through the crowd, followed by the others. "A jolly lot, by Jove!" he exclaimed, looking with mild interest on the scene. "And with the offer of some sport, too," he added, glancing at the card players in the corner, where men were losing their winter's wages. "What will you take?" said Ranald, prompted by his Highland sense of courtesy. "And would you have it in the next room?" "Anywhere," said the lieutenant, with alacrity. "A little brandy and soda for me. Nothing else in these places is worth drinking." Ranald gave the order, and with some degree of pride noticed the obsequious manner of the bartender toward him and his distinguished guests. They passed into an inner and smaller room lit by 2 or 3 smoky lamps in brackets on the walls. In this room, sitting at one of the tables, were 2 Frenchmen playing écarté. As the lieutenant entered, one of them glanced up and uttered an exclamation of recognition. "Ah, it is our warlike friend," cried De Lacy, recognizing him in return. "You play this game also," he continued in French. "Not moche," said LeNoir, for it was he, with a grand salute. "Will the capitaine join, and his friends?" Ranald shook his head and refused. "Come along," said the lieutenant eagerly to Ranald. The game was his passion. "Mr. Sims, you will. Harry, what do you say?" "I will look on with Ranald." "Oh, come in, Macdonald," said the lieutenant. "The more the better, and we'll make it poker. You know the game," he said, turning to LeNoir. "And your friend I have not the pleasure?" "Mr. Rouleau," said Ranald and LeNoir together, presenting the young Frenchman, who spoke and looked like a gentleman. "Do you play the game?" said the lieutenant. "A very leetle, but I can learn him." "That's right," cried the lieutenant approvingly. "What do you say, Ranald?" said Harry, who also loved the game. "No," said Ranald shortly, "I never play for money." "Make it pennies," said Mr. Sims with a slight laugh. "Go on, De Lacy," said Harry, angry at Mr. Sims's tone. "You've got 4, that'll do." "Oh, very well," said De Lacy, his easy, languid air returning to him. "What shall it be? Quarter chips with a $1 limit? Brandy and soda, Mr. LeNoir? And you, Mr. Rouleau? 2 more glasses, garçon." And the game began. From the outset Rouleau steadily won, till his chips were piled high in front of him. "You play the game well," said the lieutenant. "Shall we raise the limit?" "As you lack," said Rouleau with a polite bow. "Let's make it $5," suggested Mr. Sims, to which all agreed. But still the game was Rouleau's, who grew more and more excited with every win. The lieutenant played coolly and with seeming indifference, in which he was imitated by Mr. Sims, the loss of a few dollars being a matter of small moment to either. "It would make it more interesting if we made it $1 to play," at length said Mr. Sims. The suggestion was accepted, and the game went on. At once the luck began to turn, and in a half hour's play Rouleau's winnings disappeared and passed over to the lieutenant's hand. In spite of his bad luck, however, Rouleau continued to bet eagerly and recklessly until Ranald, who hated to see the young lumberman losing his season's wages, suggested that the game come to an end. "The night is early," said the lieutenant, "but if you have had enough," he said, bowing to LeNoir and Rouleau. "Non," exclaimed Rouleau. "The fortune will to me encore. We mak it de $2 to play. Dat will brak de luck." "I think you ought to stop it," said Harry. But the demon of play had taken full possession of both Rouleau and the lieutenant, and they were not to be denied. Rouleau took from his pocket a roll of bills and counted them. $50, he cried. "Bon, I play him, me." The others deposited a like sum before them, and the game proceeded. The deal was De Lacy's. After a few moments' consideration, Mr. Sims and LeNoir each drew 3 cards. In a tone of triumph which he could not altogether suppress, Rouleau exclaimed, "These are good enough for me." The lieutenant drew 1 card, and the betting began. Twice Rouleau, when it came to his turn, bet the limit, the others contenting themselves by raising $1. On the 3rd round, LeNoir, remarking, "Das leetle too queek for me," dropped out. Once more Rouleau raised the bet to the limit, when Mr. Sims refused and left the game to him and the lieutenant. There was no mistaking the eager triumph in the Frenchman's pale face. He began to bet more cautiously, his only fear being that his opponent would call too soon. Dollar by dollar the bet was raised, till at last Rouleau joyously gathered his last chips, raised the bet once more by the limit, exclaiming as he did so, "Alas, there is no more." He had played his season's wages that night, but now he would recover all. De Lacy, whose coolness was undisturbed, though his face showed signs of his many brandy and sodas, covered the bet. "Hola!" exclaimed Rouleau in triumph. "It is to me." He threw down his cards and reached for the pile. "Excuse me," said the lieutenant, quietly looking at Rouleau's cards. "Ah, a straight flush, queen high." Coolly he laid his cards on the table. "Thought you might have had the ace," he said, languidly leaning back in his chair. He too held a straight flush, but with the king. Rouleau gazed, thunderstruck. "Mordioux!" he exclaimed excitedly. "The deal was from you." "Mine," said De Lacy quietly, looking up at the excited Frenchman. "Ah!" cried Rouleau, beside himself. "It is what you call one cheat! Cheat!" The lieutenant sat up straight in his chair. "Do you mean that I cheated you?" he said, with slow emphasis. "Beware what you say." "Oui!" cried the Frenchman. "Sacré, so I mean!" Before the words had well left his lips, and before anyone could interfere, De Lacy shot out his arm, lifted the Frenchman clear off his feet, and hurled him to the floor. "Stop, you coward!" Ranald stood before the lieutenant with eyes blazing and breath coming quick. "Coward?" said De Lacy, slowly. "You hit a man unprepared." "You are prepared, I suppose," replied De Lacy deliberately. "Yes, yes," cried Ranald eagerly, the glad light of battle coming into his eyes. "Good," said De Lacy, slowly putting back his chair and proceeding to remove his coat. "Glengarry!" cried LeNoir, raising the battle cry he had cause to remember so well, and flinging off his coat upon the floor, he patted Ranald on the back, yelling, "Go in, bully boy!" "Shut the door, LeNoir," said Ranald quickly, "and keep it shut." "De Lacy!" cried Harry, "this must not go on. Ranald, think what you are doing." "You didn't notice his remark, apparently, St. Clair," said the lieutenant, calmly. "Never mind," cried Harry. "He was excited, and anyway, the thing must end here." "There is only one way. Does he retract?" said De Lacy, quietly. "Ranald," Harry cried, beseechingly, "you know he is no coward. You did not mean that." By this time Ranald had himself in hand. "No," he said, regretfully, forcing himself to speak the truth. "I know he is no coward. I have seen him where no coward would be. But," he added, "he struck a man unguarded, and that was a coward's blow." "Macdonald," said De Lacy, deliberately, "you are right. True, he called me a cheat, but I should have given him time. Still," he added, rolling up his sleeves, "I hope you will not deprive yourself or me of the privilege of settling this little business." "I will be glad," said Ranald, his eyes once more lighting up. "Very glad indeed, if you wish." "Nonsense!" cried Harry, passionately. "I tell you I will not have it. He has given you ample apology, De Lacy. And you, Ranald, I thought a Macdonald never fought except for sufficient cause." Harry remembered the fighting rule of the Macdonald gang. "That is true," said Ranald, gravely, "but it was a cruel blow," pointing to Rouleau, who, supported by LeNoir, was sitting on a chair, his face badly cut and bleeding. And that, too, after taking from him the wages of 6 months in the bush. "I suppose you admit the game was fair," said the lieutenant, moving nearer to Ranald, the threat in his tone evident to all. "The game was fair," said Ranald, facing De Lacy, "but I will say the lad was no fair match for you. He chose to risk his money, which you were not willing to do." De Lacy felt that he was being put in an unpleasant light, and was determined to anger Ranald beyond control. Ranald caught the sneer. "If I did not play," he cried hotly, "it was for no fear of you or any of you. It was no man's game whatever," he continued, contemptuously. "Now, De Lacy," cried Harry again, "let this stop. The man who fights will first fight me." "Perhaps Mr. Macdonald would show us how the game should be played," said Mr. Sims, coming as near to a sneer as he dared. "It would not be hard to show you this game," said Ranald, ignoring Mr. Sims, and looking the lieutenant in the eyes, "or perhaps the other." "Good!" cried Harry, gladly seizing the opportunity of averting a fight. "The game! Take your places, gentlemen." The lieutenant hesitated for a moment as if uncertain what to do. Then, with a slight laugh, he said, "Very well. One thing at a time. The other can wait." "Come on," cried Harry. "Who goes in? LeNoir, you?" LeNoir looked at Ranald. "What you say?" "No," said Ranald, shortly. "This is my game." With that he turned aside from the table and spoke a few words in a low tone to LeNoir, who assisted Rouleau from the room, and after some minutes' absence returned with a little linen bag. Ranald took the bag and began to count out some money upon the table before him. "I will play to $100," he said. The lieutenant and Mr. Sims each laid the same amount before them upon the table. "I have not so much on me," said Harry, "but perhaps my IOU will do?" "What shall we say?" said Mr. Sims. "$1 to play and $5 limit?" "Say 5.25," said De Lacy, who was commanding himself with a great effort. "Is that too high?" said Harry, looking toward Ranald. "No," said Ranald. "The higher the better." It was soon evident that Ranald knew the game. He had learned it during the long winter nights in the shanty from Yankee, who was a master at it, and he played it warily and with iron nerve. He seemed to know as by instinct when to retreat and when to pursue, and he played with the single purpose of bleeding the lieutenant dry. Often did he refuse to take toll of Harry or Mr. Sims when opportunity offered, but never once did he allow the lieutenant to escape. "You flatter me," said the lieutenant sarcastically, as Ranald's purpose became increasingly clear. "I will have from you all you have won," replied Ranald in a tone of such settled resolve that it seemed as if nothing could prevent the accomplishment of his purpose. In vain the lieutenant sought to brace his nerves with his brandy and sodas. He played now recklessly and again with over caution, while Ranald, taking advantage of every slip and every sign of weakness, followed him with relentless determination. With such stakes the game was soon over. It was not long before the lieutenant was stripped of his 100, while Harry and Mr. Sims had each lost smaller amounts. "You will try another 100?" said the lieutenant, burning to get revenge. Without a word Ranald laid down his 100. The others did likewise, and once more the game proceeded. There was no change in Ranald's play. Thorough knowledge of the game, absolute self-command, an instinctive reading of his opponent's mind, and unswerving purpose soon brought about the only result possible. The lieutenant's second 100, with a part of Harry's and Mr. Sims's, passed into Ranald's possession. Again De Lacy challenged to play. "No," said Ranald, "I have done." He put back into his linen bag his $100, counted out 200, and gave it to LeNoir, saying, "That is Rouleau's," and threw the rest upon the table. "I want no man's money," he said, "that I do not earn." The lieutenant sprang to his feet. "Hold!" he cried. "You forget there is something else." "No." said Ranald, as Harry and Mr. Sims put themselves in De Lacy's way. "There is nothing else tonight. Another day, and any day you wish, you can have the other game." And with that he passed out of the room. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Man from Glengarry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Man from Glengarry, A Tale of the Ottawa, by Ralph Connor. Chapter 20, Her Clinging Arms. The ancient capital of Canada, the old grey queen of the mighty St. Lawrence, is a city of many charms and of much stately beauty. Its narrow, climbing streets, with their quaint shops and curious gables, its old market, with chaffering habitant farmers and their wives, are full of living interest. Its noble rock, crowned with the ancient citadel, and its sweeping tidal river, lend it a dignity and majestic beauty that no other city knows. And everywhere about its citadel and walls and venerable sacred buildings, there still linger the romance and chivalry of heroic days long gone. But there are times when neither the interests of the living present nor the charms of the romantic past can avail, and so a shadow lay upon Maimie's beautiful face as she sat in the parlor of the Hotel de Cheval Blanc, looking out upon the mighty streets and the huddled roofs of the lower town. She held in her hand an open note. "It is just awfully stupid," she grumbled, "and I think pretty mean of him." "Of whom, may I ask?" said Kate, pausing in her singing. "Or is there any need? What says the gallant lieutenant?" Maimie tossed her the note. "The picnic is postponed. Well, of course, the rain told us that, and he is unavoidably prevented from calling and entreats your sympathy and commiseration. Well, that's a very nice note, I am sure." "Where has he been these 3 days? He might have known it would be stupid, and Harry gives no one satisfaction." Maimie was undeniably cross. "And Ranald, too," she went on. "Where has he been? Not even your music could bring him," with a little spice of spite. "I think men are just horrid, anyway." "Especially when they will keep away," said Kate. "Well, what are they good for if not to entertain us? I wish we could do without them. But I do think Ranald might have come." "Well," said Kate, emphatically, "I can't see why you should expect him." "Why not?" "I think you ought to know." "I? How should I know?" Maimie's innocent blue eyes were wide open with surprise. "Nonsense!" cried Kate, with impatience rare in her. "Don't be absurd, Maimie. I am not a child." "What do you mean?" "You needn't tell me you don't know why Ranald comes. Do you want him to come?" "Why, of course I do. How silly you are." "Well," said Kate, deliberately, "I would rather be silly than cruel and unkind." "Why, Kate, how dreadful of you!" exclaimed Maimie. "Cruel and unkind!" "Yes," said Kate, "you are not treating Ranald well. You should not encourage him to care for you when you do not mean to go on with it." "Oh, what nonsense! Ranald is not a baby. He will not take any hurt." "Oh, Maimie," said Kate, and her voice was low and earnest, "Ranald is not like other men. He does not understand things. He loves you, and he will love you more every day if you let him. Why don't you let him go?" "Let him go!" cried Maimie. "Who's keeping him?" But as she spoke, the flush in her cheek and the warm light in her eye told more clearly than words that she did not mean to let him go just then. "You are," said Kate, "and you are making him love you." "Why, how silly you are!" cried Maimie. "Of course he likes me, but—" "No, Maimie," said Kate, with sad earnestness, "he loves you. You can see it in the way he looks at you, in his voice when he speaks, and oh, you shouldn't let him unless you mean to go on. Send him right away." There were tears in Kate's dark eyes. "Why, Katie," cried Maimie, looking at her curiously, "what difference does it make to you? And besides, how can I send him away? I just treat him as I do Mr. De Lacy." "De Lacy!" cried Kate, indignantly. "De Lacy can look after himself, but Ranald is different. He is so serious and so honest, and he means just what he says, and you are so nice to him, and you look at him in such a way." "Why, Kate, do you mean that I try to?" Maimie was righteously indignant. "You perhaps don't know," continued Kate, "but you can't help being fascinating to men. You know you are, and Ranald believes you so, and you ought to be quite straightforward with him." Poor Kate could no longer command her voice. "There now," said Maimie, caressing her friend, not unpleased with Kate's description of her. "I'm going to be good. I will just be horrid to both of them, and they'll go away. But, oh, dear, things are all wrong. Poor Ranald," she said to herself. "I wonder if he will come to the picnic on Saturday." Kate looked at her friend a moment and wiped away her tears. "Indeed, I hope he will not," she said, indignantly, "for I know you mean to just lead him on. I have a mind to tell him." "Tell him what?" said Maimie, smiling. "Just what you mean to do." "I wish you would tell me that." "Now I tell you, Maimie," said Kate, "if you go on with Ranald so any longer, I will just tell him you are playing with him." "Do," said Maimie, scornfully, "and be careful to make clear to him at the same time that you are speaking solely in his interest." Kate's face flushed red at the insinuation, and then grew pale. She stood for some time looking in silence at her friend, and then, with a proud flash of her dark eyes, she swept from the room without a word. Nor did Maimie see her again that afternoon, though she stood outside her door entreating with tears to be forgiven. Poor Kate! Maimie's shaft had gone too near a vital spot, and the wound amazed and terrified her. Was it for Ranald's sake alone she cared? Yes, surely it was. Then why this sharp new pain under the hand pressing hard upon her heart? Oh, what did that mean? She put her face in her pillow to hide the red that she knew was flaming in her cheeks, and for a few moments gave herself up to the joy that was flooding her whole heart and soul and all her tingling veins. Oh, how happy she was! For long she had heard of the Glengarry lad from Maimie and more from Harry, till there had grown up in her heart a warm, admiring interest. And now she had come to know him for herself. How little, after all, had they told her of him! What a man he was! How strong and how fearless! How true hearted, and how his eyes could fill with love! She started up. Love? Love? Ah, where was her joy? How chill the day had grown, and how hateful the sunlight on the river. She drew down the blind and threw herself once more upon the bed, shivering and sick with pain, the bitterest that heart can know. Once more she started up. "She is not worthy of him," she exclaimed aloud. "Her heart is not deep enough. She does not, cannot love him. And oh, if some one would only let him know." She would tell him herself. No, no. Maimie's sharp arrow was quivering still in her heart. Once more she threw herself upon the bed. How could she bear this that had stricken her? She would go home. She would go to her mother to-morrow, go away forever from ah, could she? No, anything but that. She could not go away. Over the broad river the warm sunlight lay with kindly glow, and the world was full of the soft, sweet air of spring and the songs of mating birds. But the hours passed, and over the river the shadows began to creep, and the whole world grew dark, and the songs of the birds were hushed to silence. Then from her room Kate came down with face serene, and but for the eyes that somehow made one think of tears, without a sign of the storm that had swept her soul. She did not go home. She was too brave for that. She would stay and fight her battle to the end. That was a dreary week for Ranald. He was lonely and heartsick for the woods and for his home and friends, but chiefly was he oppressed with the sense of having played the fool in his quarrel with De Lacy, whom he was beginning to admire and like. He surely might have avoided that, and yet whenever he thought of the game that had swept away from Rouleau all his winter's earnings, and of the cruel blow that had followed, he felt his muscles stiffen and his teeth set tight in rage. No, he would do it all again, nor would he retreat one single step from the position he had taken, but would see his quarrel through to the end. But worst of all, he had not seen Maimie all the week. His experience with Harry in the ordering of his suit had taught him the importance of clothes, and he now understood, as he could not before, Maimie's manner to him. That would be it, he said to himself, and no wonder. What would she do with a great coarse tyke like me? Then, in spite of all his loyalty, he could not help contrasting with Maimie's uncertain and doubtful treatment of him, the warm, frank friendliness of Kate. She did not mind my clothes, he thought, with a glow of gratitude, but sharply checking himself, he added, "But why should she care?" It rather pleased him to think that Maimie cared enough to feel embarrassed at his rough dress. So he kept away from the Hotel de Cheval Blanc till his new suit should be ready. It was not because of his dress, however, that he steadily refused Harry's invitation to the picnic. "No, I will not go," he said, with blunt decision, after listening to Harry's pleading. "It is Lieutenant De Lacy's picnic, and I will have nothing to do with him, and indeed, he will not be wanting me." "Oh, he's forgotten all about that little affair," cried Harry. "Has he? Indeed, then, if he is a man, he has not." "I guess he hasn't remembered much of anything for the last week," said Harry, with a slight laugh. "Why not?" "Oh, pshaw, he's been on a big tear. He only sobered up yesterday." "Huh!" grunted Ranald, contemptuously. He had little respect for a man who did not know when he had had enough. "What about his job?" he asked. "His job? Oh, I see. His job doesn't worry him much. He's absent on sick leave. But he's all fit again, and I know he will be disappointed if you do not come tomorrow." "I will not go," said Ranald, with final decision, "and you can tell him so, and you can tell him why." And Harry did tell him with considerable fullness and emphasis not only of Ranald's decision, but also Ranald's opinion of him, for he felt that it would do that lordly young man no harm to know that a man whom he was inclined to patronize held him in contempt, and for cause. The lieutenant listened for a time to all Harry had to say with apparent indifference. Then suddenly interrupting him, he said, "Oh, I say, old chap, I wouldn't rub it in if I were you. I have a more or less vague remembrance of having rather indulged in heroics. One can't keep his head with poker and unlimited brandy and sodas. They don't go together. It's a thing I almost never do, never in a big game, but the thing got interesting before I knew. But I say, that Glengarry chap plays a mighty good game. Must get him on again. Feels hot, eh? I will make that all right. And what's the French chap's name? Boileau, Rondeau, Rouleau. Yes, and where could one see him? I can find out from LeNoir, who will be somewhere near Ranald. You can't get him away from him." "Well, do," said the lieutenant, lazily. "Bring LeNoir to see me. I owe that Rouleau chap an apology. Beastly business. And I'll fix it up with Macdonald. He has the right of it, by Jove. Rather lucky, I fancy, he didn't yield to my solicitations for a try at the other game. From what I remember of the street riot, eh? Would not mind having a go at him with the gloves, though. I will see him tomorrow morning. Keep your mind at rest." Next morning, when LeNoir came to his work, he was full of the lieutenant's praises to Ranald. "Das fine feller, le capitaine, eh? Das de grand seigneur for sure. He's makied all right with Rouleau. He's paid de cash money, and he's makied de good posish for him, and set him up the champagne too, by gar." "Huh!" grunted Ranald. "Run that crib around the boom there, LeNoir. Break it up, and keep your gang moving today." "Bon," said LeNoir with alacrity. "I give him the big move, me." But however unwilling Ranald was to listen to LeNoir singing the lieutenant's praises, when he met Harry at noon in the office, he was even more enthusiastic than LeNoir in his admiration of De Lacy. "I never saw the likes of him," he said. "He could bring the birds out of the trees with that tongue of his. Indeed, I could not have done what he did, whatever. Man, but he is a gentleman." "And are you going this evening?" "That I am," said Ranald. "What else could I do? I could not help myself. He made me feel that mean that I was ready to do anything." "All right," said Harry, delighted. "I will take my canoe around for you after 6." "And," continued Ranald, with a little hesitation, "he told me he would be wearing a jersey and duck trousers, and I think that was very fine of him." "Why, of course," said Harry, quite mystified. "What else would he wear?" Ranald looked at him curiously for a moment and said, "A swallow tail, perhaps, or a blanket, maybe," and he turned away, leaving Harry more mystified than ever. Soon after 6 Harry paddled around in his canoe and gave the stern to Ranald. What a joy it was to him to be in a canoe stern again, to feel the rush of the water under his knees, to have her glide swiftly on her soundless way down the full-bosomed, sun-bathed river, to see her put her nose into the little waves and gently, smoothly push them asunder with never a splash or swerve, to send her along straight and true as an arrow in its flight, and then flip, flip, to swing her off a floating log or around an awkward boat lumbering with clumsy oars. That was to be alive again. Oh, the joy of it! Of all things that move to the will of man, there is none like the canoe. It alone has the sweet, smooth glide, the swift, silent dart answering the paddle sweep, the quick swerve in response to the turn of the wrist. Ranald felt as if he could have gladly paddled on right out to the open sea, but sweeping around a bend, a long, clear call hailed them, and there, far down at the bottom of a little bay, at the foot of the big scarred and wrinkled rock, the smoke and glimmer of the camp fire could be seen. A flip of the stern paddle, and the canoe pointed for the waving figure, and under the rhythmic sweep of the paddles sped like an arrow down the waters, sloping to the shore. There, on a great rock, stood Kate, directing their course. "Here's a good landing," she cried. Right at the dock dashed the canoe at full speed. A moment more and her dainty nose would be battered out of all shape on the cruel rock, but a strong back stroke, a turn of the wrist, flip, and she lay floating quietly beside the rock. "Splendid!" cried Kate. "Well done, by Jove!" exclaimed the lieutenant, who was himself an expert with the paddle. "I suppose you have no idea how fine you look," cried Kate. "And I am quite sure," answered Harry, "you have no suspicion of what a beautiful picture you all make." And a beautiful picture it was. The great rocky cliff in the background, tricked out in its new spring green of moss and shrub and tree, the grassy plot at its foot where a little stream gurgled out from the rock, the blazing camp fire with the little group about it, and in front the sunlit river. How happy they all were, and how ready to please and to be pleased. Even little Mr. Sims had his charm. And at the making of the tea, which Kate had taken in charge, with Ranald superintending, what fun there was with burning of fingers and upsetting of kettles. And then the talk and the laughter at the lieutenant's brilliant jokes, and the chaffing of the lumbermen over their voracious appetites. It was an hour of never to be forgotten pleasure. They were all children again, and with children's hearts were happy in childhood's simple joys. And why not? There are no joys purer than those of the open air, of grass and trees flooded with the warm light and sweet scents of the soft springtime. Too soon it all came to an end, and then they set off to convoy the stately old lady to her carriage at the top of the cliff. Far in front went Kate, disdaining the assistance of Harry and Mr. Sims, who escorted her. Near at hand the lieutenant was in attendance upon Maimie, who seemed to need his constant assistance, for the way was rough, and there were so many jutting points of rock for wonderful views, and often the very prettiest plants were just out of reach. Last of all came Madame de Lacy, climbing the steep path with difficulty and holding fast to Ranald's arm. With charming grace she discoursed of the brave days of old, in which her ancestors had played a worthy part. An interesting tale it was, but in spite of all her charm of speech and grace of manner, Ranald could not keep his mind from following his heart and eyes that noted every step and move of the beautiful girl, flitting in and out among the trees before them. And well it was that his eyes were following so close, for as she was reaching for a dainty spray of golden birch, holding by the lieutenant's hand, the treacherous moss slipped from under Maimie's feet, and with a piercing shriek she went rolling down the sloping mountainside, dragging her escort with her. Like a flash of light Ranald dropped madame's arm, and seizing the top of a tall birch that grew up from the lower ledge, with a trick learned as a boy in the Glengarry woods, he swung himself clear over the edge, and dropping lightly on the mossy bank below, threw himself in front of the rolling bodies, and seizing them, held fast. In another moment, leaving the lieutenant to shift for himself, Ranald was on his knees beside Maimie, who lay upon the moss, white and still. "Some water, for God's sake!" he cried hoarsely to De Lacy, who stood dazed beside him, and then, before the lieutenant could move, Ranald lifted Maimie in his arms, as if she had been an infant, and bore her down to the river's edge, and laid her on the grassy bank. Then, taking up a double handful of water, he dashed it in her face. With a little sigh, she opened her eyes, and letting them rest upon his face, said gently, "Oh, Ranald, I am so glad I am so sorry I have been so bad to you." She could say no more, but from her closed eyes two great tears made their way down her pale cheeks. "Oh, Maimie, Maimie," said Ranald in a broken voice, "tell me you are not hurt." Again she opened her eyes and said, "No, I am not hurt, but you will take me home. You will not leave me." Her fingers closed upon his hand. With a quick, strong clasp, he replied, "I will not leave you." In a few minutes she was able to sit up, and soon they were all about her, exclaiming and lamenting. "What a silly girl I am," she said, with a little tremulous laugh, "and what a fright I must have given you all." "Don't rise, my dear," said Madame de Lacy, "until you feel quite strong." "Oh, I am quite all right," said Maimie, confidently. "I am sure I am not hurt in the least." "Oh, I am so thankful," cried Kate. "It is the Lord's mercy," said Ranald, in a voice of deep emotion. "Are you quite sure you are not hurt?" said Harry, anxiously. "Yes, I really think I am all right, but what a fright I must look." "Thank God," said Harry, fervently. "I guess you're improving," at which they all laughed. "Now I think we must get home," said Madame de Lacy. "Do you think you can walk, Maimie?" "Oh, yes," cried Maimie, and taking Ranald's hand, she tried to stand up, but immediately sank back with a groan. "Oh, it is my foot," she said. "I am afraid it is hurt." "Let me see," cried Harry. "I don't think it is broken," he said, after feeling it carefully, "but I have no doubt it is a very bad sprain. You can't walk, for certain." "Then we shall have to carry her," said Madame de Lacy, and she turned to her son. "I fear I can offer no assistance," said the lieutenant, pointing to his arm which was hanging limp at his side. "Why, Albert, are you hurt? What is the matter? You are hurt," cried his mother, anxiously. "Not much, but I fear my arm is useless. You might feel it," he said to Ranald. Carefully Ranald passed his hand down the arm. "Say nothing," whispered the lieutenant to him. "It's broken. Tie it up some way." Without a word Ranald stripped the bark of a birch tree, and making a case, laid the arm in it and bound it firmly with his silk handkerchief. "We ought to have a sling," he said, turning to Kate. "Here," said Madame de Lacy, untying a lace scarf from her neck. "Take this." Kate took the scarf, and while Ranald held the arm in place, she deftly made it into a sling. "There," said the lieutenant, "that feels quite comfortable. Now let's go." "Come, Maimie, I'll carry you up the hill," said Harry. "No," said Ranald, decidedly. "She will go in the canoe. That will be easier." "Quite right," said the lieutenant. "Sims, perhaps you will give my mother your arm, and if Miss Kate will be kind enough to escort me, we can all four go in the carriage. But first we shall see the rest of the party safely off." "Come then, Maimie," said Harry, approaching his sister. "Let me carry you." But Maimie glanced up at Ranald, who, without a word, lifted her in his arms. "Put your arm about his neck, Maimie," cried Harry. "You will go more comfortably that way. Ranald won't mind," he added, with a laugh. At the touch of her clinging arms the blood mounted slowly into Ranald's neck and face, showing red through the dark tan of his skin. "How strong you are," said Maimie softly, "and how easily you carry me. But you would soon tire of me," she added with a little laugh. "I would not tire forever," said Ranald, as he laid her gently down in the canoe. "I shall send the carriage to the wharf for you," said Madame de Lacy, "and you will come right home to me, and you too, Miss Raymond." Ranald took his place in the stern, with Maimie reclining in the canoe so as to face him. "You are sure you are comfortable?" he said, with anxious solicitude in his tone. "Quite," she replied, with a cosy little snuggle down among the cushions placed around her. "Then let her go," cried Ranald, dipping in his paddle. "Good by," cried Kate, waving her hand at them from the rock. "We'll meet you at the wharf. Take good care of your invalid, Ranald." With hardly a glance at her, Ranald replied, "You may be sure of that," and with a long, swinging stroke, shot the canoe out into the river. For a moment or two Kate stood looking after them, and then, with a weary look in her face, turned, and with the lieutenant followed Madame de Lacy and Mr. Sims. "You are tired," said the lieutenant, looking into her face. "Yes," she replied, with a little sigh, "I think I am tired." The paddle home was all too short to Ranald, but whether it took minutes or hours he could not have told. As in a dream he swung his paddle and guided his canoe. He saw only the beautiful face and the warm light in the bright eyes before him. He woke to see Kate on the wharf before them, and for a moment he wondered how she came there. Once more, as he bore her from the canoe to the carriage, he felt Maimie's arms clinging about his neck, and heard her whisper, "You will not leave me, Ranald." And again he replied, "No, I will not leave you." Swiftly the De Lacy carriage bore them through the crooked, climbing streets of the city and out along the country road, then up a stately avenue of beeches, and drew up before the stone steps of a noble old chateau. Once more Ranald lifted Maimie in his arms and carried her up the broad steps and through the great oak paneled hall into Madame de Lacy's own cosy sitting room, and there he laid her safely in a snug nest of cushions prepared for her. There was nothing more to do but to say good by and come away, but it was Harry that first brought this to Ranald's mind. "Good by, Ranald," said Maimie, smiling up into his face. "I cannot thank you for all you have done today, but I am sure Madame de Lacy will let you come to see me sometimes." "I shall always be glad to see you," said the little lady, with gentle, old-fashioned courtesy, "for we both owe much to you this day." "Thank you," said Ranald, quietly. "I will come," and passed out of the room, followed by Harry and Kate. At the great hall door Kate stood and watched them drive away, waving her hand in farewell. "Good by," cried Harry. "Don't forget us in your stately palace." But Ranald made no reply. He had no thought for her. But still she stood and watched the carriage till the beeches hid it from her view, and then, with her hand pressed against her side, She turned slowly into the hall. As the carriage rolled down the stately avenue, Ranald sat absorbed in deepest thought, heeding not his companion's talk. "What's the matter with you, Ranald? What are you thinking of?" at last cried Harry, impatiently. "What?" answered Ranald, in strange confusion. "I cannot tell you." Unconsciously as he spoke, he put up his hand to his neck, for he was still feeling the pressure of those clinging arms, and all the way back the sounds of the rolling wheels and noisy rattling streets wrought themselves into one sweet refrain, "You will not leave me, Ranald," and often in his heart he answered, "No, I will not," with such a look on his face as men wear when pledging life and honor. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Man from Glengarry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Man from Glengarry, A Tale of the Ottawa, by Ralph Connor. Chapter 21. I Will Remember. The Albert was by all odds the exclusive club in the capital city of Upper Canada, for men were loath to drop the old name. Its members belonged to the best families, and moved in the highest circles, and the entree was guarded by a committee of exceeding vigilance. They had a very real appreciation of the rights and privileges of their order, and they cherished, for all who essayed to enter, the most lofty ideal. Not wealth alone could purchase entrance within those sacred precincts, unless, indeed, it were of sufficient magnitude and distributed with judicious and unvulgar generosity. A tinge of blue in the common red blood of humanity commanded the most favorable consideration, but when there was neither cerulean tinge of blood nor gilding of station, the candidate for membership in the Albert was deemed unutterable in his presumption, and rejection absolute and final was inevitable. A single black ball shut him out. So it came as a surprise to most outsiders, though not to Ranald himself, when that young gentleman's name appeared in the list of accepted members in the Albert. He had been put up by both Raymond and St. Clair, but not even the powerful influence of these sponsors would have availed with the members had it not come to be known that young Macdonald was a friend of Captain De Lacy's of Quebec, don't you know, and a sport, begad, of the first water, for the Alberts favored athletics, and loved a true sport almost as much as they loved a lord. They never regretted their generous concession in this instance, for during the 3 years of his membership it was the Glengarry Macdonald that had brought glory to their club more than any half dozen of their other champions. In their finals with the Montrealers 2 years ago, it was he, the prince of all Canadian halfbacks, as everyone acknowledged, who had snatched victory from the exultant enemy in the last quarter of an hour. Then, too, they had never ceased to be grateful for the way in which he had delivered the name of their club from the reproach cast upon it by the challenge long flaunted before their aristocratic noses by the cads of the Athletic, when he knocked out in a bout with the gloves the chosen representative of that ill-favored club, a professional, too, by Jove, as it leaked out later. True, there were those who thought him too particular, and undoubtedly he had peculiar ideas. He never drank, never played for money, and he never had occasion to use words in the presence of men that would be impossible before their mothers and sisters. And there was a quaint old-time chivalry about him that made him a friend of the weak and helpless, and the champion of women, not only of those whose sheltered lives had kept them fair and pure, but of those others as well, sad-eyed and soul-stained, the cruel sport of lustful men. For his open scorn of their calloused lust, some hated him, but all with true men's hearts loved him. The club rooms were filling up. The various games were in full swing. "Hello, little Merrill." Young Merrill looked up from his billiards. "Glengarry, by all the gods!" throwing down his cue and rushing at Ranald. "Where in this lonely universe have you been these many months, and how are you, old chap?" Merrill was excited. "All right, Merrill?" inquired the deep voice. "Right, so help me," exclaimed Merrill, solemnly lifting up his hand. "He's inquiring after my morals," he explained to the men who were crowding about, "and I don't give a blank blank who knows it," continued little Merrill, warmly. "My present magnificent manhood," smiting himself on the breast, "I owe to that same dear old solemnity there," pointing to Ranald. "Shut up, Merrill, or I'll spank you," said Ranald. "You will, eh?" cried Merrill, looking at him. "Look at him vaunting his beastly fitness over the frail and weak. I say, men, did you ever behold such condition? See that clear eye, that velvety skin, that oh, I say, Pax, Peccawi!" "There," said Ranald, putting him down from the billiard table. "Perhaps you will learn when to be seen." "Brute," murmured little Merrill, rubbing the sore place. "But ain't he fit?" he added, delightedly. And fit he looked. 4 years of hard work and clean living had done for him everything that it lies in years to do. They had made of the lank, raw shanty lad a man, and such a man as a sculptor would have loved to behold. Straight as a column, he stood 2 inches over 6 feet, but of such proportions that seeing him alone one would never have guessed his height. His head and neck rose above his square shoulders with perfect symmetry and poise. His dark face, tanned now to a bronze, with features clear cut and strong, was lit by a pair of dark brown eyes, honest, fearless, and glowing with a slumbering fire that men would hesitate to stir to flame. The lines of his mouth told of self-control, and the cut of his chin proclaimed a will of iron, and altogether he bore himself with an air of such quiet strength and cool self-confidence that men never feared to follow where he led. Yet there was a reserve about him that set him a little apart from men, and a kind of shyness that saved him from any suspicion of self-assertion. In vain he tried to escape from the crowd that gathered about him, and more especially from the football men, who utterly adored him. "You can't do anything for a fellow that doesn't drink," complained Starry Hamilton, the big captain of the football team. "Drink! A nice captain you are, Starry," said Ranald, "and Thanksgiving so near." "We haven't quite shut down yet," explained the captain. "Then I suppose a cigar is permitted," replied Ranald, ordering the steward to bring his best. In a few minutes he called for his mail, and excusing himself, slipped into one of the private rooms. The manager of the Raymond and Sinclair Company and prominent clubman, much sought after in social circles, he was bound to find letters of importance awaiting him, but hastily shuffling the bundle, he selected 3 and put the rest in his pocket. "So she's back," he said to himself, lifting up one in a square envelope, addressed in large, angular writing. He turned it over in his hand, feasting his eyes upon it, as a boy holds a peach, prolonging the blissful anticipation. Then he opened it slowly and read: "My dear Ranald, all the way home I was hoping that on my return, fresh from the stately homes of England, and from association with lords and dukes and things, you would be here to receive your share of the luster and aroma my presence would shed. That's a little mixed, I fear. But with a most horrible indifference to your privileges, you are away at the earth's end, no one knows where. Father said you were to be home today, so though you don't in the least deserve it, I am writing you a note of forgiveness. And will you be sure to come to my special party tomorrow night? I put it off till tomorrow solely on your account, and in spite of Aunt Frank, and let me tell you that though I have seen such heaps of nice men, and all properly dear and devoted, still I want to see you, so you must come. Everything else will keep. Yours, Maimie. Over and over again he read the letter till the fire in his eyes began to gleam and his face became radiant with a tender glow. Yours, Maimie, eh? I wonder now what she means, he mused. 7 years, and for my life I don't know yet. But tomorrow night, yes, tomorrow night I will know. He placed the letter in its envelope and put it carefully in his inside pocket. Now for Kate, dear old girl, no better anywhere. He opened his letter and read: Dear Ranald, what a lot of people will be delighted to see you back. First, dear old Dr. Marshall, who is in despair over the Institute, of which he declares only a melancholy ruin will be left if you do not speedily return. Indeed, it is pretty bad. The boys are quite terrible, and even my angels are becoming infected. Your special pet, Coley, after reducing poor Mr. Locke to the verge of nervous prostration, has quit, and though I have sought him in his haunts and used my very choicest blandishments, he remains obdurate. To my remonstrances he finally deigned to reply, "Naw, they ain't none of 'em any good no more. Them ducks is too pious for me." I don't know whether you will consider that a compliment or not. So the Institute and all its people will welcome you with acclaims of delight and sighs of relief. And someone else whom you adore, and who adores you, will rejoice to see you. I have begged her from Maimie for a few precious days. But that's a secret. And last of all, and least of all, there is your friend, Kate. P.S. Of course you will be at the party tomorrow night. Maimie looks lovelier than ever, and she will be so glad to see you. K. What a trump she is, murmured Ranald. Unselfish, honest to the core, and steady as a rock. Someone else whom you adore. Who can that be? By Jove, is it possible? I will go right up tonight. His last letter was from Mr. St. Clair, who was the chief executive of the firm. He glanced over it hurriedly, then, with a curious blending of surprise, perplexity, and dismay on his face, he read it again with careful deliberation. My dear Ranald, welcome home. We shall all be delighted to see you. Your letter from North Bay, which reached me 2 days ago, contained information that places us in rather an awkward position. Last May, just after you left for the North, Colonel Thorpe of the British American Coal and Lumber Company, operating in British Columbia and Michigan, called to see me and made an offer of $75,000 for our Bass River limits. Of course, you know we are rather anxious to unload, and at first I regarded his offer with favor. Soon afterwards I received your first report, sent apparently on your way up. I thereupon refused Colonel Thorpe's offer. Then, evidently upon the strength of your report, which I showed him, Colonel Thorpe, who, by the way, is a very fine fellow, but a very shrewd business man, raised his offer to an even 100,000. This offer I feel inclined to accept. To tell you the truth, we have more standing timber than we can handle, and as you know, we are really badly crippled for ready money. It is a little unfortunate that your last report should be so much less favorable in regard to the east half of the limits. However, I don't suppose there is any need of mentioning that to Colonel Thorpe, especially as his company are getting a good bargain as it is, and one which of themselves they could not possibly secure from the government. I write you this note in case you should run across Colonel Thorpe in town tomorrow and inadvertently say something that might complicate matters. I have no doubt that we shall be able to close the deal in a few days. Now, I want to say again how delighted we all are to have you back. We never realized how much we were dependent upon you. Mr. Raymond and I have been talking matters over, and we have agreed that some changes ought to be made, which I venture to say will not be altogether disagreeable to you. I shall see you first thing in the morning about the matter of the limits. Maimie has got home, and is, I believe, expecting you at her party to-morrow night. Indeed, I understand she has determined that it should not come off until you had returned, which shows she shares the opinion of the firm concerning you. I am, yours sincerely, Eugene St. Clair. Ranald sat staring at the letter for a long time. He saw with perfect clearness Mr. St. Clair's meaning, and a sense of keen humiliation possessed him as he realized what it was that he was expected to do. But it took some time for the full significance of the situation to dawn upon him. None knew better than he how important it was to the firm that this sale should be effected. The truth was, if the money market should become at all close, the firm would undoubtedly find themselves in serious difficulty. Ruin to the company meant not only the blasting of his own prospects, but misery to her whom he loved better than life. And after all, what he was asked to do was nothing more than might be done any day in the world of business. Every buyer is supposed to know the value of the thing he buys, and certainly Colonel Thorp should not commit his company to a deal involving such a large sum of money without thoroughly informing himself in regard to the value of the limits in question, and when he, as an employee of the Raymond and St. Clair Lumber Company, gave in his report, surely his responsibility ceased. He was not asked to present any incorrect report. He could easily make it convenient to be absent until the deal was closed. Furthermore, the chances were that the British American Coal and Lumber Company would still have good value for their money, for the west half of the limits was exceptionally good. And besides, what right had he to besmirch the honor of his employer and to set his judgment above that of a man of much greater experience? Ranald understood also Mr. St. Clair's reference to the changes in the firm, and it gave him no small satisfaction to think that in 4 years he had risen from the position of lumber checker to that of manager, with an offer of a partnership. Nor could he mistake the suggestion in Mr. St. Clair's closing words. Every interest he had in life would be furthered by the consummation of the deal, and would be imperiled by his refusing to adopt Mr. St. Clair's suggestion. Still, argue as he might, Ranald never had any doubt as to what, as a man of honor, he ought to do. Colonel Thorp was entitled to the information that he and Mr. St. Clair alone possessed. Between his interests and his conscience, the conflict raged. "I wish I knew what I ought to do," he groaned, all the time battling against the conviction that the information he possessed should by rights be given to Colonel Thorp. Finally, in despair of coming to a decision, he seized his hat, saying, "I will go and see Kate," and slipping out of a side door, he set off for the Raymond home. "I will just look up Coley on the way," he said to himself, and diving down an alley, he entered a low saloon with a billiard hall attached. There, as he had expected, acting as marker, he found Coley. Mike Cole, or Coley, as his devoted followers called him, was king of St. Joseph's Ward. Everywhere in the ward his word ran as law. About 2 years ago Coley had deigned to favor the Institute with a visit, his gang following him. They were welcomed with demonstrations of joy and regaled with cakes and tea, all of which Coley accepted with lordly condescension. After consideration, Coley decided that the night classes might afford a not unpleasant alternative on cold nights to alleyways and saloons, and he allowed the gang to join. Thenceforth the successful conduct of the classes depended upon the ability of the superintendent to anticipate Coley's varying moods and inclinations, for that young man claimed and exercised the privilege of introducing features agreeable to the gang, though not necessarily upon the regular curriculum of study. Some time after Ranald's appearance in the Institute as an assistant, it happened one night that a sudden illness of the superintendent laid upon his shoulders the responsibility of government. The same night it also happened that Coley saw fit to introduce the enlivening but quite impromptu feature of a song and dance. To this Ranald objected, and was invited to put the gang out if he was man enough. After the ladies had withdrawn beyond the reach of missiles, Ranald adopted the unusual tactics of preventing exit by locking the doors, and then immediately became involved in a discussion with Coley and his followers. It cost the Institute something for furniture and windows, but thenceforth in Ranald's time there was peace. Coley ruled as before, but his sphere of influence was limited, and the day arrived when it became the ambition of Coley's life to bring the ward and its denizens into subjection to his own overlord, whom he was prepared to follow to the death. But like any other work worth doing, this took days and weeks and months. "Hello, Coley," said Ranald, as his eyes fell upon his sometime ally and slave. "If you are not too busy, I would like you to go along with me." Coley looked around as if seeking escape. "Come along," said Ranald, quietly, and Coley, knowing that anything but obedience was impossible, dropped his marking and followed Ranald out of the saloon. "Well, Coley, I have had a great summer," began Ranald, "and I wish very much you could have been with me. It would have built you up and made a man of you. Just feel that," and he held out his arm, which Coley felt with admiring reverence. "That's what the canoe did." And then he proceeded to give a graphic account of his varied adventures by land and water during the last 6 months. As they neared Mr. Raymond's house, Ranald turned to Coley and said, "Now I want you to cut back to the Institute and tell Mr. Locke, if he is there, that I would like him to call around at my office tomorrow. And furthermore, Coley, there's no need of your going back into that saloon. I was a little ashamed to see one of my friends in a place like that. Now, good night, and be a man, and a clean man." Coley stood with his head hung in abject self-abasement, and then ventured to say, "I couldn't stand them ducks nohow." "Who do you mean?" said Ranald. "Oh, them fellers that runs the Institute now, and so I cut." "Now look here, Coley," said Ranald, "I wouldn't go throwing stones at better men than yourself, and especially at men who are trying to do something to help other people and are not so beastly mean as to think only of their own pleasure. I didn't expect that of you, Coley. Now quit it and start again." And Ranald turned away. Coley stood looking after him for a few moments in silence, and then said to himself in a voice full of emphasis, "Well, there's just one of his kind and there ain't any other." Then he set out at a run for the Institute. It was Kate herself who came to answer Ranald's ring. "I knew it was you," she cried, with her hand eagerly outstretched and her face alight with joy. "Come in, we are all waiting for you, and prepare to be surprised." When they came to the drawing room, she flung open the door and with great ceremony announced, "The man from Glengarry," as Harry would say. "Hello, old chap," cried Harry, springing to his feet. But Ranald ignored him. He greeted Kate's mother warmly, for she had shown him a mother's kindness ever since he had come to the city, and they were great friends. And then he turned to Mrs. Murray, who was standing waiting for him, and gave her both his hands. "I knew from Kate's letter," he said, "that it would be you, and I cannot tell you how glad I am." His voice grew a little unsteady, and he could say no more. Mrs. Murray stood holding his hands and looking into his face. "It cannot be possible," she said, "that this is Ranald Macdonald. How changed you are." She pushed him a little back from her. "Let me look at you. Why, I must say it, you are really handsome." "Now, auntie," cried Harry, reprovingly, "don't flatter him. He is utterly ruined now by everyone, including both Kate and her mother." "But really, Harry," continued Mrs. Murray, in a voice of delighted surprise, "it is certainly wonderful, and I am so glad. And I have been hearing about your work with the boys at the Institute, and I cannot tell you the joy it gave me." "Oh, it is not much that I have done," said Ranald, deprecatingly. "Indeed, it is a noble work and worthy of any man," said Mrs. Murray, earnestly, "and I thank God for you." "Then," said Ranald, firmly, "I owe it all to yourself, for it is you that set me on this way." "Listen to them admiring each other. It is quite shameless," said Harry. Then they began talking about Glengarry, of the old familiar places, of the woods and the fields, of the boys and girls now growing into men and women, and of the old people, some of whom were passed away. Before long they were talking of the church and all the varied interests centering in it. But soon they went back to the theme that Glengarry people everywhere are never long together without discussing, the great revival. Harry had heard a good deal about it before, but to Kate and her mother the story was mostly new, and they listened with eager interest as Mrs. Murray and Ranald recalled those great days. With eyes shining and in tones of humble, grateful wonder, they reminded each other of the various incidents, the terrors, the struggles, the joyful surprises, the mysterious powers with which they were so familiar during those 18 months. Then Mrs. Murray told of the permanent results, how over 3 counties the influence of the movement was still felt, and how whole congregations had been built up under its wonderful power. "And did you hear," she said to Ranald, "that Donald Stewart was ordained last May?" "No," replied Ranald. "That makes 7, doesn't it?" "7 what?" said Kate. "7 men preaching the gospel today out of our own congregation," replied Mrs. Murray. "But, auntie," cried Harry, "I have always thought that all that must have been awfully hard work." "It was," said Ranald, emphatically, and he went on to sketch Mrs. Murray's round of duties in her various classes and meetings connected with the congregation. "Besides what she has to do in the manse," exclaimed Harry. "But it's a mere trifle, of course, to look after her troop of boys." "How can you do it?" said Kate, gazing at her in admiring wonder. "It isn't so terrible as Harry thinks. That's my work, you see," said Mrs. Murray. "What else would I do? And when it goes well, it is worth while." "But, auntie, don't you feel sometimes like getting away and having a little fun? Own up now." "Fun?" laughed Mrs. Murray. "Well, not fun exactly, but a good time with things you enjoy so much, music, literature, and that sort of thing. Do you remember, Kate, the first time you met auntie when we took her to Hamlet?" Kate nodded. "She wasn't quite sure about it, but I declare till I die I will never forget the wonder and the delight in her face. I tell you I wept that night, but not at the play. And how she criticized the actors, even Booth himself didn't escape," continued Harry. "And so I say it's a beastly shame that you should spend your whole life in the backwoods there, and have so little of the other sort of thing. Why, you are made for it." "Harry," answered Mrs. Murray in surprise, "that was my work, given me to do. Could I refuse it? And besides, after all, fun, as you say, passes. Music stops. Books get done with. But those other things, the things that Ranald and I have seen, will go on long after my poor body is laid away." "But still you must get tired," persisted Harry. "Yes, I get tired," she replied, quietly. At the little touch of weariness in the voice, Kate, who was looking at the beautiful face, so spiritual, and getting, oh, so frail, felt a sudden rush of tears in her eyes. But there was no self-pity in that heroic soul. "Yes, I get tired," she repeated. "But, Harry, what does that matter? We do our work, and then we will rest. But, oh, Harry, my boy, when I come to your city and see all there is to do, I wish I were a girl again, and I wonder at people thinking life is just for fun." Harry, like other young men, hated to be lectured, but from his aunt he never took anything amiss. He admired her for her brilliant qualities, and loved her with a love near to worship. "I say, auntie," he said, with a little uncertain laugh, "it's like going to church to hear you, only it's a deal more pleasant." "But, Harry, am I not right?" she replied, earnestly. "Do you think that you will get the best out of your life by just having fun?" Oh, do you know, when I went with Kate to the Institute the other night and saw those boys, my heart ached. I thought of my own boys, and—" The voice ceased in a pathetic little catch. The sensitive lips trembled. The beautiful gray-brown eyes filled with sudden tears. For a few moments there was silence. Then, with a wavering smile and a gentle, apologetic air, she said, "But I must not make Harry think he is in church." "Dear Aunt Murray," cried Harry, "do lecture me. I'd enjoy it, and you can't make it too strong. You are just an angel." He left his seat and going over to her chair, knelt down and put his arms about her. "Don't you all wish she was your aunt?" he said, kissing her. "She is mine," cried Kate, smiling at her through shining tears. "She's more," said Ranald, and his voice was husky with emotion. But with the bright, joyous little laugh Ranald knew so well, she smoothed back Harry's hair, and kissing him on the forehead, said, "I am sure you will do good work some day. But I shall be quite spoiled here. I must really get home." As Ranald left the Raymond house, he knew well what he should say to Mr. St. Clair next morning. He wondered at himself that he had ever been in doubt. He had been for an hour in another world where the atmosphere was pure and the light clear. Never till that night had he realized the full value of that life of patient self-sacrifice, so unconscious of its heroism. He understood then, as never before, the mysterious influence of that gentle, sweet-faced lady over everyone who came to know her, from the simple, uncultured girls of the Indian lands to the young men about town of Harry's type. Hers was the power of one who sees with open eyes the unseen, and who loves to the forgetting of self those for whom the infinite love poured itself out in death. "Going home, Harry?" inquired Ranald. "Yes, right home. Don't want to go anywhere else tonight. I say, old chap, you're a better and cleaner man than I am, but it ain't your fault. That woman ought to make a saint out of any man." "Man, you would say so if you knew her," said Ranald, with a touch of impatience. "But then no one does know her. They certainly don't down in the Indian lands, for they don't know what she's given up." "That's the beauty of it," replied Harry. "She doesn't feel it that way. Given up? Not she. She thinks she's got everything that's good." "Well," said Ranald, thoughtfully, after a pause, "she knows, and she's right." When they came to Harry's door, Ranald lingered just a moment. "Come in a minute," said Harry. "I don't know. I'm coming in tomorrow." "Oh, come along just now. Aunt Frank is in bed, but Maimie will be up," said Harry, dragging him along to the door. "No, I think not tonight." While they were talking, the door opened and Maimie appeared. "Ranald," she cried, in an eager voice, "I knew you would be at Kate's, and I was pretty sure you would come home with Harry. Aren't you coming in?" "Where's Aunt Frank?" asked Harry. "She's upstairs," said Maimie. "Thank the Lord, eh?" added Harry, pushing in past her. "Go away in and talk to her," said Maimie. Then, turning to Ranald and looking into his devouring eyes, she said, "Well, you might say you're glad to see me." She stood where the full light of the doorway revealed the perfect beauty of her face and figure. "Glad to see you. There's no need of saying that," replied Ranald, still gazing at her. "How beautiful you are, Maimie," he added, bluntly. "Thank you, and you are really quite passable." "And I am glad to see you." "That's why you won't come in." "I am coming to-morrow night." "Everybody will be here to-morrow night." "Yes, that's certainly a drawback." "And I shall be very busy looking after my guests. Still," she added, noticing the disappointment in his face, "it's quite possible—" "Exactly," his face lighting up again. "Have you seen father's study?" asked Maimie, innocently. "No," replied Ranald, wonderingly. "Is it so beautiful?" "No, but it's upstairs and quiet." "Well," said Ranald, "and perhaps you might like to see it to-morrow night." "How stupid I am. Will you show it to me?" "I will be busy, but perhaps Harry—" "Will you said Ranald, coming close to her, with the old imperative in his voice. Maimie drew back a little. "Do you know what you make me think of?" she asked, lowering her voice. "Yes, I do. I have thought of it every night since." "You were very rude, I remember." "You didn't think so then," said Ranald, boldly. "I ought to have been very angry," replied Maimie, severely. "But you weren't. You know you weren't. And do you remember what you said?" "What I said? How awful of you! Don't you dare! How can I remember?" "Yes, you do remember. And then do you remember what I said?" "What you said, indeed! Such assurance!" "I have kept my word," said Ranald, "and I am coming to morrow night. Oh, Maimie, it has been a long, long time." He came close to her and caught her hand, the slumbering fire in his eyes blazing now in flame. "Don't, don't! I'm sure there's Aunt Frank. No, no," she pleaded, in terror. "Not tonight, Ranald." "Then will you show me the study to morrow night?" "Oh, you are very mean. Let me go." "Will you?" he demanded, still holding her hand. "Yes, yes, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. My hand is quite sore. There now, good night. No, I won't shake hands. Well, then, if you must have it, good night." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Man from Glengarry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Man from Glengarry, A Tale of the Ottawa, by Ralph Connor. Chapter 22. Forget that I loved you. The night for dreaming, but the morn for seeing, and so Ranald found it, for with the cold, calm light of the morning, he found himself facing his battle with small sense of victory in his blood. He knew he had to deal that morning with the crisis of his life. Upon the issue his whole future would turn, but his heart, without haste or pause, preserved its even beat. The hour of indecision had passed. He saw his way, and he meant to walk it. What was beyond the turn was hid from his eyes, but with that he need not concern himself now. Meantime he would clear away some of this accumulated correspondence lying on his desk. In the midst of his work, Harry came in and laid a bundle of bills before him. "Here you are, old chap," he said, quietly. "That's the last of it." Ranald counted the money. "You are sure you can spare all this? There's no hurry, you know." "No," said Harry, "I can't spare it, but it's safer with you than with me. And besides, it's yours, and I owe you more than money." He drew a deep breath to steady himself, and then went on, "And I want to say, Ranald, that I have bet my last stake." Ranald pushed back his chair and rose to his feet. "Now that's the best thing I've heard for some time," he said, offering Harry his hand, "and that's the last of that business." He sat down, drew in his chair, and turning over his papers with a nervousness that he rarely showed, he continued, "And, Harry, I want you to do something for me. Before you go home this afternoon, will you come in here? I may want to send a note to Maimie by you." "But," began Harry. "Wait a moment. I want to prevent all possibility of mistake. There may be a reply, and Harry, old chap, I'd rather not answer any questions." Harry gazed at him a moment in perplexity. "All right, Ranald," he said, quietly. "You can trust me. I haven't the ghost of an idea what's up, but I know you're square." "Thanks, old fellow," said Ranald. "I will never give you reason to change your opinion. Now get out. I'm awfully busy." For some minutes after Harry had left the room, Ranald sat gazing before him into space. "Poor chap, he's got his fight too, but I begin to think he'll win," he said to himself, and once more returned to his work. He had hardly begun his writing when the inner door of his office opened, and Mr. St. Clair came in. His welcome was kindly and cordial, and Ranald's heart, which had been under strong discipline all morning, leaped up in warm response. "You had a pleasant trip, I hope?" inquired Mr. St. Clair. "Fine most of the way. Through May and June the flies were bad, but not so bad as usual, they said, and one gets used to them. Good sport? Never saw anything like it. What a country that is!" cried Ranald, his enthusiasm carrying him away. "Fishing of all kinds and superb. In those little lonely lakes you get the finest black and white bass, beauties and so gamey. In the bigger waters, mascalonge and, of course, any amount of pike and pickerel. Then we were always running up against deer, moose and red, and everywhere we got the scent of bear. Could have loaded a boat with furs in a week." "We must go up some day," replied Mr. St. Clair. "Wish I could get away this fall, but the fact is we are in shallow water, Ranald, and we can't take any chances." Ranald knew well how serious the situation was. "But," continued Mr. St. Clair, "this offer of the British American Lumber and Coal Company is most fortunate and will be the saving of us. With 100,000 set free, we are certain to pull through this season, and indeed the financial stringency will rather help than hinder our operations. Really, it is most fortunate. Indeed," he added with a slight laugh, "as my sister-in-law would say, quite providential." "I have no doubt of that," said Ranald, gravely, "but Mr. St. Clair—" "Yes, no doubt, no doubt," said Mr. St. Clair, hastening to recover the tone, which by his unfortunate reference to Mrs. Murray he had lost. The thought of her was not in perfect harmony with purely commercial considerations. "The fact is," he continued, "that before this offer came I was really beginning to despair. I can tell you that now." Ranald felt his heart tighten. One does not mind for oneself, but when family interests are involved— But that's all over now, thank God. Ranald tried to speak, but his mind refused to suggest words. His silence, however, was enough for Mr. St. Clair, who with nervous haste once more changed the theme. "In my note to you last night, you got it, I suppose, I referred to some changes in the firm." Ranald felt that he was being crowded against the ropes. He must get to freer fighting ground. "I think before you go on to that, Mr. St. Clair," he began, "I ought to—" "Excuse me, I was about to say," interrupted Mr. St. Clair, hastily, "Mr. Raymond and I have felt that we must strengthen our executive. As you know, he has left this department almost entirely to me, and he now realizes what I have long felt, that the burden has grown too heavy for one to carry. Naturally, we think of you, and I may say we are more than glad, though it is a very unusual thing in the business world, that we can, with the fullest confidence, offer you a partnership." Mr. St. Clair paused to allow the full weight of this announcement to sink into his manager's mind. Then Ranald pulled himself together. He must break free, or the fight would be lost before he had struck a blow. "I need not say," he began once more, "how greatly gratified I am by this offer, and I feel sure you will believe that I am deeply grateful." Ranald's voice was low and even, but unknown to himself there was in it a tone of stern resolve that struck Mr. St. Clair's ear. He knew his manager. That tone meant war. Hastily he changed his front. "Yes, yes, we are quite sure of that," he said, with increasing nervousness. "But we are thinking of our own interests as well as yours. Indeed, I feel sure," here his voice became even more kindly and confidential, "that in advancing your position and prospects, I am only doing what will bring myself the greatest satisfaction in the end. For you know, Ranald, we do not regard you as a stranger." Ranald winced and grew pale. "We, my family, have always felt toward you as, well, in fact, as if you were one of us." Mr. St. Clair had delivered his last and deadliest blow, and it found Ranald's heart. But with pain blanching his cheek, Ranald stood up, determined to end the fight. It was by no means easy for him to strike. Before him he saw not this man with his ingenious and specious pleading. It would not have been a difficult matter to have brushed him aside. But he was looking into the blue eyes of the woman he had for 7 years loved more than he loved his life, and he knew that when his blow fell, it would fall upon the face that only a few hours ago had smiled upon him, and upon the lips that had whispered to him, "I will remember, Ranald." Yet he was none the less resolved. With face set and bloodless, and eyes of gleaming fire, he faced the man that represented what was at once dearest in life and what was most loathsome in conduct. "Give me a moment, Mr. St. Clair," he said, with a note of authority in his tone. "You have made me an offer of a position such as I could hardly hope to expect for years to come. But I value it chiefly because it means you have absolute confidence in me. You believe in my ability and in my integrity. I am determined that you will never have cause to change your opinion of me. You are about to complete a deal involving a very large sum of money. I have a report here," tapping his desk, "which you have not yet seen." "It really doesn't matter," interjected Mr. St. Clair. "You see, my dear fellow, it matters to me. It is a report which not only you ought to have, but which, in justice, the buyer of the Bass River limits ought to see. That report, Mr. St. Clair, ought to be given to Colonel Thorp." "This is sheer folly!" exclaimed Mr. St. Clair, impatiently. "It is the only honorable course." "Do you mean to insult me, sir?" "There is only one other thing I would rather not do," said Ranald, in a grave voice, "and that is, refuse Colonel Thorp the information he is entitled to from us." "Sir," exclaimed Mr. St. Clair, "this is outrageous, and I demand an apology or your resignation." "Colonel Thorp," announced a clerk, opening the door. "Tell Colonel Thorp I cannot— Ah, Colonel Thorp, I am glad to see you. Will you step this way?" opening the door leading to his own office. The colonel, a tall, raw-boned, typical Uncle Sam, even to the chin whisker and quid of tobacco, had an eye like an eagle. He shot a keen glance at Mr. St. Clair and then at Ranald. "Yes," he said, helping himself to a chair, "this here's all right. This is your manager, eh?" "Mr. Macdonald," said Mr. St. Clair, introducing him. "How do you do? Heard about you some," said the colonel, shaking hands with him. "Quite a knocker, I believe. Well, you rather look like it. Used to do some myself. Been up north, so the boss says. Good country, eh?" "Fine sporting country, Colonel," interrupted St. Clair. "The game, Mr. Macdonald says, come right into your tent and beg to be shot." "Do, eh?" The colonel's eagle eye lighted up. "Now, what sort of game?" "Almost every kind, Colonel," replied Ranald. "Don't say. Used to do a little myself." "Moose?" "Yes, I saw a number of moose and any amount of other deer, and, of course, plenty of bear." "Don't say. How'd you come to leave them? Couldn't have done it myself, by the great Sam. Open timber?" "Well," replied Ranald, slowly, "on the east of the Bass River—" "All that north country, Colonel," said Mr. St. Clair, "is pretty much the same, I imagine. A little of all kinds." "Much water, streams, and such?" "Yes, on the west side of the Bass there is plenty of water, a number of small streams and lakes, but—" "Oh, all through that north country, Colonel, you are safe in having a canoe in your outfit," said Mr. St. Clair, again interrupting Ranald. "Lots of water, eh? Just like Maine. Ha, ha!" The colonel's quiet chuckle was good to hear. "Reminds me—" Here he put his hand into his inside pocket and pulled out a flask. "Excuse the glass," he said, offering it to Mr. St. Clair, who took a slight sip and handed it back. "Have a little refreshment," said the colonel, offering it to Ranald. "I never take it, thank you." "Don't? Say, by the great Sam, how'd you get through all that wet country? Wall, it will not hurt you to leave it alone," solemnly winking at St. Clair, and taking a long pull himself. "Good for the breath," he continued, putting the flask in his pocket. Now, about those limits of mine. The boss here has been telling you about our deal?" "A little," said Ranald. "We've hardly had time to look into anything yet," said Mr. St. Clair, "but if you will step into my office, Colonel, I have the papers and maps there." Mr. St. Clair's tone was anxious. Once more the colonel shot a glance at him. "You have been on the spot, I judge," he said to Ranald, rising and following Mr. St. Clair. "Yes, over it all." "Well, come along. You're the map we want, eh? Maps are chiefly for purposes of deception, I have found. And there ain't none of 'em right." And he held the door for Ranald to enter. Mr. St. Clair was evidently annoyed. Unfolding a map, he laid it out on the table. "This is the place, I believe," he said, putting his finger down upon the map. "Ain't surveyed, I judge," said the colonel to Ranald. "No, only in part. The old Salter lines are there, but I had to go away beyond these." "Warn't 'fraid of getting lost, eh? Well, show us your route." Ranald put his finger on the map and said, "I struck the Bass River about here, and using that as a base, first explored the whole west side, for I should say about 10 miles back from the river." "Don't say! How'd you grub? Game, mostly?" "Well, we carried some pork and Hudson Bay hardtack and tea, and of course we could get all the fish and game we wanted." "Lots of game, eh? Small and big." The colonel was evidently much interested in this part of Ranald's story. "By the great Sam, must go up there." "It would do you all the good in the world, Colonel," said Mr. St. Clair, heartily. "You must really go up with your men and help them lay out the ground, you know." "That's so. Now, if you were lumbering in there, how'd you get the timber out?" "Down the Bass River to Lake Nipissing," said Ranald, pointing out the route. "Yes, but how'd you get it to the Bass? These limits, I understand, lie on both sides of the Bass, don't they?" "Yes." "And the Bass cuts through it the short way?" "Yes." "Wall, does that mean 6 or 8 or 10 miles of a haul?" "On the west side," replied Ranald, "no. There are a number of small streams and lakes which you could utilize." "And on the east side?" "You see, Colonel," broke in Mr. St. Clair, "that whole country is one network of waterways. Notice the map here, and there are always a number of lakes not marked." "That is quite true," said Ranald, "as a rule. But on the east side—" "Oh, of course," said Mr. St. Clair, hastily, "you will find great differences in different parts of the country." Mr. St. Clair folded up the map and threw it on the table. "Let's see," said the colonel, taking up the map again. "Now, how about the camps, Mr. Macdonald? Where do you locate them?" "I have a rough draft here in which the bases for camps are indicated," said Ranald, ignoring the imploring and angry looks of his chief. "Let's have a look at 'em," said the colonel. "Oh, you haven't shown me this," said Mr. St. Clair, taking the draft from Ranald. "No, sir, you have not seen my final report." "No, not yet, of course. We have hardly had time yet, Colonel, but Mr. Macdonald will make a copy of this for you and send it in a day or two," replied Mr. St. Clair, folding up the sketch nervously and placing it on his desk. The colonel quietly picked up the sketch and opened it out. "You have got that last report of yours, I suppose," he said, with a swift glance at Mr. St. Clair. That gentleman's face was pallid and damp. His whole fortune hung on Ranald's reply. It was to him a moment of agony. Ranald glanced at his face and paused. Then, drawing his lips a little tighter, he said, "Colonel Thorp, my final report has not yet been handed in. Mr. St. Clair has not seen it. In my judgment," here Mr. St. Clair leaned his hand hard upon his desk, "you are getting full value for your money, but I would suggest that you go yourself or send your inspector to explore the limits carefully before you complete the deal." Colonel Thorp, who had been carefully scanning the sketch in his hand, suddenly turned and looked Ranald steadily in the eye. "These marks on the west side mean camps?" "Yes." "There are very few on the east side." There are very few. The East Side is inferior to the West." "Much?" "Yes, much inferior." "But in your opinion the limit is worth the figure?" "I would undertake to make money out of it. It is good value." The colonel chewed hard for a minute. Then turning to Mr. St. Clair, he said, "Wall, Mr. St. Clair, I'll give you 100,000 for your limit, but by the great Sam, I'd give twice the sum for your manager if he's for sale. He's a man." The emphasis on the "he" was ever so slight, but it was enough. Mr. St. Clair bowed, and sinking down into his chair, busied himself with his papers. "Well," said the colonel, "that's settled. And that reminds me," he added, pulling out his flask, "good luck to the Bass River Limits." He handed the flask to Mr. St. Clair, who eagerly seized it and took a long drink. "Goes good sometimes," said the colonel, innocently. "Wall, here's looking at you," he continued, bowing toward Ranald, "and by the great Sam, you suit me well. If you ever feel like a change of air, indicate the same to Colonel Thorp." "Ah, Colonel," said Mr. St. Clair, who had recovered his easy, pleasant manner, "we can sell limits, but not men." "No, by the great Sammy," replied the colonel, using the more emphatic form of his oath, "ner buy 'em. Wall," he added, "when you have the papers ready, let me know. Good day." "Very well, Colonel. Good by, good by." The colonel did not notice Mr. St. Clair's offered hand, but nodding to Ranald, sauntered out of the office, leaving the two men alone. For a few moments Mr. St. Clair turned over his papers in silence. His face was flushed and smiling. "Well, that is a most happy deliverance, Ranald," he said, rubbing his hands. "But what is the matter? You are not well." White to the lips, Ranald stood looking at his chief with a resolved face. "Mr. St. Clair, I wish to offer you my resignation as manager." "Nonsense, Ranald. We will say no more about that. I was a little hasty. I hope the change I spoke of will go into immediate effect." "I must beg to decline." The words came slowly, sternly from Ranald's white lips. "And why, pray?" "I have little doubt you can discover the reason, Mr. St. Clair. A few moments ago, for honorable dealing, you would have dismissed me. It is impossible that I should remain in your employ." "Mr. Macdonald, are you serious in this? Do you know what you are doing? Do you know what you are saying?" Mr. St. Clair rose and faced his manager. "Only too well," said Ranald with lips that began to quiver, "and all the more because of what I must say further. Mr. St. Clair, I love your daughter. I have loved her for 7 years. It is my one desire in life to gain her for my wife." Mr. St. Clair gazed at him in utter astonishment. "And in the same breath," he said at length, "you insult me and ask my permission." "It is vain to ask your permission, I fear, but it is right that you should know my desire and my purpose." "Your purpose?" "My unalterable purpose." "You take my daughter out of my house in spite of my teeth?" Mr. St. Clair could hardly find words. "She will come with me," said Ranald a little proudly. "And may I ask how you know? Have you spoken to my daughter?" "I have not spoken to her openly." The blood rose in his dark face. "But I believe she loves me." "Well, Mr. Macdonald, your confidence is only paralleled by your prodigious insolence." "I hope not," said Ranald, lowering his head from its proud pose. "I have no desire to be insolent." Once more Mr. St. Clair looked at him in silence, then slowly and with quiet emphasis he said, "Mr. Macdonald, you are a determined man, but as God lives, this purpose of yours you will never carry out. I know my daughter, I think, better than you know her, and I tell you," here a slight smile of confidence played for a moment on his face, "she will never be your wife." Ranald bowed his head. "It shall be as she wills," he said in a grave, almost sad voice. "She shall decide," and he passed into his office. All day long Ranald toiled at his desk, leaving himself no time for thought. In the late afternoon Harry came in on his way home. "Thanks, old chap," said Ranald, looking up from his work. "Shan't be able to come tonight, I am sorry to say." "Not come?" cried Harry. "No, it is impossible." "What rot! And Maimie has waited 10 days for you. Come along." "It is quite impossible, Harry," said Ranald, "and I want you to take this note to Maimie. The note will explain to her." "But, Ranald, this is—" "And, Harry, I want to tell you that this is my last day here." Harry gazed at him, speechless. "Mr. St. Clair and I have had a difference that can never be made right, and tonight I leave the office for good." "Leave the office for good? Going to leave us? What the deuce can the office do without you? And what does it all mean? Come, Ranald, don't be such a confounded sphinx. Why do you talk such rubbish?" "It is true," said Ranald, "though I can hardly realize it myself. It is absolutely and finally settled. And I say, old man, don't make it harder for me. You don't know what it means to me to leave this place and you and all." In spite of his splendid nerve, Ranald's voice shook a little. Harry gazed at him in amazement. "I will give your note to Maimie," he said, "but you will be back here if I know myself. I'll see father about this." "Now, Harry," said Ranald, rising and putting his hand on his shoulder, "you are not going to mix up in this at all. And for my sake, old chap, don't make any row at home. Promise me," said Ranald again, holding him fast. "Well, I promise," said Harry, reluctantly, "but I'll be hanged if I understand it at all. And I tell you this, that if you don't come back here, neither shall I." "Now you are talking rot, Harry," said Ranald, and sat down again to his desk. Harry went out in a state of dazed astonishment. Alone, Ranald sat in his office, writing steadily, except that now and then he paused to let a smile flutter across his stern, set face, as a gleam of sunshine over a rugged rock on a cloudy day. He was listening to his heart, whose every beat kept singing the refrain, "I love her, I love her, she will come to me." At that very moment Maimie was showing her Aunt Murray her London dresses and finery, and recounting her triumphs in that land of social glory. "How lovely, how wonderfully lovely they are," said Mrs. Murray, touching the beautiful fabrics with fond fingers. "And I am sure they will suit you well, my dear. Have you worn most of them?" "No, not at all. This one I wore the evening I went with the Lord Archers to the Heathcote's ball. Lord Heathcote, you know, is an uncle of Captain De Lacy." "Was Captain De Lacy there?" inquired Mrs. Murray. "Yes, indeed," cried Maimie, "and we had a lovely time." Either the memory of that evening brought the warm blushes to her face, or it may be the thought of what she was about to tell her aunt. "And Captain De Lacy is coming to morrow." "Coming to morrow?" "Yes, he has written to Aunt Frank, and to papa as well." Mrs. Murray sat silent, apparently not knowing what to say, and Maimie stood with the dress in her hands, waiting for her aunt to speak. At length Mrs. Murray said, "You knew Captain De Lacy before, I think." "Oh, I have known him for a long time, and he's just splendid, auntie, and he's coming to—" Maimie paused, but her face told her secret. "Do you mean he is going to speak to your father about you, Maimie?" Maimie nodded. "And are you glad?" "He's very handsome, auntie, and very nice, and he's awfully well connected and that sort of thing, and when Lord Heathcote dies he has a good chance of the estates and the title." "Do you love him, Maimie?" asked her aunt, quietly. Maimie dropped the dress, and sitting down upon a low stool, turned her face from her aunt and looked out of the window. "Oh, I suppose so, auntie," she said. "He's very nice and gentlemanly, and I like to be with him." "But, Maimie, dear, Are you not sure that you love him?" "Oh, I don't know," said Maimie, petulantly. "Are you not pleased, auntie?" "Well, I confess I am surprised. I do not know Captain De Lacy, and besides, I thought you—" Mrs. Murray paused, while Maimie's face grew hot with fiery blushes, but before she could reply they heard Harry step on the stairs, and in a moment he burst into the room. "Ranald isn't coming!" he exclaimed. "Here's a note for you, Maimie, but what he means," said Harry, checking himself, "I can't make out." "Not coming!" cried Maimie, the flush fading from her face. "What can he mean?" She opened the note, and as she read, the blood rushed quickly into her face again, and as quickly fled, leaving her pale and trembling. "Well, what does he say?" inquired Harry, bluntly. "He says it is impossible for him to come tonight," said Maimie, putting the note into her bosom. "Humph!" grunted Harry, and flung out of the room. Immediately Maimie pulled out the note. "Oh, auntie," she cried, "I am so miserable. Ranald is not coming, and he says, there, read it." She hurriedly thrust the note into Mrs. Murray's hands, and Mrs. Murray, opening it, read: "My dear Maimie, it is impossible for me to go to you tonight. Your father and I have had a difference so serious that I can never enter his house again, but I am writing now to tell you what I meant to tell you tonight. I love you, Maimie. I love you with all my heart and soul. I have loved you since the night I pulled you from the fire." "Maimie," said Mrs. Murray, handing her back the note, "I do not think you ought to give me this. That is too sacred for any eyes but your own." "Oh, I know, auntie, but what can I do? I am so sorry for Ranald. What shall I do, auntie?" "My dear child, in this neither I nor any one can advise you. You must be true to yourself." "Oh, I wish I knew what to do," cried Maimie. "He wants me to tell him—" Maimie paused, her face once more covered with blushes. "And I do not know what to say." "What does your heart say, Maimie?" said Mrs. Murray, quietly. "Oh, auntie, I am so miserable." "But, Maimie," continued her aunt, "in this matter, as I said before, you must be true to yourself. Do you love Ranald?" "Oh, auntie, I cannot tell," cried Maimie, putting her face in her hands. "If Ranald were De Lacy, would you love him?" "Oh, yes, yes, how happy I would be." Then Mrs. Murray rose. "Maimie, dear," she said, and her voice was very gentle but very firm, "let me speak to you for your dear mother's sake. Do not deceive yourself. Do not give your life for anything but love. Ranald is a noble man, and he will be a great man some day, and I love him as my own son, but I would not have you give yourself to him unless you truly loved him." She did not mention De Lacy's name, nor utter a word in comparison of the two, but listening to her voice, Maimie knew only too well whither her love had gone. "Oh, auntie," she cried, "I cannot bear it." "Yes, Maimie dear, you can bear to do the right, for there is one in whose strength we can do all things." Before Maimie could reply, her Aunt Frances came in. "It is dinner time," she announced, "and your father has just come in, Maimie, and we must have dinner over at once." Maimie rose, and going to the glass, smoothed back her hair. Her Aunt Frances glanced at her face, and then at Mrs. Murray, and as if fearing Maimie's reply, went on hurriedly. "You must look your very best to night, and even better to morrow," she said, smiling significantly. She came and put her hands on Maimie's shoulders, and kissing her, said, "Have you told your Aunt Murray who is coming to morrow? I am sure I'm very thankful, my dear. You will be very happy. It is an excellent match. Half the girls in town will be wild with envy. He has written a very manly letter to your father, and I am sure he is a noble fellow, and he has excellent prospects. But we must hurry down to dinner," she said, turning to Mrs. Murray, who, with a look of sadness on her pale face, left the room without a word. "Ranald is not coming," said Maimie, when her Aunt Murray had gone. "Indeed, from what your father says," cried Aunt Frank, indignantly, "I do not very well see how he could. He has been most impertinent." "You are not to say that, Aunt Frank," cried Maimie. "Ranald could not be impertinent, and I will not hear it." Her tone was so haughty and fierce that Aunt Frank thought it wiser to pursue this subject no further. "Well," she said, as she turned to leave the room, "I'm very glad he has the grace to keep away tonight. He has always struck me as a young man of some presumption." When the door closed upon her, Maimie tore the note from her bosom and pressed it again and again to her lips. "Oh, Ranald, Ranald," she cried, "I love you, I love you. Oh, why can it not be? Oh, I cannot give him up." She threw herself upon her knees and laid her face in the bed. In a few minutes there came a tap at the door, and her Aunt Frances's voice was heard. "Maimie, your father has gone down. We must not delay." The tone was incisive and matter of fact. It said to Maimie, "Now let's have no nonsense. Be a sensible woman of the world." Maimie rose from her knees, hastily removing all traces of tears from her face, and glancing in the glass, she touched the little ringlets into place and went down to dinner. It was a depressing meal. Mr. St. Clair was irritable, Harry perplexed and sullen, Maimie nervously talkative. Mrs. Murray was heroically holding herself in command, but the look of pain in her eyes and the pathetic tremor on her lips belied the brave smiles and cheerful words with which she seconded Aunt Frank. After dinner the company separated, for there were still preparations to make for the evening. As Mrs. Murray was going to her room, she met Harry in the hall with his hat on. "Where are you going, Harry?" "Anywhere," he growled fiercely, "to get out of this damnable hypocrisy. Pardon me, Aunt Murray, I can't help it. It is damnable, and a whole lot of them are in it." Then Mrs. Murray came and, laying her hand on his arm, said, "Don't go, Harry. Don't leave me. I want some one. Come upstairs." Harry stood looking at the sweet face, trying to smile so bravely in spite of the tremulous lips. "You are a dear brave little woman," he said, hanging up his hat, "and I'll be hanged if I don't stay by you. Come along upstairs." He stooped and, lifting her in his arms in spite of her laughing protests, carried her upstairs to her room. When they came down to the party, they both looked braver and stronger. The party was a great success. The appointments were perfect, the music the best that could be had, and Maimie more beautiful than ever. In some mysterious way, known only to Aunt Frank, the rumor of Maimie's approaching engagement got about among the guests, and produced an undertone of excitement to the evening's gaiety. Maimie was too excited to be quite natural, but she had never appeared more brilliant and happy, and surely she had every cause. She had achieved a dizzy summit of social success that made her at once the subject of her friends' congratulations and her rivals' secret envy, and which was the more delightful it would be hard to say. Truly she was a fortunate girl, but still the night was long, and she was tired of it all before it was over. The room seemed empty, and often her heart gave a leap as her eyes fell upon some form that appeared more handsome and striking than others near, but only to sink again in disappointment when a second glance told her that it was only some ordinary man. Kate, too, kept aloof in a very unpleasant way, and Harry, devoting himself to Kate, had not done his duty. But in spite of everything, the party had been a great success, and when it was over, Maimie went straight to bed to sleep. She knew that Ranald would be awaiting the answer to his note, but she could not bring herself to face what she knew would be an ordeal that might murder sleep for her, and sleep she must have, for she must be her best to-morrow. It would have been better for all involved had she written her answer that night. Otherwise Ranald would not have been standing at her door in the early afternoon asking to see her. It was Aunt Frances who came down to the drawing room. As Ranald stood up and bowed, she adjusted her pince nez upon her aristocratic nose and viewed him. "You are wishing to see Miss St. Clair," she said, in her very chilliest tone. "I asked to see Maimie," said Ranald, looking at her with cool, steady eyes. "I must say, Mr. Macdonald, that after your conduct to my brother yesterday, I am surprised you should have the assurance to enter his house." "I would prefer not discussing office matters with you," said Ranald politely, and with a suspicion of a smile. "I have come to see Maimie." "That, I am glad to say, is impossible, for she is at present out with Captain De Lacy, who has just arrived from the East to in short, on a very special errand." For a moment Ranald stood without reply. "She is out, you say," he answered at length. "She is out with Captain De Lacy." He caught the touch of triumph in her voice. "Will she be back soon?" inquired Ranald, looking baffled. "Of course one cannot tell in such a case," answered Miss St. Clair, "but I should think not." Miss St. Clair was enjoying herself. It did her good to see this insolent, square-jawed young man standing helpless before her. "It is important that I should see her," said Ranald after a few moments' thought. "I shall wait." Had Miss St. Clair known him better, she would have noticed with some concern the slow fires kindling in his eyes. As it was, she became indignant. "That, Mr. Macdonald, you shall not, and allow me to say frankly that your boldness, your insolence, I may say, is beyond all bounds." "Insolence? And when?" Ranald was very quiet. "You come to the house of your employer, whom you have insulted, and demand to see his daughter." "I have a right to see her." "Right! What right have you, pray?" Then Ranald stood up and looked Miss St. Clair full in the face with eyes fairly alight. "Miss St. Clair, have you ever known what it is to love with all your soul and heart?" Miss St. Clair gasped. "Because if not, you will not understand me. If you have, you will know why I must see Maimie. It is 7 years now since I began to love her. I remember the spot in the woods. I see the big tree there behind her, and the rising ground stretching away to the right. I see the place where I pulled her out of the fire. Every morning since that time I have waked with the thought of her. Every night my eyes have closed with a vision of her before me. It is for her I have lived and worked. I tell you she is mine. I love her, and she loves me. I know it." His words came low, fierce, and swift. Miss St. Clair stood breathless. What a man he looked, and how handsome he was! With but a moment's pause, Ranald went on, but his voice took a gentler tone. "Miss St. Clair, do you understand me? Yes, I know you do." The blood came flowing suddenly to her thin cheeks. "You say she is out with Captain De Lacy, and you mean me to think that she is to give herself to him. He loves her, I know, but I say she is mine. Her eyes have told me that. She is mine, I tell you, and no man living will take her from me." The fire that always slumbered in his eyes was now blazing in full fury. The great passion of his life was raging through his soul, vibrating in his voice, and glowing in his dark face. Miss St. Clair sat silent, and then motioned him to a seat. "Mr. Macdonald," she said, with grave courtesy, "you are too late, I fear. I did not realize. Maimie will never be yours. I know my niece." At the sad earnestness of her voice, Ranald's face began to grow pale. "I will wait for her," he said, quietly. "I beg you will not." "I will wait," he repeated, with lips tight pressed. "It is vain, Mr. Macdonald, I assure you. Spare yourself and her. I know what. I could have—" Her voice grew husky. "I will wait," once more replied Ranald, the lines of his face growing tense. Miss St. Clair rose and gave him her hand. "I will send a friend to you, and I beg you to excuse me." Ranald bowed gravely. "And to forgive me." And she left the room. Ranald heard her pass through the hall and up the stairs, and then a door closed behind her. Before he had time to gather his thoughts together, he heard a voice outside that made his heart stand still. Then the front door opened quickly, and Maimie and De Lacy stood in the hall. She was gaily talking. Ranald rose and stood with his back to the door. Before him was a large mirror which reflected the hall through the open door. He stood waiting for them to enter. "Hang up your hat, Captain De Lacy, then go in and find a chair while I run upstairs," cried Maimie, gaily. "You must learn your way about here now." "No," said De Lacy, in a low, distinct voice. "I can wait no longer, Maimie." She looked at him a moment as if in fear. "Come," he said, holding out his hands to her. "There was no chance in the park, and I can wait no longer." Slowly she came near. "My darling, my sweetheart," he said, in a low voice full of intense passion. Then, while she lay in his arms, he kissed her on the lips twice. Ranald stood gazing in the mirror, as if fascinated. As their lips met, a low groan burst from him. He faced about and with a single step stood in the doorway. Shriek after shriek echoed through the house as Maimie sprang from De Lacy's arms and shrank back to the wall. "Great heavens!" cried De Lacy. "Why, it's Macdonald! What the deuce do you mean, coming in on people like that?" "What is it, Maimie?" cried her Aunt Frank, hurrying downstairs. Then she saw Ranald standing in the doorway, with face bloodless, ghastly, livid. Quickly she went up to him and said, in a voice trembling and not ungentle, "Oh, why did you wait, Mr. Macdonald? Go away now, go away." Ranald turned and looked at her with a curious, uncomprehending gaze, and then said, "Yes, I will go away." He took a step toward Maimie, his eyes like lurid flames. She shrank from him, while De Lacy stepped in his path. With a sweep of his arm he brushed De Lacy aside, hurling him crashing against the wall, and stood before the shrinking girl. "Good bye, Maimie. Forget that I loved you once." The words came slowly from his pallid lips. For some moments he stood with his burning eyes fastened upon her face. Then he turned slowly from her and groped blindly for his hat. Miss St. Clair hurried toward him, found his hat, and putting it in his hand, said in a broken voice, while tears poured down her cheeks, "Here it is. Good bye, good bye." He looked at her a moment as if in surprise, and then, with a smile of rare sweetness on his white lips, he said, "I thank you," and passed out, going feebly like a man who has got a death wound. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Man from Glengarry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Man from Glengarry, A Tale of the Ottawa, by Ralph Connor. Chapter 23, A Good True Friend. It was springtime, and the parks and avenues were in all the dainty splendor of their new leaves. The afternoon May sun was flooding the city with gold and silver light, and all the air was tremulous with the singing of birds. A good day it was to live, if one could only live in the sunny air, within sight of the green leaves, and within sound of the singing birds. A day for life and love it was, at least so Kate thought as she drew up her prancing team at the St. Clair house, where Harry stood waiting for her. "Dear Kate," he cried, "how stunning you are! I love you." "Come, Harry, jump up. Breton is getting excited." "Stony-hearted wretch," grumbled Harry. "Did you hear me tell you I love you?" "Nonsense, Harry, jump in. I'll report to Lily Langford." "Don't tell," pleaded Harry, "and do keep Breton on all fours. This isn't a circus. You terrify me." "We have only time to make the train. Hurry up," cried Kate. "Steady, my boys." "Some day, Kate, those boys of yours will be your death or the death of some of your friends," said Harry, as he sprang in and took his place beside Kate. "That Breton ought to be shot. It really affects my heart to drive with you." "You haven't any, Harry. You know that right well, so don't be alarmed." "Quite true," said Harry, sentimentally. "Not since that night, don't you remember, Kate, when you—" "Now, Harry, I only remind you that I always tell my girl friends everything you say. It is this wedding that's got into your blood." "I suppose so," murmured Harry, pensively. "Wish it would get into yours. Now, seriously, Kate, at your years you ought—" "Harry," said Kate, indignantly, "I really don't need you at the station. I can meet your aunt quite well without you. Shall I set you down here, or drive you to the office?" "Oh, not to the office, I entreat. I entreat. Anything but that. Surely I may be allowed this day. I shall be careful of your sensitive points, but I do hope this wedding of Maimie's will give you serious thoughts." Kate was silent, giving her attention, doubtless, to her team. Then, with seeming irrelevance, she said, "Didn't I see Colonel Thorp yesterday in town?" "Yes, the old heathen. I haven't forgiven him for taking off Ranald as he did." "He didn't take off Ranald. Ranald was going off anyway." "How do you know?" said Harry. "I know," replied Kate, with a little color in her cheek. "He told me himself." "Well, old Thorp was mighty glad to get him, I can tell you that. The old sinner." "He's just a dear," cried Kate. "Yes, he was glad to get Ranald. What a splendid position he gave him." "Oh, yes, I know. He adores you like all the rest, and so you think him a dear." But this Kate ignored, for the team were speeding along at an alarming pace. With amazing skill and dash she threaded her way through the crowded streets with almost no checking of her speed. "Do be careful!" cried Harry, as the wheels of their carriage skimmed the noses of the car horses. "I am quite sure my aunt will not be able to recognize me." "And why not?" "Because I shall be gray-haired by the time I reach the station." "There's the train, I do believe," cried Kate, flourishing her whip over her horses' backs. "We must not be late." "If we ever get there alive," said Harry. "Here we are, sure enough." "Shall I go to the train?" "No, indeed!" cried Kate. "Do you think I'm going to allow any one to meet my Aunt Murray but myself? I shall go. You hold the horses." "I am afraid, really," cried Harry, pretending terror. "Oh, I fancy you will do," cried Kate, smiling sweetly as she ran off to meet the incoming train. In a few moments she returned with Mrs. Murray and carrying a large black valise. "Hello, auntie dear," cried Harry. "You see, I can't leave these brutes of Kate's, but believe me, it does me good to see you. What a blessing a wedding is to bring you to us. I suppose you won't come again until it is Kate's or mine." "That would be sure to bring me," cried Mrs. Murray, smiling her bright smile, "provided you married the right persons." "Why, auntie," said Harry, dismally, "Kate is so unreasonable. She won't take even me. You see, she's so tremendously impressed with herself, and all the fellows spoil her." By this time Kate had the reins, and Harry had climbed into the back seat. "Dear old auntie," he said, kissing his aunt, "I am really delighted to see you. But to return to Kate, look at her. Doesn't she look like a Roman princess?" "Now, Harry, do be sensible, or I shall certainly drive you at once to the office," said Kate, severely. "Oh, the heartlessness of her! She knows well enough that Colonel Thorp is there, and she would shamelessly exult over his abject devotion. She respects neither innocent youth nor gray hairs, as witness myself and Colonel Thorp." "Isn't he a silly boy, auntie?" said Kate. "And he is not much improving with age." "But what's this about Colonel Thorp?" said Mrs. Murray. "Sometimes Ranald writes of him, in high terms, too." "Well, you ought to hear Thorp abuse Ranald. Says he's ruining the company with his various philanthropic schemes," said Harry. "But you can never tell what he means exactly. He's a wily old customer." "Don't believe him, auntie," said Kate, with a sagacious smile. "Colonel Thorp thinks that the whole future of his company and of the province depends solely upon Ranald. It is quite ridiculous to hear him, while all the time he is abusing him for his freaks." "It must be a great country out there, though," said Harry, "and what a row they are making over Confederation." "What do you mean, Harry?" said Mrs. Murray. "We hear so little in the country." "Well, I don't know exactly, but those fellows in British Columbia are making all sorts of threats that unless this railway is built forthwith, they will back out of the Dominion, and some of them talk of annexation with the United States. Don't I wish I was there! What a lucky fellow Ranald is! Thorpe says he's a big gun already, no end of a swell. Of course, as manager of a big concern like the British American Coal and Lumber Company, he is a man of some importance." "I don't think he's taking much to do with public questions," said Kate, "though he did make a speech at New Westminster not long ago. He has been up in those terrible woods almost ever since he went." "Hello, how do you know?" said Harry, looking at her suspiciously. "I get a fragment of a note from Ranald now and then, but he's altogether too busy to remember humble people." "I hear regularly from Coley. You remember Coley, don't you?" said Kate, turning to Mrs. Murray. "Oh, yes, that's the lad in whom Ranald was so interested in the Institute." "Yes," replied Kate. "Coley begged and prayed to go with Ranald, and so he went." "She omits to state," said Harry, "that she also begged and prayed, and further that she outfitted the young rascal, though I've reason to thank Providence for removing him to another sphere." "How does it affect you?" said Mrs. Murray. "Why, haven't you heard, Aunt Murray, of the tremendous heights to which I have attained? I suppose she didn't tell you of her dinner party. That was after you had left last fall. It was a great bit of generalship. Some of Ranald's football friends, little Merrill, Starry Hamilton, that's the captain, you know, and myself among them, were asked to a farewell supper by this young lady, and when the men had well drunk, fed, I mean, and were properly dissolved in tears over the prospect of Ranald's departure, at a critical moment the Institute was introduced as a side issue. It was dear to Ranald's heart. A most effective picture was drawn of the Institute deserted and falling into ruins, so to speak, with Kate heroically struggling to prevent utter collapse. Could this be allowed? No, 1,000 times no. Someone would be found, surely. Who would it be? At this juncture, Kate, who had been maintaining a powerful silence, smiled upon little Merrill, who being distinctly inflammable, and for some mysterious reason devoted to Ranald, and for an even more mysterious reason devoted to Kate, swore he'd follow if some one would lead. What could I do? My well-known abilities naturally singled me out for leadership, so to prevent any such calamity, I immediately proposed that if Starry Hamilton, the great football chief, would command this enterprise, I would follow. Before the evening was over, the Institute was thoroughly manned." "It is nearly half true, Aunt," said Kate. "And by our united efforts," continued Harry, "the Institute has survived the loss of Ranald." "I cannot tell you how overjoyed I am, Harry, that both of my boys are taking hold of such good work, you here and Ranald in British Columbia. He must have a very hard time of it, but he speaks very gratefully of Colonel Thorp, who, he says, often opposes but finally agrees with his proposals." Harry laughed aloud. "Agrees, does he? And do you know why? I remember seeing him one day, and he was in a state of wild fury at Ranald's notions. I won't quote his exact words. The next day I found him in a state of bland approval. Then I learn incidentally that in the meantime Kate has been giving him tea and music." "Don't listen to his mean insinuations, auntie," said Kate, blushing a little. Mrs. Murray turned and looked curiously into her face and smiled, and then Kate blushed all the more. "I think that may explain some things that have been mysterious to me," she said. "Oh, what, auntie?" cried Harry. "I am most anxious to know." "Never mind," said Mrs. Murray. "I will explain to Kate." "That won't help me any. She is a most secretive person, twiddles us all round her fingers, and never lets us know anything until it's done. It is most exasperating. Oh, I say, Kate," added Harry, suddenly, "would you mind dropping me at the florist's here?" "Why? Oh, I see," said Kate, drawing in her team. "How do you do, Lily? Harry is anxious to select some flowers," she said, bowing to a very pretty girl on the sidewalk. "Kate, do stop it," besought Harry, in a low voice, as he leaped out of the carriage. "Good by, auntie. I'll see you this evening. Don't believe all Kate tells you," he added, as they drove away. "Are you too tired for a turn in the park?" said Kate, "or shall we drive home?" "A drive is always pleasant. Besides, one can talk about some things with more freedom in a carriage than face to face in one's room. The horses require attention at critical moments, and there are always points of interest when it is important that conversation should be deflected from the subject in hand. So, since Mrs. Murray was willing, Kate turned into the park. For an hour they drove along its shady, winding roads, while Mrs. Murray talked of many things, but mostly of Ranald, and of the tales that the Glengarry people had of him. For wherever there was lumbering to be done, sooner or later, there Glengarry men were to be found, and Ranald had found them in the British Columbia forests. And to their people at home their letters spoke of Ranald and his doings, at first doubtfully, soon more confidently, but always with pride. To Macdonald Bhain a rare letter came from Ranald now and then, which he would carry to Mrs. Murray with a difficult pretense of modesty. For with Macdonald Bhain Ranald was a great man. "But he is not quite sure of him," said Mrs. Murray. "He thinks it is a very queer way of lumbering, and the wages he considers excessive." "Does he say that?" asked Kate. "That's just what Colonel Thorp says his company are saying. But he stands up for Ranald even when he can't see that his way is the best. The colonel is not very sure about Ranald's schemes for the men, his reading room, library, and that sort of thing, but I'm sure he will succeed." But Kate's tone belied her confident words. Mrs. Murray noticed the anxiety in Kate's voice. "At least we are sure," she said gently, "that he will do right, and after all that is success." "I know that right well," replied Kate, "but it is hard for him out there with no one to help him or to encourage him." Again Mrs. Murray looked at Kate curiously. "It must be a terrible place," Kate went on, "especially for one like Ranald, for he has no mind to let things go. He will do a thing as it ought to be done, or not at all." Soon after this Kate gave her mind to her horses, and in a short time headed them for home. "What a delightful drive we have had," said Mrs. Murray gratefully, as Kate took her upstairs to her room. "I hope I have not worried you with my dismal forebodings," she said, with a little laugh. "No, dear," said Mrs. Murray, drawing her face down to the pillow where Kate had made her lay her head. "I think I understand," she added in a whisper. Then Kate laid her face beside that of her friend and whispered, "Oh, auntie, it is so hard for him." But Mrs. Murray stroked her head softly and said, "There is no fear, Kate. All will be well with him." Immediately after dinner Kate carried Mrs. Murray with her to her own room, and after establishing her in all possible comfort, she began to read extracts from Coley's letters. "Here is the first, auntie. They are more picturesque than elegant, but if you knew Coley you wouldn't mind. You'd be glad to get any letter from him." So saying, Kate turned her back to the window, a position with the double advantage of allowing the light to fall upon the paper and the shadow to rest upon her face, and so proceeded to read. "Dear Miss Kate, we got here. that is, to New Westminster, last night, and it is a queer town. The streets run every way, the houses are all built of wood, and almost none of them are painted. The streets are full of all sorts of people. I saw lots of Chinamen and Indians. It makes a feller feel kind of queer, as if he was in some foreign country. The hotel where we stopped was a pretty good-looking place. Of course, nothing like the hotel we stopped in at San Francisco. It was pretty fine inside, but after supper, when the crowd began to come into the bar, you never saw such a gang in your life. They knew how to sling their money, I can tell you. And then they begun to yell and cut up. I tell you, it would make the ward seem like a Sunday school. The boss, that's what they call him here, I guess didn't like it much, and I don't think you would either. Next morning we went to look at the mills. They are just sheds with slab roofs. I don't think much of them myself, though I don't know much about mills. The boss went round asking questions, and I don't think he liked the look of them much either. I know he kept his lips shut pretty tight, as we used to see him do sometimes in the Institute. I am awful glad he brought me along. He says I have got to write to you at least once a month, and I've got to take care of my writin' too, and get the spellin' right. When I think of the fellers back in the alleys pitchin' pennies, I tell you I'd rather die than go back. Here a feller feels he's alive. I wish I'd paid more attention to my writin' in the night school, but I guess I was pretty much of a fool them days, and you were awful good to me. The boss says that a man must always pay his way, and when I told him I wanted to pay for them clothes you gave me, he looked kind of funny, but he said, 'That's right. So I want you to tell me what they cost, and I will pay you first thing, for I'm going to be a man out in this country. We're going up the river next week and see the gangs working up there in the bush. It's kind of lonesome here going along the street and looking people in the faces to see if you can see one you know. Lots of times I thought I did see someone I knew, but it wasn't. Good-bye. I'll write you soon again. Yours truly, Michael Cole. The second letter, Kate went on, is written from the camp, 20-Mile Camp, he calls it. He tells how they went up the river in the steamer, taking with them some new hands for their camp, and how these men came on board half drunk, and how all the way up to Yale they were drinking and fighting. It must have been horrible. After that they went on smaller boats and then by wagons. On the roads it must have been terrible. Coley seems much impressed with the big trees. He says, "These big trees are pretty hard to write about without sayin' words the boss don't allow. It makes you think of bein' in St. Michael's, it's so quiet and solemn like, and I never felt so small in all my life. The boss and me walked the last part of the way, and got to camp late and pretty tired, and the men we brought in with us was all pretty mad, but the boss never paid no attention to 'em, but went whistlin' about as if everything was lovely. We had some pork and beans for supper, then went to sleep in a bunk nailed up against the side of the shanty. It was as hard as a board, but I tell you, it felt pretty good. Next day I went wanderin' round with the foreman and the boss. I tell you, I was afraid to get very far away from him, for I'd be sure to get lost. The bush is that thick that you can't see your own length ahead of you. That night, when the boss and me and the foreman was in the shanty they call the office, after supper, we heard a most awful row. 'What's that?' says the boss. 'Oh, that's nothin',' says the foreman. 'The boys is havin' a little fun, I guess.' He didn't say anything, but went on talkin', but in a little while the row got worse, and we heard poundin' and smashin'. 'Do you allow that sort of thing?' says the boss. 'Well,' he says, 'guess the boys got some whiskey last night. I generally let 'em alone.' 'Well,' says the boss, quiet like, 'I think you'd better go in and stop it.' 'Not if I know myself,' says the foreman. 'I ain't ordered my funeral yet.' 'Well, we'll go in and see, anyway,' says the boss. I tell you I was kind of scared, but I thought I might as well go along. When we got into the sleepin' shanty, there was a couple of fellers with handspikes breaking up the benches and knocking things around most terrible. 'Say, boys,' yelled the foreman, and then he began to swear most awful. They didn't seem to pay much attention, but kept on knockin' around and swearin'. 'Come now,' says the foreman, kind of coaxin' like. 'This ain't no way to act. Get down and behave yourselves.' but still they didn't pay no attention. Then the boss walked up to the biggest one, and when he got quite close to him, they all got still, looking on. "I'll take that handspike," says the boss. "Help yourself," says the man, swinging it up. I don't know what happened, it was done so quick, but before you could count three, that feller was on his knees bleedin' like a pig, and the handspike was out of the door, and the boss walks up to the other feller and says, "Put that handspike outside." He begun to swear. "Put it out," says the boss, quiet like, and the feller backs up and throws his handspike out. And the boss up and speaks and says, "Look here, men, I don't want to interfere with nobody, and won't while he behaves himself, but there ain't goin' to be any row like that in this camp." Say, you ought to have seen 'em. They sat like the gang used to in the night school. And then he turned and walked out, and we all follered him. I guess they ain't used to that sort of thing in this camp. I heard the men talkin' next day pretty big of what they was goin' to do, but I don't think they'll do much. They don't look that kind. Anyway, if there's goin' to be a fight, I'd feel safer with the boss than with the whole lot of 'em. The letter after this, went on Kate, tells of what happened the Sunday following. We'd gone out in the afternoon, Boss and me, for a walk, and when we got back the camp was just howlin' drunk, and the foreman was worst of all. They kind of quieted down for a little when we come in and let us get into the office, but pretty soon they began actin' up funny again and swearin' most awful. Then I see the boss shut up his lips hard, and I says to myself, "Look out for blood." Then he starts over for the bunk shanty. I was mighty scared and follered him close. Just as we shoved open the door, a bottle come singin' through the air and smashed to 1,000 bits on the beam above. "Is that the kind of cowards you are?" says the boss, quite cool. He didn't speak loud, but I tell you everybody heard him and got dead still. "No, boss," says one feller, "not all. The man that threw that bottle," says the boss, "is a coward and the meanest kind. He's afraid to step out here for 5 minutes." Nobody moved. "Step up, ye baste," says an Irishman, "or it's meself will kick ye out of the camp." And out the feller comes. It was the same duck that the boss scared out of the door the first night. "Stand up till him, Billy," says the Irishman. "We'll see fair play. Stand up to the gintleman." "Billy," says the boss, and his eyes was blazin' like candles, "you're goin' to leave this camp tomorrow mornin'. You can take your choice. Will you get onto your knees now or later?" With that Billy whipped out a knife and rushes at him, but the boss grabs his wrist and gives it a twist, and the knife fell onto the floor. The boss holds him like a baby and picks up the knife and throws it into the fire. "Now," says he, "get onto your knees, quick." And the feller drops on his knees and bellered like a calf. "Let's pray," says someone, and the crowd howls. "Give us your hand, boss," says the Irishman. "You're the top of this gang." The Irishman shoves out his clipper, and the boss takes it in an easy kind of way. My, you ought to have seen that Irishman squirm. "Howly mither," he yells, and dances round. "What do you think you got?" And he goes off looking at his fingers, and the boss stands looking at him and says, "You're a nice lot of fellers. You don't deserve it, but I'm going to treat you fair. I know you feel Sunday pretty slow, and I'll try to make it better for you, but I want you to know that I won't have any more row in this camp, and I won't have any man here that can't behave himself. Tomorrow morning, you," pointing at the foreman, "and you, Billy, and you," pointing at another chap, "leave the camp." And they did, too, though they begged and prayed to let 'em stay. And by next Sunday we had a lot of papers and books with pictures in 'em, and a bang-up dinner, and everything went nice. I am liking it fine. I'm timekeeper and look after the store, but I drive the team, too, every chance I get, and I'd rather do that a long way. But many a night, I tell you, when the boss and me is alone, we talk about you and the Institute fellers, and the boss—" "Well, that's all," said Kate. "But isn't it terrible? Aren't they dreadful?" "Poor fellows," said Mrs. Murray. "It's a very hard life for them." "But isn't it awful, auntie? They might kill him," said Kate. "Yes, dear," said Mrs. Murray, in a soothing voice, "but it sounds worse to us, perhaps, than it is." Mrs. Murray had not lived in the Indian lands for nothing.
"Oh, if anything should happen to him!" said Kate, with sudden agitation.
"We must just trust him to the Great Keeper," said Mrs. Murray, quietly, "in whose keeping all are safe, whether there or here." Then, going to her valise, she took out a letter and handed it to Kate, saying, "That's his last to me. You can look at it, Kate." Kate took the letter and put it in her desk. "I think perhaps we had better go down now," she said. "I expect Colonel Thorp has come. I think you will like him. He seems a little rough, but he is a gentleman and has a true heart." And they went downstairs. It is the mark of a gentleman to know his kind. He has an instinct for what is fine, and offers ready homage to what is worthy. Any one observing Colonel Thorp's manner of receiving Mrs. Murray would have known him at once for a gentleman. For when that little lady came into the drawing room, dressed in her decent silk gown, with soft white lace at her throat, bearing herself with sweet dignity, and stepping with dainty grace on her toes, after the manner of the fine ladies of the old school, and not after the flat-footed, heel-first, modern style, the colonel abandoned his usual careless manner, and rose and stood rigidly at attention. "Auntie, this is my friend, Colonel Thorp," said Kate. "Proud to know you, madam," said the colonel, with his finest military bow. "And I am glad to meet Colonel Thorp. I have heard so much of him through my friends." And she smiled at him with such genuine kindliness that the gallant colonel lost his heart at once. "Your friends have been doing me proud," he said, bowing to her and then to Kate. "Oh, you needn't look at me," said Kate. "You don't imagine I have been saying nice things about you. She has other friends that think much of you." "Yes," said Mrs. Murray, "Ranald has often spoken of you, Colonel Thorp, and of your kindness," said Mrs. Murray. The colonel looked doubtful. "Well, I don't know that he thinks much of me. I have had to be pretty hard on him." "Why?" asked Mrs. Murray. "Well, I reckon you know him pretty well," began the colonel. "Well, she ought to," said Kate. "She brought him up, and his many virtues he owes mostly to my dear aunt's training." "Oh, Kate, you must not say that," said Mrs. Murray, gravely. "Then," said the colonel, "you ought to be proud of him. You produced a rare article in the commercial world, and that is a man of honor. He is not for sale, and I want to say that I feel as safe about the company's money out there as if I was settin' on it. But he needs watching," added the colonel. "He needs watching." "What do you mean?" said Mrs. Murray, whose pale face had flushed with pleasure and pride at the colonel's praise of Ranald. "Too much philanthropy," said the colonel, bluntly. "The British American Coal and Lumber Company ain't a benevolent society, exactly." "I'm glad you spoke of that, Colonel Thorp. I want to ask you about some things that I don't understand. I know that the company are criticizing some of Ranald's methods, but I don't know why exactly." "Now, Colonel," cried Kate, "stand to your guns." "Well," said the colonel, "I'm going to execute a masterly retreat, as they used to say when a fellow ran away. I'm going to get behind my company. They claim, you see, that Ranald ain't a paying concern." "But how?" said Mrs. Murray. Then the colonel enumerated the features of Ranald's management most severely criticized by the company. He paid the biggest wages going, the cost of supplies for the camps was greater, and the company's stores did not show as large profits as formerly. "And, of course," said the colonel, "the first aim of any company is to pay dividends, and the manager that can't do that has to go." Then Mrs. Murray proceeded to deal with the company's contentions, going at once with swift intuition to the heart of the matter. "You were speaking of honor a moment ago, Colonel. There is such a thing in business?" "Certainly. That's why I put that young man where he is." "That means that the company expect him to deal fairly by them." "That's about it." "And being a man of honor, I suppose he will also deal fairly by the men and by himself?" "I guess so," said the colonel. I don't pretend to understand the questions fully, but from Ranald's letters I have gathered that he did not consider that justice was being done either to the men or to the company. For instance, in the matter of stores, I may be wrong in this, you will correct me, Colonel. I understand it was the custom to charge the men in the camps for the articles they needed prices 3 or 4 times what was fair. "Well," said the colonel, "I guess things were a little high, but that's the way every company does." "And then I understand that the men were so poorly housed and fed and so poorly paid that only those of the inferior class could be secured." "Well, I guess they weren't very high class," said the colonel. "That's right enough." "But, Colonel, if you secure a better class of men, and you treat them in a fair and honorable way with some regard to their comfort, you ought to get better results in work, shouldn't you?" "Well, that's so," said the colonel. "There never was such an amount of timber got out with the same number of men since the company started work, but yet the thing don't pay, and that's the trouble. The concern must pay or go under." "Yes, that's quite true, Colonel," said Mrs. Murray. "But why doesn't your concern pay?" "Well, you see, there's no market. Trade is dull, and we can't sell to advantage." "But surely that is not your manager's fault," said Mrs. Murray, "and surely it would be an unjust thing to hold him responsible for that." "But the company don't look at things in that light," said the colonel. "You see, they figure it this way. Stores ain't bringin' in the returns they used to, the camps cost a little more, wages are a little higher, there ain't nothing coming in, and they say, 'Well, that chap out there means well with his reading rooms for the mill hands, his library in the camp, and that sort of thing, but he ain't sharp enough.'" "Sharp enough. That's a hard word, Colonel," said Mrs. Murray, earnestly, "and it may be a cruel word, but if Ranald were ever so sharp, he really couldn't remove the real cause of the trouble. You say he has produced larger results than ever before, and if the market were normal, there would be larger returns. Then it seems to me, Colonel, that if Ranald suffers, he is suffering not because he has been unfaithful or incompetent, but because the market is bad, and that I am certain you would not consider fair." "You must not be too hard on us," said the colonel. "So far as I am concerned, I think you are right, but it is a hard thing to make business men look at these things in anything but a business way." "But it should not be hard, Colonel," said Mrs. Murray, with sad earnestness, "to make even business men see that when honor is the price of dividends, the cost is too great." And without giving the colonel an opportunity of replying, she went on with eager enthusiasm to show how the laws of the kingdom of heaven might be applied to the great problems of labor. "And it would pay, Colonel," she cried. "It would pay in money, but far more it would pay in what cannot be bought for money, in the lives and souls of men, for unjust and uncharitable dealing injures more the man who is guilty of it than the man who suffers from it in the first instance." "Madam," answered the colonel, gravely, "I feel you are right, and I should be glad to have you address the meeting of our shareholders, called for next month, to discuss the question of our Western business." "Do you mean Ranald's position?" asked Kate. "Well, I rather think that will come up." "Then," said Mrs. Murray, unconsciously claiming the colonel's allegiance, "I feel sure there will be one advocate at least for fair and honorable dealing at that meeting." And the colonel was far too gallant to refuse to acknowledge the claim, but simply said, "You may trust me, madam. I shall do my best." "I only wish papa were here," said Kate. "He is a shareholder, isn't he? And wish he could hear you, auntie, but he and mamma won't be home for 2 weeks." "Oh, Kate," cried Mrs. Murray, "you make me ashamed, and I fear I have been talking too much." At this point Harry came in. "I just came over to send you to bed," he said, kissing his aunt and greeting the others. "You are all to look your most beautiful to morrow." "Well," said the colonel, slowly, "that won't be hard for the rest of you, and it don't matter much for me, and I hope we ain't goin' to lose our music." "No, indeed," cried Kate, sitting down at the piano, while the colonel leaned back in his easy chair and gave himself up to an hour's unmingled delight. "You have given more pleasure than you know to a wayfaring man," he said, as he bade her good night. "Come again when you are in town. You are always welcome, Colonel Thorp," she said. "You may count me here every time," said the colonel. Then turning to Mrs. Murray with a low bow, he said, "You have given me some ideas, madam, that I hope may not be quite unfruitful, and as for that young man of yours, well, I guess you ain't hurt his cause any. We'll put up a fight, anyway." "I am glad to have met you, Colonel Thorp," said Mrs. Murray, "and I am quite sure you will stand up for what is right." And with another bow the colonel took his leave. "Now, Harry, you must go too," said Kate. "You can see your aunt again after to morrow, and I must get my beauty sleep. Besides, I don't want to stand up with a man gaunt and hollow-eyed for lack of sleep." And she bundled him off in spite of his remonstrances. But eager as Kate was for her beauty sleep, the light burned late in her room, and long after she had seen Mrs. Murray snugly tucked in for the night, she sat with Ranald's open letter in her hand, reading it till she almost knew it by heart. It told, among other things, of his differences with the company in regard to stores, wages, and supplies, and of his efforts to establish a reading room at the mills and a library at the camps. But there was a sentence at the close of the letter that Kate read over and over again, with the light of a great love in her eyes, and with a cry of pain in her heart. "The magazines and papers that Kate sends are a great boon. Dear Kate, what a girl she is! I know none like her. And what a friend she has been to me ever since the day she stood up for me at Quebec. You remember I told you about that? What a guy I must have been, but she never showed a sign of shame. I often think of that now, how different she was from another. I see it now as I could not then. A man is a fool once in his life, but I have got my lesson, and still have a good, true friend." Often she read, and long she pondered the last words. It was so easy to read too much into them. A good, true friend. She looked at the words till the tears came. Then she stood up and looked at herself in the glass. "Now, young woman," she said, severely, "be sensible and don't dream dreams until you are asleep, and to sleep you must go forthwith." But sleep was slow to come, and, strange to say, it was the thought of the little woman in the next room that quieted her heart and sent her to sleep, and next day she was looking her best. And when the ceremony was over and the guests were assembled at the wedding breakfast, there were not a few who agreed with Harry when, in his speech, he threw down his gage as champion for the peerless bridesmaid, whom for the hour, alas, too short, he was privileged to call his lady fair. For while Kate had not the beauty of form and face, and the fascination of manner that turned men's heads and made Maimie the envy of all her set, there was in her a wholesomeness, a fearless sincerity, a noble dignity, and that indescribable charm of a true heart that made men trust her and love her as only good women are loved. At last the brilliant affair was all over, the rice and the old boots were thrown, the farewell words spoken, and tears shed, and then the aunts came back to the empty and disordered house. "Well, I am glad for Maimie," said Aunt Frank. "It is a good match." "Dear Maimie," replied Aunt Murray, with a gentle sigh. "I hope she will be happy." "After all, it is much better," said Aunt Frank. "Yes, it is much better," replied Mrs. Murray. And then she added, "How lovely Kate looked. What a noble girl she is." But she did not explain even to herself, much less to Aunt Frank, the nexus of her thoughts. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Man from Glengarry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Man from Glengarry, A Tale of the Ottawa by Ralph Connor. CHAPTER XXIV THE WEST The meeting of the shareholders of the British American Lumber and Coal Company was on the whole a stormy one, for the very best of reasons, the failure of the company to pay dividends. The annual report which the president presented showed clearly that there was a slight increase in expenditure and a considerable falling off in sales, and it needed but a little mathematical ability to reach the conclusion that in a comparatively short time the company would be bankrupt. The shareholders were thoroughly disgusted with the British Columbia end of the business, and were on the lookout for a victim. Naturally, their choice fell upon the manager. The concern failed to pay. It was the manager's business to make it pay, and the failure must be laid to his charge. Their confidence in their manager was all the more shaken by the reports that had reached them of his peculiar fads, his reading room, library, etc. These were sufficient evidence of his lack of business ability. He was undoubtedly a worthy young man, but there was every ground to believe that he was something of a visionary, and men with great hesitation entrust hard cash to the management of an idealist. It was perhaps unfortunate for Mr. St. Clair that he should be appealed to upon this point, for his reluctance to express an opinion as to the ability of the manager, and his admission that possibly the young man might properly be termed a visionary, brought Colonel Thorp sharply to his feet. "Mr. St. Clair," said the colonel in a cool, cutting voice, "will not hesitate to bear testimony to the fact that our manager is a man whose integrity cannot be tampered with. If I mistake not, Mr. St. Clair has had evidence of this." Mr. St. Clair hastened to bear the very strongest testimony to the manager's integrity. "And Mr. St. Clair, I have no doubt," went on the colonel, "will be equally ready to bear testimony to the conspicuous ability our manager displayed while he was in the service of the Raymond and St. Clair Lumber Company." Mr. St. Clair promptly corroborated the colonel's statement. "We are sure of two things, therefore," continued the colonel, "that our manager is a man of integrity, and that he has displayed conspicuous business ability in his former positions." At this point the colonel was interrupted, and his attention was called to the fact that the reports showed an increase of expenditure for supplies and for wages, and on the other hand a falling off in the revenue from the stores. But the colonel passed over these points as insignificant. "It is clear," he proceeded, "that the cause of failure does not lie in the management, but in the state of the market. The political situation in that country is very doubtful, and this has an exceedingly depressing effect upon business." "Then," interrupted a shareholder, "it is time the company should withdraw from that country and confine itself to a district where the market is sure and the future more stable." "What about these fads, Colonel?" asked another shareholder. "These reading rooms, libraries, etc. Do you think we pay a man to establish that sort of thing? To my mind they simply put a lot of nonsense into the heads of the working men, and are the chief cause of dissatisfaction." Upon this point the colonel did not feel competent to reply. Consequently, the feeling of the meeting became decidedly hostile to the present manager, and a resolution was offered demanding his resignation. It was also agreed that the board of directors should consider the advisability of withdrawing altogether from British Columbia, inasmuch as the future of that country seemed to be very uncertain. Thereupon Colonel Thorp rose and begged leave to withdraw his name from the directorate of the company. He thought it was unwise to abandon a country where they had spent large sums of money without a thorough investigation of the situation, and he further desired to enter his protest against the injustice of making their manager suffer for a failure for which he had in no way been shown to be responsible. But the shareholders refused to even consider Colonel Thorp's request, and both the president and secretary exhausted their eloquence in eulogizing his value to the company. As a compromise, it was finally decided to continue operations in British Columbia for another season. Colonel Thorp declared that the reforms and reorganization schemes inaugurated by Ranald would result in great reductions in the cost of production, and that Ranald should be given opportunity to demonstrate the success or failure of his plans. And further, the political situation doubtless would be more settled. The wisdom of this decision was manifested later. The spirit of unrest and dissatisfaction appeared again at the next annual meeting, for while conditions were improving, dividends were not yet forthcoming. Once again Colonel Thorp successfully championed Ranald's cause, this time insisting that a further test of 2 seasons be made, prophesying that not only would the present deficit disappear, but that their patience and confidence would be amply rewarded. Yielding to pressure and desiring to acquaint himself with actual conditions from personal observation, Colonel Thorp concluded to visit British Columbia the autumn preceding the annual meeting which was to succeed Ranald's period of probation. Therefore it was that Colonel Thorp found himself on the coast steamship Oregon, approaching the city of Victoria. He had not enjoyed his voyage, and was consequently in no mood to receive the note which was handed him by a brisk young man at the landing. "Who's this from, Pat?" said the colonel, taking the note. "Mike, if you please, Michael Cole, if you don't mind, and the note is from the boss, Mr. Macdonald, who has gone up the country and can't be here to welcome you." "Gone up the country!" roared the colonel. "What the blank does he mean by going up the country at this particular time?" But Mr. Michael Cole was quite undisturbed by the colonel's wrath. "You might find the reason in the note," he said coolly, and the colonel, glaring at him, opened the note and read: "My dear Colonel Thorp, I am greatly disappointed in not being able to meet you. The truth is I only received your letter this week. Our mails are none too prompt, and so I have been unable to rearrange my plans. I find it necessary to run up the river for a couple of weeks. In the meantime, thinking that possibly you might like to see something of our country, I have arranged that you should join the party of the lieutenant governor on their trip to the interior, and which will take only about 4 weeks' time. The party are going to visit the most interesting districts of our country, including both the famous mining district of Cariboo and the beautiful valley of the Okanagan. Mr. Cole, my clerk, will introduce you to Mr. Blair, our member of Parliament for Westminster, who will present you to the rest of the party. Mr. Blair, I need not say, is one of the brightest business men in the West. I shall meet you at Yale on your return. If it is absolutely impossible for you to take this trip, and necessary that I should return at once, Mr. Cole will see that a special messenger is sent to me, but I would strongly urge that you go, if possible. With kind regards." "Look here, young man," yelled the colonel, "do you think I've come all this way to go gallivanting around the country with any blank royal party?" "I don't know, Colonel," said young Cole brightly, "but I tell you I'd like mighty well to go in your place." "And where in the nation is your boss, and what's he after, anyway?" "He's away up the river looking after business, and pretty big business, too," said Coley, not at all overawed by the colonel's wrath. "Well, I hope he knows himself," said the colonel. "Oh, don't make any mistake about that, Colonel," said young Cole. "He always knows where he's going and what he wants, and he gets it." But the colonel made no reply, nor did he deign to notice Mr. Michael Cole again until they arrived at the new Westminster landing. "The boss didn't know," said Coley, approaching the colonel with some degree of care, "whether you would like to go to the hotel or to his rooms. You can take your choice. The hotel is not of the best, and he thought perhaps you could put up with his rooms." "All right," said the colonel. "I guess they'll suit me." The colonel made no mistake in deciding for Ranald's quarters. They consisted of 2 rooms that formed one corner of a long, wooden, single-story building in the shape of an L. One of these rooms Ranald made his dining room and bedroom, the other was his office. The rest of the building was divided into 3 sections, and constituted a dining room, reading room, and bunk room for the men. The walls of these rooms were decorated not inartistically with a few colored prints and with cuts from illustrated papers, many and diverse. The furniture throughout was home-made, with the single exception of a cabinet organ which stood in one corner of the reading room. On the windows of the dining room and bunk room were green roller blinds, but those of the reading room were draped with curtains of flowered muslin. Indeed, the reading room was distinguished from the others by a more artistic and elaborate decoration, and by a greater variety of furniture. The room was evidently the pride of the company's heart. In Ranald's private room the same simplicity in furniture and decoration was apparent, but when the colonel was ushered into the bedroom, his eye fell at once upon two photographs, beautifully framed, hung on each side of the mirror. "Hello, guess I ought to know this," he said, looking at one of them. Coley beamed. "You do, eh? Well, then, she's worth knowing, and there's only one of her kind." "Don't know about that, young man," said the colonel, looking at the other photograph. "Here's one that ought to go in her class." "Perhaps," said Coley doubtfully. "The boss thinks so, I guess, from the way he looks at it." "Young man, what sort of fellow's your boss?" said the colonel, suddenly facing Coley. "What sort?" Coley thought a moment. "Well, 'twould need a good edication to tell, but there's only one in his class, I tell you." "Then he owes it to this little woman," pointing to one of the photographs, "and she," pointing to the other, "said so." "Then you may bet it's true." "I don't bet on a sure thing," said the colonel, his annoyance vanishing in a slow smile, his first since reaching the province. "Dinner'll be ready in half an hour, sir," said Coley, swearing allegiance in his heart to the man that agreed with him in regard to the photograph that stood with Coley for all that was highest in humanity. "John," he said sharply to the Chinese cook, "got good dinner, eh?" "Pretty good," said John, indifferently. "Now look here, John, him big man." John was not much impressed. "Awful big man, I tell you, big soldier." John preserved a stolid countenance. "John," said the exasperated Coley, "I'll kick you across this room and back if you don't listen to me. Want big dinner. Heap good, eh?" "Uh-huh, belly good," replied John with a slight show of interest. "I say, John, what you got for dinner, eh?" asked Coley, changing his tactics. "Ham, eggs, lice," answered the Mongolian, imperturbably. "Gee whiz!" said Coley. "Going to feed the boss's uncle on ham and eggs?" "What?" said John, with sudden interest. "Uncle Boss, eh?" "Yes," said the unblushing Coley. "Huh! Coley heap fool. Get chicken quick. Meat shop small, eh?" The Chinaman was at last aroused. Pots, pans, and other utensils were in immediate requisition. A roaring fire set a-going, and in 3/4 of an hour the colonel sat down to a dinner of soup, fish, and fowl, with various entrees and side dishes that would have done credit to a New York chef. Thus potent was the name of the boss with his cook. John's excellent dinner did much to soothe and mollify his guest, but the colonel was sensitive to impressions other than the purely gastronomic, for throughout the course of the dinner his eyes wandered to the photographs on the wall, and in fancy he was once more in the presence of the two women to whom he felt pledged in Ranald's behalf. "It's a one-horse looking country, though," he said to himself, "and no place for a man with any snap. Best thing would be to pull out, I guess, and take him along." And it was in this mind that he received the Honorable Archibald Blair, MPP for New Westminster, president of the British Columbia Canning Company, recently organized, and a director in half a dozen other business concerns. "Colonel Thorp, this is Mr. Blair of the British Columbia Canning Company," said Coley, with a curious suggestion of Ranald in his manner. "Glad to welcome a friend of Mr. Macdonald's," said Mr. Blair, a little man of about 30, with a shrewd eye and a kindly, frank manner. "Well, I guess I can say the same," said Colonel Thorp, shaking hands. "I judge his friends are of the right sort." "You'll find plenty in this country glad to class themselves in that list," laughed Mr. Blair. "I wouldn't undertake to guarantee them all, but those he lists that way you can pretty well bank on. He's a young man for reading men." "Yes?" said the colonel, interrogatively. "He's very young." "Young for that matter, so are we all, especially on this side the water here. It's a young man's country." "Pretty young, I judge," said the colonel, dryly. "Lots of room to grow." "Yes, thank Providence," said Mr. Blair, enthusiastically. "But there's lots of life and lots to feed it. But I'm not going to talk, Colonel. It is always wasted breath on an Easterner. I'll let the country talk. You are coming with us, of course?" "Hardly think so. My time is rather limited, and, well, to tell the truth, I'm from across the line and don't cater much to your royalties."
"Royalties!" exclaimed Mr. Blair. "Oh, you mean our governor. Well, that's good, rather. Must tell the governor that." Mr. Blair laughed long and loud. "You'll forget all about that when you are out with us an hour. No, we think it well to hedge our government with dignity, but on this trip we shall leave the gold lace and red tape behind." "How long do you propose to be gone?" "About 4 weeks. But I make you a promise. If after the first week you want to return from any point, I shall send you back with all speed. But you won't want to. I guarantee you that. Why, my dear sir, think of the route." And Mr. Blair went off into a rapturous description of the marvels of the young province, its scenery, its resources, its climate, its sport, playing upon each string as he marked the effect upon his listener. By the time Mr. Blair's visit was over, the colonel had made up his mind that he would see something of this wonderful country. Next day Coley took him over the company's mills, and was not a little disappointed to see that the colonel was not impressed by their size or equipment. In Coley's eyes they were phenomenal, and he was inclined to resent the colonel's lofty manner. The foreman, Mr. Urquhart, a shrewd Scotchman, who had seen the mills of the Ottawa River and those in Michigan as well, understood his visitor's attitude better, and besides, it suited his Scotch nature to refuse any approach to open admiration for anything out of the old land. His ordinary commendation was, "It's no that bad," and his superlative was expressed in the daring concession, "Aye, it'll maybe die. It micht be waur." So he followed the colonel about with disparaging comments that drove Coley to the verge of madness. When they came to the engine room, which was Urquhart's pride, the climax was reached. "It's a wee bit o' a place, and no fit for the wark," said Urquhart, ushering the colonel into a snug little engine room, where every bit of brass shone with dazzling brightness, and every part of the engine moved in smooth, sweet harmony. "Slick little engine," said the colonel, with discriminating admiration. "It's no that bad the noo, but ye should have seen it afore Jem there took a hand at it. A wheezin', rattlin', patchin' thing that ye micht expect to flee in bits for the noise and the whame of it. But Jemmy sorted it till it's nae despicable for its size. But it's no fit for the wark. Jemmy, lad, just gie it its fill, and we'll pit the saw into a log," said Urquhart, as they went up into the sawing room, where in a few minutes the colonel had an exhibition of the saw sticking fast in a log for lack of power. "Man, yon's a lad that kens his trade. He's frae Gleska. He earns his money's worth." "How did you come to get him?" said the colonel, moved to interest by Urquhart's unwonted praise. "Indeed, just the way we've got all our best men. It's the boss picked him oot o' the gutter, and there he is earnin' his 2.5 a day." "The boss did that, eh?" said the colonel, with one of his swift glances at the speaker. "Aye, that he did, and he's only one o' many." "He's good at that sort of business, I guess." "Aye, he kens men as ye can see frae his gang." "Doesn't seem to be able to make the company's business pay," ventured the colonel. "Do you think you could find one that could?" pointing to the halting saw. "And that's the machine that turned out the piles yonder. Gie him a chance, though, and when the stuff is disposed of, you'll get your profit." Urquhart knew what he was about, and the colonel went back with Coley to his rooms, convinced of two facts: that the company had a plant that might easily be improved, but a manager that, in the estimation of those who wrought with him, was easily first in his class. Ranald could have adopted no better plan for the enhancing of his reputation than by allowing Colonel Thorp to go in and out among the workmen and his friends. More and more the colonel became impressed with his manager's genius for the picking of his men and binding them to his interests, and as this impression deepened, he became the more resolved that it was a waste of good material to retain a man in a country offering such a limited scope for his abilities. But after 4 weeks spent in exploring the interior, from Quesnel to Okanagan, and in the following in and out the waterways of the coastline, the colonel met Ranald at Yale with only a problem to be solved, and he lost no time in putting it to his manager. "How in thunder can I get those narrow gauge, hide-bound Easterners to launch out into business in this country?" "I can't help you there, Colonel. I've tried and failed." "By the great Sam, so you have," said the colonel with a sudden conviction of his own limitations in the past. "No use trying to tell 'em of this," swinging his long arm toward the great sweep of the Fraser Valley, clothed with a mighty forest. "It's only a question of holdin' on for a few years. The thing's dead sure." "I have been through a good part of it," said Ranald quietly, "and I am convinced that here we have the pick of Canada, and I venture to say of the American continent. Timber, hundreds of square miles of it. Fish, I've seen that river so packed with salmon that I couldn't shove my canoe through." "Hold on now," said the colonel. "Give me time." "Simple, sober truth of my own proving," replied Ranald. "And you saw a fringe of the mines up in the Caribou. The Kootenay is full of gold and silver, and in the Okanagan you can grow food and fruits for millions of people. I know what I am saying." "Tell you what," said the colonel, "you make me think you're speaking the truth anyhow." Then with a sudden inspiration he exclaimed, "By the great Sammy, I've got an idea." And then, as he saw Ranald waiting, added, "But I guess I'll let it soak till we get down to the mill." "Do you think you could spare me, Colonel?" asked Ranald in a dubious voice. "I really ought to run through a bit of timber here." "No, by the great Sam, I can't. I want you to come right along," replied the colonel with emphasis. "What is he saying, Colonel?" asked Mr. Blair. "Wants to run off and leave me to paddle my way home alone. Not much. I tell you what, we have some important business to do before I go east. You hear me? And besides, Macdonald, I want you for that big meeting of ours next week. You simply must be there." "You flatter me, Mr. Blair." "Not a bit. You know there are a lot of hotheads talking separation and that sort of thing, and I want some level-headed fellow who is in with the working men to be there." And as it turned out, it was a good thing for Mr. Blair and for the cause he represented that Ranald was present at the great mass meeting held in New Westminster the next week. For the people were exasperated beyond all endurance at the delay of the Dominion in making good the solemn promises given at the time of Confederation, and were in a mood to listen to the proposals freely made that the useless bond should be severed. Railway or separation was the cry, and resolutions embodying this sentiment were actually proposed and discussed. It was Ranald's speech, everyone said, that turned the tide. His calm logic made clear the folly of even considering separation. His knowledge of and his unbounded faith in the resources of the province, and more than all, his impassioned picturing of the future of the great Dominion, reaching from ocean to ocean, knit together by ties of common interest, and a common loyalty that would become more vividly real when the provinces had been brought more closely together by the promised railway. They might have to wait a little longer, but it was worth while waiting, and there was no future in any other policy. It was his first speech at a great meeting, and as Mr. Blair shook him warmly by the hand, the crowd burst into enthusiastic cries, "Macdonald! Macdonald!" and in one of the pauses a single voice was heard, "Glengarry forever!" Then again the crowd broke forth, "Glengarry! Glengarry!" For all who knew Ranald personally had heard of the gang that were once the pride of the Ottawa. At that old cry Ranald's face flushed deep red, and he had no words to answer his friend's warm congratulations. "Send him east!" cried a voice. "Yes, yes, that's it. Send him to Ottawa to John A. It's the same clan." Swiftly Mr. Blair made up his mind. "Gentlemen, that is a good suggestion. I make it a motion." It was seconded in a dozen places and carried by a standing vote. Then Ranald rose again and modestly protested that he was not the man to go. He was quite unknown in the province. "We know you," the same voice called out, followed by a roar of approval. "And besides," went on Ranald, "it is impossible for me to get away. I'm a working man, and not my own master." Then the colonel, who was sitting on the platform, rose and begged to be heard. "Mr. Chairman and gentlemen, I ain't a Canadian." "Never mind, you can't help that," sang out a man from the back, with a roar of laughter following. "But if I weren't an American, I don't know anything that I'd rather be." Great applause. "4 weeks ago I wouldn't have taken your province as a gift. Now I only wish Uncle Sam could persuade you to sell." Cries of "He hasn't got money enough. Don't fool yourself." "But I want to say that this young man of mine," pointing to Ranald, "has given you good talk, and if you want him to go east, why, I'll let him off for a spell." Loud cheers for the colonel and for Macdonald. A week later a great meeting in Victoria endorsed the new Westminster resolutions with the added demand that the railway should be continued to Esquinalt according to the original agreement. Another delegate was appointed to represent the wishes of the islanders, and before Ranald had fully realized what had happened, he found himself a famous man and on the way to the east with the jubilant colonel. "What was the great idea, Colonel, that struck you at Yale?" inquired Ranald as they were fairly steaming out of the Esquinalt harbor. "This is it, my boy," exclaimed the colonel, slapping him on the back. "This here trip east. Now we've got 'em over the ropes, by the great and everlasting Sammy," the form of oath indicating a climax in the colonel's emotion. "Got who?" inquired Ranald, mystified. "Them gall-blamed cross-road hayseeds down east." And with this the colonel became discreetly silent. He knew too well the sensitive pride of the man with whom he had to deal, and he was chiefly anxious now that Ranald should know as little as possible of the real object of his going to British Columbia. "We've got to make the British American Coal and Lumber Company know the time of day. It's gittin' up time out in this country. They were talkin' a little of drawin' out." Ranald gasped. "Some of them only," the colonel hastened to add. "But I want you to talk like you did the other night, and I'll tell my little tale, and if that don't fetch 'em, then I'm a Turk." "Well, Colonel, here's my word," said Ranald, deliberately. "If the company wish to withdraw, they may do so, but my future is bound up with that of the West, and I have no fear that it will fail me. I stake my all upon the West." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Man from Glengarry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Man from Glengarry, A Tale of the Ottawa, by Ralph Connor. Chapter 25. Glengarry Forever. The colonel was an experienced traveler, and believed in making himself comfortable. Ranald looked on with some amusement and a little wonder, while the colonel arranged his things about the stateroom. "May as well make things comfortable while we can," said the colonel. "We have the better part of 3 days before us on this boat, and if it gets rough, it is better to have things neat. Now, you go ahead," he added, "and get your things out." "I think you are right, Colonel. I am not much used to travel, but I shall take your advice on this." "Well, I have traveled considerable these last 20 years," replied the colonel. "I say, would you mind leaving those out?" "What?" "Those photos. They're the two you had up by the glass in your room, aren't they?" Ranald flushed a little. "Of course, it ain't for everyone to see, and I would not ask you, but those two ain't like any other two that I have seen, and I have seen a good many in 40 years." Ranald said nothing, but set the photographs on a little bracket on the wall. "There, that makes this room feel better," said the colonel. "That there is the finest, sweetest, truest girl that walks this sphere," he said, pointing at Kate's photograph. "And the other, I guess you know all about her."
"Yes, I know about her," said Ranald, looking at the photograph. "It is to her I owe everything I have that is any good. And, Colonel," he added, with an unusual burst of confidence, "when my life was broken off short, that woman put me in the way of getting hold of it again." "Well, they both think a pile of you," was the colonel's reply. "Yes, I think they do," said Ranald. "They are not the kind to forget a man when he is out of sight, and it is worth traveling 2,000 miles to see them again." "Ain't it queer now how the world is run?" said the colonel. "There's two women now, the very best. One has been buried all her life in a little hole in the woods, and the other's giving herself to a feller that ain't fit to carry her boots." "What?" said Ranald, sharply. "Kate?" "Yes, they say she is going to throw herself away on young St. Clair. He is all right, I suppose, but he ain't fit for her." Ranald suddenly stooped over his valise and began pulling out his things. "I didn't hear of that," he said. "I did," said the colonel. "You see, he is always there, and acting as if he owned her. He stuck to her for a long time, but I guess she got tired holding out." "Harry is a very decent fellow," said Ranald, rising up from his unpacking. "I say, this boat's close. Let us go up on deck." "Wait," said the colonel. "I want to talk over our plans, and we can talk better here." "No," said Ranald, "I want some fresh air. Let us go up." And without further words he hurried up the gangway. It was some time before Colonel Thorp found him in the bow of the boat, and immediately began to talk over their plans. "You spoke of going to Toronto first thing," he said to Ranald. "Yes," said Ranald, "but I think I ought to go to Ottawa at once, and then I shall see my people in Glengarry for a few days. Then I will be ready for the meeting at Bay City any time after the second week." "But you have not put Toronto in there," said the colonel. "You are not going to disappoint that little girl. She would take it pretty hard. Mind you, she wants to see you." "Oh, of course I shall run in for a day." "Well," said the colonel, "I want to give you plenty of time. I will arrange that meeting for a month from today." "No, no," said Ranald, impatiently. "I must get back to the West. 2 weeks will do me." "Well, we will make it 3," said the colonel. He could not understand Ranald's sudden eagerness to set out for the West again. He had spoken with such enthusiastic delight of his visit to Toronto, and now he was only going to run in for a day or so. And if Ranald himself were asked, he would have found it difficult to explain his sudden lack of interest, not only in Toronto, but in everything that lay in the East. He was conscious of a deep, dull ache in his heart, and he could not quite explain it. After the colonel had gone down for the night, Ranald walked the deck alone and resolutely faced himself. His first frank look within revealed to him the fact that his pain had come upon him with the colonel's information that Kate had given herself to Harry. It was right that he should be disappointed. Harry, though a decent enough fellow, did not begin to be worthy of her, and indeed no one that he knew was worthy of her. But why should he feel so sorely about it? For years Harry had been her devoted slave. He would give her the love of an honest man, and would surround her with all the comforts and luxuries that wealth could bring. She would be very happy. He had no right to grieve about it. And yet he did grieve. The whole sky over the landscape of his life had suddenly become cold and gray. During these years Kate had grown to be much to him. She had in many ways helped him in his work. The thought of her and her approval had brought him inspiration and strength in many an hour of weakness and loneliness. She had been so loyal and so true from the very first, and it was a bitter thing to feel that another had come between them. Over and over again he accused himself of sheer madness. Why should she not love Harry? That need not make her any less his friend. but in spite of his arguments, he found himself weary of the East and eager to turn away from it. He must hurry on at once to Ottawa, and with all speed get done his business there. At Chicago he left the colonel with a promise to meet him in 3 weeks at the headquarters of the British American Coal and Lumber Company at Bay City. He wired to Ottawa, asking an appointment with the government, and after 3 days' hard travel found himself in the capital of the Dominion. The premier, Sir John A. Macdonald, with the ready courtesy characteristic of him, immediately arranged for a hearing of the delegation from British Columbia. Ranald was surprised at the indifference with which he approached this meeting. He seemed to have lost capacity for keen feeling of any kind. Sir John A. Macdonald and his cabinet received the delegation with great kindness, and in every possible way strove to make them feel that the government was genuinely interested in the Western province, and were anxious to do all that could be done in their interest. In the conference that ensued, the delegate for Victoria took a more prominent part, being an older man, and representing the larger and more important constituency. But when Sir John began to ask questions, the Victoria delegate was soon beyond his depth. The premier showed such an exactness of knowledge and comprehensiveness of grasp that before long Ranald was appealed to for information in regard to the resources of the country, and especially the causes and extent of the present discontent. "The causes of discontent are very easy to see," said Ranald. "All British Columbians feel hurt at the failure of the Dominion government to keep its solemn obligations." "Is there nothing else now, Mr. Macdonald?" "There may be," said Ranald, "some lingering impatience with the government by different officials, and there is a certain amount of annexation sentiment." "Ah," said Sir John, "I think we have our finger upon it now." "Do not overestimate that," said Ranald. "I believe that there are only a very few with annexation sentiments, and all these are of American birth. The great body of the people are simply indignant at and disappointed with the Dominion government." "And would you say there is no other cause of discontent, Mr. Macdonald?" said Sir John, with a keen look at Ranald. "There is another cause, I believe," said Ranald, "and that is the party depression, but that depression is due to the uncertainty in regard to the political future of the province. When once we hear that the railroad is being built, political interest will revive." "May I ask where you were born?" said Sir John. "In Glengarry," said Ranald, with a touch of pride in his voice. "Ah, I am afraid your people are not great admirers of my government, and perhaps you, Mr. Macdonald, share in the opinion of your county." "I have no opinion in regard to Dominion politics. I am for British Columbia." "Well, Mr. Macdonald," said Sir John, rising, "that is right, and you ought to have your road." "Do I understand you to say that the government will begin to build the road at once?" said Ranald. "Ah," smiled Sir John, "I see you want something definite." "I have come 2,000 miles to get it. The people that sent me will be content with nothing else. It is a serious time with us, and I believe with the whole of the Dominion." "Mr. Macdonald," said Sir John, becoming suddenly grave, "believe me, it is a more serious time than you know, but you trust me in this matter." "Will the road be begun this year?" said Ranald. "All I can say today, Mr. Macdonald," said Sir John earnestly, "is this, that if I can bring it about, the building of the road will be started at once." "Then, Sir John," said Ranald, "you may depend that British Columbia will be grateful to you." And the interview was over. Outside the room he found Captain De Lacy awaiting him. "By Jove, Macdonald, I have been waiting here 3/4 of an hour. Come along. Maimie has an afternoon right on, and you are our lion." Ranald would have refused, but De Lacy would not accept any apology and carried him off. Maimie's rooms were crowded with all the great social and political people of the city. With an air of triumph, De Lacy piloted Ranald through the crowd and presented him to Maimie. Ranald was surprised to find himself shaking hands with the woman he had once loved, with unquickened pulse and nerves cool and steady. Here Maimie, who was looking more beautiful than ever, and who was dressed in a gown of exquisite richness, received Ranald with a warmth that was almost enthusiastic. "How famous you have become, Mr. Macdonald," she said, offering him her hand. "We are all proud to say that we know you." "You flatter me," said Ranald, bowing over her hand. "No, indeed. Every one is talking of the young man from the West. And how handsome you are, Ranald," she said, in a low voice, leaning toward him, and flashing at him one of her old-time glances. "I am not used to that," he said, "and I can only reply as we used to in school, 'You too.'" "Oh, now you flatter me," cried Maimie gaily. "But let me introduce you to my dear friend, Lady Mary Rivers. Lady Mary, this is Mr. Macdonald from British Columbia, you know." "Oh, yes," said Lady Mary, with a look of intelligence in her beautiful dark eyes. "I have heard a great deal about you. Let me see, you opposed separation, saved the Dominion, in short." "Did I really?" said Ranald, "and never knew it." "You see, he is not only famous, but modest," said Maimie. "But that is an old characteristic of his. I knew Mr. Macdonald a very long time ago." "Very," said Ranald. "When we were quite young." "Very young," replied Ranald with great emphasis. "And doubtless very happy," said Lady Mary. "Happy," said Ranald. "Yes, so happy that I can hardly bear to think of those days." "Why so?" inquired Lady Mary. "Because they are gone." "But all days go, and have to be parted with." "Oh, yes, Lady Mary, that is true, and so many things die with them, as, for instance, our youthful beliefs and enthusiasms. I used to believe in every one, Lady Mary." "And now in no one?" "God forbid. I discriminate." "Now, Lady Mary," replied Maimie, "I want my lion to be led about and exhibited, and I give him over to you." For some time Ranald stood near, chatting to 2 or 3 people to whom Lady Mary had introduced him, but listening eagerly all the while to Maimie talking to the men who were crowded about her. How brilliantly she talked, finding it quite within her powers to keep several men busy at the same time. And as Ranald listened to her gay, frivolous talk, more and more he became conscious of an unpleasantness in her tone. It was thin, shallow, and heartless. "Can it be possible," he said to himself, "that once she had the power to make my heart quicken its beat?" "Tell me about the West," Lady Mary was saying, when Ranald came to himself. "If I begin about the West," he replied, "I must have both time and space to deliver myself." "Come, then, we shall find a corner," said Lady Mary, and for half an hour did Ranald discourse to her of the West, and so eloquently that Lady Mary quite forgot that he was a lion, and that she had been entrusted with the duty of exhibiting him. By and by Maimie found them. "Now, Lady Mary, you are very selfish, for so many people are wanting to see our hero, and here is the Premier wanting to see you." "Ah, Lady Mary," said Sir John, "you have captured the man from Glengarry, I see." "I hope so, indeed," said Lady Mary. "But why from Glengarry? He is from the West, is he not?" "Once from Glengarry, now from the West, and I hope he will often come from the West, and he will, no doubt, if those people know what is good for them." And Sir John, skilfully drawing Ranald aside, led him to talk of the political situation in British Columbia, now and then putting a question that revealed a knowledge so full and accurate that Ranald exclaimed suddenly, "Why, Sir John, you know more about the country than I do." "Not at all, not at all," replied Sir John,
And then, lowering his voice to a confidential tone, he added, "You are the first man from that country that knows what I want to know." And once more he plied Ranald with questions, listening eagerly and intelligently to the answers so enthusiastically given. "We want to make this Dominion a great empire," said Sir John, as he said good bye to Ranald, "and we are going to do it, but you, and men like you in the West, must do your part." Ranald was much impressed by the premier's grave earnestness. "I will try, Sir John," he said, "and I shall go back feeling thankful that you are going to show us the way." "Going so soon?" said Maimie, when he came to say good bye. "Why, I have seen nothing of you, and I have not had a moment to offer you my congratulations," she said with a significant smile. Ranald bowed his thanks. "And Kate, dear girl," went on Maimie, "she never comes to see me now, but I am glad she will be so happy." Ranald looked at her steadily for a moment or two, and then said quietly, "I am sure I hope so. And Harry is a very lucky chap." "Oh, isn't he?" cried Maimie. "And he is just daft about her. Must you go? I am so sorry. I wanted to talk about old times, the dear old days." The look in Maimie's eyes said much more than her words. "Yes," said Ranald, with an easy, frank smile. "They were dear days indeed. I often think of them. And now I must really go. Say good bye to De Lacy for me." He came away from her with an inexplicable feeling of exultation. He had gone with some slight trepidation in his heart to meet her, and it was no small relief to him to discover that she had lost all power over him. "What sort of man could I have been, I wonder?" he asked himself, and it was only 3 years ago. Near the door Lady Mary stopped him. "Going so early, and without saying good bye," she said, reproachfully. "I must leave town tonight," he replied, "but I am glad to say good bye to you." "I think you ought to stay. I am sure His Excellency wants to see you." "I am sure you are good to think so, but I am also quite sure that he has never given a thought to my insignificant self." "Indeed he has. Now can't you stay a few days? I want to see more. We all want to hear more about the West." "You will never know the West by hearing of it," said Ranald, offering his hand. "Good bye," she said. "I am coming." "Good," he said. "I shall look for you." As Ranald approached his hotel, he saw a man that seemed oddly familiar, lounging against the door, and as he drew near, he discovered, to his astonishment and joy, that it was Yankee. "Why, Yankee!" he exclaimed, rushing at him. "How in the world did you come to be here, and what brought you?" "Well, I came for you, I guess. Heard you were going to be here and were comin' home afterwards, so I thought it would be quicker for you to drive straight across than to go round by Cornwall, so I hitched up Lisette and came right along." "Lisette! You don't mean to tell me. How is the old girl? Yankee, you have done a fine thing. Now we will start right away." "All right," said Yankee. "How long will it take us to get home?" "'Bout 2 days easy goin', I guess. Of course, if you want, I guess we can do it in a day and a half. She will do all you tell her." "Well, we will take 2 days," said Ranald. "I guess we had better take a pretty early start," said Yankee. "Can't we get off tonight?" inquired Ranald, eagerly. "We could get out 10 miles or so." "Yes," replied Yankee. "There's a good place to stop about 10 miles out. I think we had better go along the river road and then take down through the Russell Hills to the Nation crossing." In half an hour they were off on their 2 days' trip to the Indian Lands. And 2 glorious days they were. The open air, with the suggestion of the coming fall, the great forests with their varying hues of green and brown, yellow and bright red, and all bathed in the smoky purple light of the September sun, these all combined to bring to Ranald's heart the rest and comfort and peace that he so sorely needed.
and when he drove into his uncle's yard in the late afternoon of the second day, he felt himself more content to live the life appointed him, and if anything more were needed to strengthen him in this resolution, and to fit him for the fight lying before him, his brief visit to his home brought it to him. It did him good to look into the face of the great Macdonald Bhain once more, and to hear his deep, steady voice welcome him home. It was the face and the voice of a man who had passed through many a sore battle, and not without honor to himself. And it was good, too, to receive the welcome greetings of his old friends, and to feel their pride in him, and their high expectation of him. More than ever, he resolved that he would be a man worthy of his race. His visit to the manse brought him mingled feelings of delight and perplexity and pain. The minister's welcome was kind, but there was a tinge of self-complacent pride in it. Ranald was one of his lads, and he evidently took credit to himself for the young man's success. Hughie regarded him with reserved approval. He was a man now and teaching school, and before committing himself to his old-time devotion, he had to adjust his mind to the new conditions. But before the evening was half done, Ranald had won him once more. His tales of the West, and of how it was making and marring men, of the nation that was being built up, and his picture of the future that he saw for the great Dominion, unconsciously revealed the strong manhood and the high ideals in the speaker, and Hughie found himself slipping into the old attitude of devotion to his friend. But it struck Ranald to the heart to see the marks of many a long day's work upon the face of the woman who had done more for him than all the rest of the world. Her flock of little children had laid upon her a load of care and toil, which, added to the burden she was already trying to carry, was proving more than her delicate frame could bear. There were lines upon her face that only weariness often repeated, cuts deep. But there were other lines there, and these were lines of heart pain, and as Ranald watched her closely, with his heart running over with love and pity and indignation for her, he caught her frequent glances toward her firstborn that spoke of anxiety and fear. "Can it be the young rascal is bringing her anything but perfect satisfaction and joy in return for the sacrifice of her splendid life?" he said to himself. But no word fell from her to show him the secret of her pain. It was Hughie's own lips that revealed him, and as the lad talked of his present and his future, his impatience of control, his lack of sympathy to all higher ideals, his determination to please himself to the forgetting of all else, his seeming unconsciousness of the debt he owed to his mother, all these became easily apparent. With difficulty Ranald restrained his indignation. He let him talk for some time, and then opened out upon him. He read him no long lecture, but his words came forth with such fiery heat that they burned their way clear through all the false and flimsy selfishness of the younger man, till they reached the true heart of him. His last words Hughie never forgot. "Do you know, Hughie," he said, and the fire in his eyes seemed to burn into Hughie's, "do you know what sort of woman you have for a mother? And do you know that if you should live to be 100 years, and devoted every day of your life to the doing of her pleasure, you could not repay the debt you owe her? Be a man, Hughie. Thank God for her, and for the opportunity of loving and caring for her." The night of his first visit to the manse, Ranald had no opportunity for any further talk with the minister's wife. But he came away with the resolve that before his week's visit was over, he would see her alone. On his return home, however, he found waiting him a telegram from Colonel Thorp, mailed from Alexandria, announcing an early date for the meeting of shareholders at Bay City, so that he found it necessary to leave immediately after the next day, which was the Sabbath. It was no small disappointment to him that he was to have no opportunity of opening his heart to his friend. But as he sat in his uncle's seat at the side of the pulpit, from which he could catch sight of the minister's pew, and watched the look of peace and quiet courage grow upon her face, till all the lines of pain and care were quite smoothed out, he felt his heart fill up with a sense of shame for all his weakness, and his soul knit itself into the resolve that if he should have to walk his way, bearing his cross alone, he would seek the same high spirit of faith and patience and courage that he saw shining in her grey-brown eyes. After the service he walked home with the minister's wife, seeking opportunity for a few last words with her. He had meant to tell her something of his heart's sorrow and disappointment, for he guessed that knowing and loving Kate as she did, she would understand its depth and bitterness. But when he told her of his early departure, and of the fear that for many years he could not return, his heart was smitten with a great pity for her. The look of disappointment and almost of dismay he could not understand, until, with difficulty, she told him how she had hoped that he was to spend some weeks at home, and that Hughie might be much with him. "I wish he could know you better, Ranald. There is no one about here to whom he can look up, and some of his companions are not of the best." The look of beseeching pain in her eyes was almost more than Ranald could bear. "I would give my life to help you," he said in a voice hoarse and husky. "I know," she said simply. "You have been a great joy to me, Ranald, and it will always comfort me to think of you and of your work, and I like to remember, too, how you helped Harry. He told me much about you, and I am so glad, especially as he is now to be married." "Yes, yes," replied Ranald hurriedly. "That will be a great thing for him." Then, after a pause, he added, "Mrs. Murray, the West is a hard country for young men who are not very firmly anchored. But if at any time you think I could help Hughie, and you feel like sending him to me, I will gladly do for him all that one man can do for another. And all that I can do will be a very poor return for what you have done for me." "It's little I have done, Ranald," she said, "and that little has been repaid 1,000-fold, for there is no greater joy than that of seeing my boys grow into good and great men, and that joy you have brought me." Then she said good-bye, holding his hand long, as if hating to let him go. "I will remember your promise, Ranald," she said, "for it may be that some day I shall need you." And when the chance came to Ranald before many years had gone, he proved himself not unworthy of her trust. At the meeting of shareholders of the British American Coal and Lumber Company, held in Bay City, the feeling uppermost in the minds of those present was one of wrath and indignation at Colonel Thorp, for he still clung to the idea that it would be unwise to wind up the British Columbia end of the business. The colonel's speech in reply was a triumph of diplomacy. He began by giving a detailed and graphic account of his trip through the province, lighting up the narrative with incidents of adventure, both tragic and comic, to such good purpose that before he had finished, his hearers had forgotten all their anger. Then he told of what he had seen of Ranald's work, emphasizing the largeness of the results he had obtained with his very imperfect equipment. He spoke of the high place their manager held in the esteem of the community, as witness his visit to Ottawa as representative. And lastly, he touched upon his work for the men by means of the libraries and reading room. Here he was interrupted by an impatient exclamation on the part of one of the shareholders. The colonel paused, and fastening his eye upon the impatient shareholder, he said, in tones cool and deliberate, "A gentleman says nonsense.
I confess that before my visit to the West I should have said the same, but I want to say right here and now that I have come to the opinion that it pays to look after your men, soul, mind, and body. You'll cut more lumber, get better contracts, and increase your dividends. There ain't no manner of doubt about that. Now," concluded the colonel, "you may still want to close up that business, but before you do so, I want you to hear Mr. Macdonald." After some hesitation, Ranald was allowed to speak for a few minutes. He began by expressing his amazement that there should be any thought on the part of the company of withdrawing from the province at the very time when other firms were seeking to find entrance. He acknowledged that the result for the last years did not warrant any great confidence in the future of their business, but a brighter day had dawned. The railroad was coming, and he had in his pocket 3 contracts that it would require the company's whole force for 6 months to fulfill, and these contracts would be concluded the day the first rail was laid. "And when will that be?" interrupted a shareholder, scornfully. "I have every assurance," said Ranald, quietly, "from the premier himself, that the building of the railroad will be started this fall." "Did Sir John A. Macdonald give you a definite promise?" asked the man, in surprise. "Not exactly a promise," said Ranald. A chorus of scornful "ohs" greeted this admission. "But the premier assured me that all his influence would be thrown in favor of immediate construction." "For my part," replied the shareholder, "I place not the slightest confidence in any such promise as that." "And I," said Ranald, calmly, "have every confidence that work on the line will be started this fall." And then he went on to speak of the future that he saw stretching out before the province and the whole Dominion. The feeling of opposition in the air roused him like a call to battle, and the thought that he was pleading for the West that he had grown to love stimulated him like a draught of strong wine. In the midst of his speech, the secretary, who till that moment had not been present, came into the room with the evening paper in his hand. He gave it to the president, pointing out a paragraph. At once the president, interrupting Ranald in his speech, rose and said, "Gentlemen, there is an item of news here that I think you will all agree bears somewhat directly upon this business." He then read Sir John A. Macdonald's famous telegram to the British Columbia government, promising that the Canadian Pacific Railway should be begun that fall. After the cheers had died away, Ranald rose again and said, "Mr. President and gentlemen, there is no need that I should say anything more. I simply wish to add that I return to British Columbia next week, but whether as manager for this company or not, that is a matter of perfect indifference to me." And saying this, he left the room, followed by Colonel Thorp. "You're all right, pardner," said the colonel, shaking him vigorously by the hand. "And if they don't feel like playing up to your lead, then by the great and everlasting Sammy, we will make a new deal and play it alone." "All right, Colonel," said Ranald. "I almost think I'd rather play it without them, and you can tell them so." "Where are you going now?" said the colonel. "I've got to go to Toronto for a day," said Ranald. "The boys are foolish enough to get up a kind of dinner at the Albert. And besides," he added, resolutely, "I want to see Kate." "Right you are," said the colonel. "Anything else would be meaner than snakes." But when Ranald reached Toronto he found disappointment awaiting him. The Alberts were ready to give him an enthusiastic reception, but to his dismay both Harry and Kate were absent. Harry was in Quebec, and Kate was with her mother visiting friends at the northern lake, so Ranald was forced to content himself with a letter of farewell and congratulation upon her approaching marriage. In spite of his disappointment, Ranald could not help acknowledging a feeling of relief. It would have been no small ordeal to him to have met Kate, to have told her how much she had helped him during his 3 years' absence, without letting her suspect how much she had become to him, and how sore was his disappointment that she could never be more than friend to him, and indeed not even that.
but his letter was full of warm, frank, brotherly congratulation and goodwill. The dinner at the Albert was in every way worthy of the club and of the occasion, but Ranald was glad to get it over. He was eager to get away from the city associated in his mind with so much that was painful. At length the last speech was made, and the last song was sung, and the men in a body marched to the station, carrying their hero with them. As they stood waiting for the train to pull out, a coachman in livery approached little Merrill. "A lady wishes to see Mr. Macdonald, sir," he said, touching his hat. "Well, she's got to be quick about it," said Merrill. "Here, Glengarry," he called to Ranald, "a lady is waiting outside to see you, but I say, old chap, you will have to make it short. I guess it will be sweet enough." "Where is she?" said Ranald to the coachman. "In here, sir," conducting him to the ladies' waiting room, and taking his place at the door outside. Ranald hurried into the room, and there stood Kate. "Dear Kate," he cried, running toward her with both hands outstretched, "this is more than kind of you, and just like your good heart." "I only heard last night, Ranald," she said, "from Maimie, that you were to be here today, and I could not let you go." She stood up looking so brave and proud, but in spite of her, her lips quivered. "I have waited to see you so long," she said, "and now you are going away again." "Don't speak like that, Kate," said Ranald. "Don't say those things. I want to tell you how you have helped me these 3 lonely years. But I can't, and you will never know, and now I am going back. I hardly dared to see you, but I wish you everything that is good. I haven't seen Harry either, but you will wish him joy for me. He is a very lucky fellow." By this time Ranald had regained control of himself, and was speaking in a tone of frank and brotherly affection. Kate looked at him with a slightly puzzled air. "I've seen Maimie," Ranald went on, "and she told me all about it, and I am very glad." Still Kate looked a little puzzled, but the minutes were precious, and she had much to say. "Oh, Ranald," she cried, "I have so much to say to you. You have become a great man, and you are good. I am so proud when I hear of you." And, lowering her voice almost to a whisper, "I pray for you every day." As Ranald stood gazing at the beautiful face, and noticed the quivering lips and the dark eyes shining with tears she was too brave to let fall, he felt that he was fast losing his grip of himself. "Oh, Kate," he cried, in a low, tense voice, "I must go. You have been more to me than you will ever know. May you both be happy." "Both?" echoed Kate, faintly. "Yes," cried Ranald, hurriedly. "Harry will, I'm sure, for if any one can make him happy, you can." "I?" catching her breath, and beginning to laugh a little hysterically. "What's the matter, Kate? You are looking white." "Oh!" cried Kate, her voice broken between a sob and a laugh. "Won't Harry and Lily enjoy this?" Ranald gazed at her in fear as if she had suddenly gone mad. "Lily?" he gasped. "Yes, Lily," cried Kate. "Didn't you know Lily Langford, Harry's dearest and most devoted?" "No," said Ranald. "And it is not you?" "Not me," cried Kate. "Not in the very least." "Oh, Kate, tell me, is this all true? Are you still free? And is there any use?" "What do you mean?" cried Kate, dancing about in sheer joy. "You silly boy." By this time Ranald had got hold of her hands. "Look here, old chap," burst in Merrill. "Your train's going. Oh, beg pardon." "Take the next, Ranald." "Merrill," said Ranald, solemnly, "tell the fellows I'm not going on this train." "Hurrah!" cried little Merrill. "I guess I'll tell 'em you are gone. May I tell the fellows, Kate?" "What?" said Kate, blushing furiously. "Yes, Merrill," cried Ranald, in a voice strident with ecstasy. "You may tell them. Tell the whole town." Merrill rushed to the door. "I say, fellows," he cried, "look here." The men came trooping at his call, but only to see Ranald and Kate disappearing through the other door. "He's not going," cried Merrill. "He's gone. By Jove, they've both gone." "I say, little man," said big Starry Hamilton, "call yourself together if you can. Who've both gone? In short, who is the lady?" "Why, Kate Raymond, you blessed idiot!" cried Merrill, rushing for the door, followed by the whole crowd. "Three cheers for Macdonald!" cried Starry Hamilton, as the carriage drove away, and after the three cheers and the tiger, little Merrill's voice led them in the old battle cry, heard long ago on the river, but afterward on many a hard-fought football field: "Glengarry forever!" End of chapter 25. End of The Man from Glengarry by Ralph Connor.